in the year 1503 of the Sea Circle calendar in Windmill Village of the East Blue. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully transmigrating into the world of One Piece. Ji-Chun stared around him in a daze. He had clearly just been at work, so how had he suddenly ended up here? Yes, that was right. Ji-Chun was a transmigrator from Earth. A fresh graduate, he had been working in a hospital dealing with all kinds of patients every day, yet now he had crossed over into this unfamiliar world. Huh, it's all green. Where's this place? And what was that voice just now? A system? Ding. Hello, host. What was that sound? Ji-Chun looked around again and realized there was no one speaking nearby. What did it say just now? Some kind of system. Ding. Congratulations to the host for arriving in the pirate world and bidding farewell to your daily 996 life. What? I've actually come to the pirate world. Familiar with how dangerous this world was in his previous life, Ji-Chun could not help feeling a surge of fear. However, Ji-Chun quickly calmed himself down. System, introduce yourself. Ding. This system is called the Pirate Sign-In System. As the name suggests, the host can travel to various islands to sign in. Signing in will grant all kinds of generous rewards, such as devil fruits, revival cards, money, special abilities, and so on. That doesn't sound bad at all, this system. But right now I don't have any strength at all. How am I supposed to go to all those islands to sign in? Ding. Would the host like to open the beginner's gift pack? Huh. There's even a starter gift pack. Open it, open it. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining modified Logia type, Thunder Fruit Basic Armament, Hockey Basic Observation, Hockey Conqueror's Hockey, to be activated. Rewards have been fully issued. Ji-Chun stared at the spiral-patterned fruit in his hand, overwhelmed with excitement. System, is this devil fruit you rewarded me the same as that guy Enel's fruit from Skypiea? Ding. You fool of a host, how could his devil fruit possibly be the same as the one I gave you? Yours has no side effects, and its electrical power is incomparably, overwhelmingly strong. The host may eat it without worry. Haha, the system really is reliable. With that, he took a hearty bite. Huh. This devil fruit is different from the ones in the original story. It's actually sweet and pretty tasty. After that, Ji-Chun polished off the fruit in just a few big bites. I feel like I've turned into lightning itself. So this is the great treasure of the sea. It truly is miraculous. Ding. Host, watch what you say. What you ate is the system's great treasure. Relax, it's no big deal. Ji-Chun turned his gaze to the other rewards. System, I know about armament hockey and observation hockey, and I can use both of those. But why does it say to be activated after Conqueror's Hockey? Ding. The host must trigger a specific mission to activate Conqueror's Hockey. So that's how it is. All right, you may withdraw for now. First I should find out exactly where in the pirate world I am. Ji-Chun stood up and began to look around. Before long he started grumbling, what is this? Where on earth is this place? Damn it, where has the system dumped me? It's green in every direction. Ding. Warm reminder from the system, the host is currently near Mt. Corbo in the East Blue. After the system's explanation, Ji-Chun finally relaxed. Fortunately, this wasn't the new world. Otherwise, even he would not have survived for long. Ding. The system is issuing the first mission, survive for 2 years on Mt. Corbo. Time limit 2 years. Mission reward 1 pirate ship. Mission failure, no punishment. Only 2 years. That'll be a piece of cake. No wonder there's no punishment. Hosts don't celebrate too soon. Mt. Corbo is home to many large wild beasts, tigers, great bears, and more. The system hopes the host can survive. You must be joking. I'm the wielder of the Thunder Fruit, and on top of that I've got armament and observation hockey to protect me. Who could even get close to me? Alright, if I want to survive in this forest, the first thing I need is a safe shelter. I remember that in the original story Luffy and the others built a treehouse. I might as well build one too, but I need to make a trip to the trash terminal first to see if I can pick up some nails, hammers, and similar things. Without further hesitation, Ji-Chun called out to the system. System, where is the trash terminal? A crisp chime sounded. It had already marked the location for him, and he only needed to follow the indicator. Joy stirred in Ji-Chun's heart, and he immediately set off toward the marked location. Before long he muttered, walking like this is way too slow. I'm only a kid in my early teens. At this pace, it's just too slow. With a turn of his mind, Ji-Chun transformed into crackling lightning, darting forward at high speed as the trees blurred and swept backward behind him. Ow, I can't keep this up. Turning into lightning is fast, but it burns through my stamina. Still, I can already see the trash terminal. When he arrived at the trash terminal, Ji-Chun saw many people climbing over mountains of refuse, picking through the discarded trash of the city. Some even found valuable items, once others noticed they would tumble into vicious brawls. Ji-Chun shook his head and casually chose a corner where he began picking up nails and similar items. Not long after, an old man looked over at him and asked, "Child, why have you come to this trash terminal?" Ji-Chun thought the old man was talking to someone else and continued scavenging without uttering a sound. Only when the old man patted his shoulder did Ji-chin slowly turn his head to look at him. Elder, do you need something? Child, why have you come to the trash terminal to pick through this garbage? Oh, that. I'm just an orphan. I support myself, nothing more to it. So that's how it is. You're a poor, unfortunate child as well. Ji-chin looked at the old man and said, everyone has their own way of living. I don't think my life is all that tragic and my future won't always remain like this. Glancing at the pile of nails and a hammer he had gathered beside him, Ji-chin felt it was about enough and prepared to leave. Elder, I'm going now. Goodbye. If fate allows, we'll meet again. With that, Ji-chin formed a hand of lightning, grabbed the items from the ground, and sprinted back toward the forest at high speed. Soon Ji-chin found a tall, massive tree perfectly suited for building a treehouse. He immediately tossed the items he had collected onto the ground beneath it. It's getting late. I'll start work tomorrow. Ji-chin burrowed into a nearby pile of grass and quickly fell into a deep sleep. At dawn the next day, he was up early. Today is the perfect day to build a house. The weather is on my side. Bright sunshine, clear skies, not bad at all. As soon as he finished speaking, his stomach began to rumble loudly. I didn't eat last night. I'm starving. What should I do? This is a forest, so there should be plenty of animals. I can roast some meat. With that, Ji-chin turned into a flash of lightning and went searching. Fortunately, a short walk from his tree was a river, and on its bank several crocodiles were resting. Heaven truly hasn't abandoned me, Ji-chin. He transformed into a bolt of lightning and appeared right before a crocodile. Ark! Hearing the crocodile's cry, Ji-chin couldn't help but snort with laughter. So that's how a crocodile sounds. Pretty ridiculous. All right, you'll do for tonight's dinner. Lightning flared in Ji-chin's hand and struck the crocodile, killing it in an instant. All right, time to head back. At the camp, Ji-chin tossed the crocodile heavily onto the ground. I'm so hungry. I'll just cook it with my lightning. 30 million volts, Thunder Mouse. A purple mouse formed entirely of lightning leapt onto the crocodile's body, and in no time the meat was charred and crispy on the outside, tender within. Wow, this actually tastes pretty good. Ji-chin began to feast with abandon. After finishing an entire crocodile, he couldn't help but doubt himself. Did coming to the pirate world increase everyone's appetite? I wasn't this gluttonous in my previous life. A chime sounded. The system gently reminded him that he truly was just that capable of eating. You bastard, how much I eat is my own business. I don't need you meddling, damn it. Since I've eaten and drunk my fill, it's time to build my treehouse. I've never lived in a treehouse in either of my 2 lives. Kind of exciting, actually. First, I need planks. The forest is full of trees. I just have to chop down a few. Ji-chin sprinted into the woods and condensed a blade of lightning, swinging it toward a large tree before him. Crack! The tree snapped and toppled. My, this lightning blade is really sharp. As expected of me, Ji-chin. Huh. Next, I just need to slice these into plank-thick boards. In just a few strokes, Ji-chin had cut 2 large trees into pieces exactly the way he wanted. Not bad, not bad. Ji-chin scooped up the planks and hurried back to the camp. It's already dark, seriously. I can only continue tomorrow. Ji-chin looked into the distance where a pair of green glowing eyes seemed to be watching him. What's that? Could it be emeralds? His own eyes lit up as he spoke. When the green light drew close, Ji-chin was utterly dumbfounded. Damn it, it's wolves. Damn, with so many of them, how am I supposed to deal with this? Ji-chin slapped his thigh. I almost forgot. I'm a Logia-type devil fruit user. With just a few little mutts like these, how could I possibly be afraid? Raising an eyebrow, he said in a slightly provocative tone, Yo, a few little wolves. Come on then. If you want to eat me, show some real strength. The wolves seemed infuriated by Ji-chin's words. The leading white wolf howled, and as its cry faded, many more wild wolves emerged from the darkness. Damn you, you even call for reinforcements. Don't blame me for being ruthless then. Ji-chin's cold voice rang out slowly. He spread his hands and shouted, Thundernet. In an instant, a net woven of lightning descended and ensnared all the wolves nearby. I didn't expect this move to work so well. Came up with it on the spot too. As expected, catching pack animals is best done with a net. Ji-chin walked toward the heap of wolves. They were still baring their fangs ferociously, though clearly weakened. Oh, he raised an eyebrow. I've already caught you, and you still won't yield. Then you can all die and serve as tomorrow's breakfast. Ji-chin shaped his lightning into a purple blade and in a flash chopped more than a dozen wolves into pieces. Done with the cleanup? Time to sleep. Ding. Congratulations, host, for surviving 3 days in the pirate world. The personal attribute panel is now open. What is this? Indeed, Ji-chin was awakened by the system's voice. What is the attribute panel? System, come out. Ding. A friendly reminder, the personal attribute panel allows the host to see various attributes. So that's how it is. Then system, open the attribute panel. Ding. Host Ji-chin. Age 9 years. Strength 50. Note average person is 10. Speed 62. Mental 100. Constitution 60. Fruit ability natural lightning fruit. Hockey basic armament, hockey basic observation, hockey conquerors, hockey not activated. Special ability none. Items none. Oh, the mental strength is quite substantial. Could it be because I am a transmigrator? But what is this special ability? Ding. The system refuses to answer. Oh, you refuse to answer. Never mind, I will find out later. Closing the system, Ji-chun transformed into a bolt of lightning and quickly arrived at the waste terminus. Old man, you're still here quite early, huh? The old man said with a smile. I live nearby and just happened to check out some new items that arrived yesterday to see if there's anything valuable. Then take your time searching, old man. I need to find what I'm looking for. Ji-chun then began his search. Perhaps it was still early, there weren't many people at the waste terminus, allowing Ji-chun to quickly find enough materials to build a treehouse. Ji-chun came in front of the old man and said, Old man, I'm leaving now. We'll see each other another day, or I've found what I needed. Goodbye, little friend. Ji-chun then transformed into a streak of light, disappearing from the old man's sight. I didn't expect to find so many materials today. Oh, otherwise how could one say the early bird catches the worm? Soon Ji-chun arrived at the place he stayed last night. Finally today, I can officially start building the treehouse. The trees I selected a few days ago are indeed great. This tree is the tallest in this forest and has abundant leaves. Ji-chun immediately started working. Since I embody lightning, I don't need any pulleys, I can simply fly up to the tree. In the original work, the three kids used Luffy's arms to transport the wooden boards. First, I need to create a platform on the big tree. After making several trips back and forth, Ji-chun finally finished building the platform. Phew, I finally completed the first part. I'm a bit hungry, though I remember there were a few little wolves from last night. Today's lunch will be them. Ji-chun jumped to the ground and began to roast the wild wolf. Of course I have to eat the wolf king. The meat of the wolf king must be delicious. Ji-chun couldn't help but drool. Soon Ji-chun's roasted meat was ready, but it turned out to be the same as the bone meat Luffy ate in the original work. Ji-chun couldn't help but comment, is it that all the barbecues in this pirate world are like this? But it tastes quite good. No wonder Ji-chun, even the barbecue tastes so fragrant. Soon Ji-chun finished eating the white wolf king. Alright, let's keep going. I aim to move into the house I've built within 2 days. Quickly 3 days have already passed. Ji-chun looked at the treehouse he built and nodded in satisfaction. As expected of me, I can also work as a carpenter in the future. However, standing here and looking outside is really nice. The scenery is truly beautiful. Alright, I need to make a ladder just in case I get exhausted from training and can't use my abilities, I can still climb the ladder. Quickly, Ji-chun used the remaining materials to make a simple ladder. Why do I suddenly feel like coming to this world isn't so bad? Ji-chun smiled and fell asleep peacefully. The next morning, Ji-chun began his training according to the exercise plan he had devised. My strength is still too weak. If I become a pirate, I might get caught before even leaving the East Sea. Fortunately, I have crafted a meticulous plan. Ji-chun proudly held the plan he had just created. It stated do 300 push-ups and sit-ups each in the morning, noon, and evening. Increased as strength grows, run 5 laps around Carve Mountain every day without using fruit abilities, do 200 push-ups and sit-ups before bed, and hunt an animal every day to fill my stomach. Ji-chun looked at the weather and smiled. Today is still a sunny day. He'll run 5 laps around Carve Mountain, first to warm up before heading back for breakfast. Ji-chun transformed into a bolt of lightning and arrived at the outskirts of Carve Mountain, starting to run. After completing 3 laps. I never expected my physical condition to be this poor. I just realized that after all, my body is just that of a 9-year-old child. I need to hurry up and finish. Saying that, Ji-chun quickly resumed running. Just as he was about to finish, he spotted a lost little deer and swiftly captured it. I finally finished. I didn't expect to encounter a lost little deer just as I was about to finish. Lucky for you to meet me, you'll be my breakfast today. I wonder what deer meat tastes like. I wonder if it's the same flavor as Chopper's. Hee. Next up are 300 sit-ups and push-ups. As time passed, Ji-chun had spent 3 months in Carve Mountain. On this particular day, a few unexpected friends arrived at his treehouse. I'm so bored. My workouts are gradually increasing, and there's no one to talk to. It's really too boring. Yes, you heard it right. Ji-chun hadn't interacted with anyone for 3 months. His days consisted of training, eating, and bathing. Forget it, I won't think about it. Let's see if there's anything fun at the landfill. With that, Ji-chun jumped down from his treehouse and headed straight for the landfill. As his strength increased, when Ji-chun first arrived at Carve Mountain, it took him a long time to activate his abilities to reach the landfill, but now he could get there in 5 minutes. Finally arrived. It's still the same as before, a gray pile of garbage. Oh, it's been a while since I last saw you, old man. Oh, it's you, young man. It has indeed been a while, hasn't it? Almost 2 or 3 months, right? The old man smiled. Yeah, it's been 3 months since I've seen a living person. I've been training every day. Anyway, I need to find something fun. I'm really bored lately. Ji-chun then walked towards a corner to search. Fun things. What kind of person throws away underwear, especially a woman's? Ji-chun didn't even look and tossed it aside. Is this a fishing rod? It's quite new. The person who threw away this fishing rod must be wealthy. He set the fishing rod aside, planning to take it with him later. This is a long knife, isn't it? It looks pretty good. Although it seems shabby, it will do for now. Just right for practicing swordsmanship. Ji-chun remembered that in the original story, using a knife looked quite cool, so he wanted to practice some knife techniques. Alright, that's enough. The fishing rod and the long knife, just these two. Old man, I'm leaving. See you next time. With that, Ji-chun swiftly departed. That kid is faster than he was 3 months ago. Soon Ji-chun was nearing his treehouse when he faintly heard some voices. Could there be a thief in my home? Hey, Sabo, come look. There's a house in the tree. Hey, Luffy, come down quickly. What if the owner of this house comes back and beats you up? I won't be responsible, Ace shouted. Oh, it's fine, Ace. I don't think the owner will return soon. We don't need to be that anxious, Sabo laughed. At this moment, Ji-chun's voice rang out. Hey, who are you? What are you doing near my house? Ji-chun looked at them and said. The two were clearly taken aback. They hadn't expected anyone to actually live in this house, and the owner returned quite quickly. Hey, I'm talking to you. Who are you? Sabo quickly responded. Oh, we're from around here. Our brother just discovered that there's a house in the tree, so we climbed up to take a look out of curiosity. Hey, Luffy, get down quickly. The owner of the house is back. Coming. In an instant, Luffy climbed down the ladder. So that's what happened. I thought a thief had entered my home. Sabo then grabbed Luffy's face and brought him in front of Ji-chun, saying, Quick, Luffy, apologize. Luffy weakly said, Sorry, I didn't know someone lived here. It's fine. I'm used to living alone, so I'm a bit unaccustomed to having someone here suddenly. What's your name? I'm Sabo. This is Luffy, and this one next to me is Ace. Seeing Sabo kindly introducing himself, Ji-chun smiled and replied, I'm Ji-chun. You guys are the first visitors to my treehouse. Why don't you stay and chat? I killed a wild boar last night and haven't eaten it yet. The three, seeing the expectant look in Ji-chun's eyes, instinctively nodded. Ji-chun joyfully said, That's great. Just wait, I'll prepare something for you guys. Don't worry, it'll be ready soon. Ji-chun then went behind the big tree and carried the wild boar out. Let us help you. Sabo offered. Oh, don't worry. Just wait and eat. Ji-chun then brought a pile of firewood. With a flick of his finger, the pile of firewood ignited. This was a new technique Ji-chun had developed over the past 3 months, and he hadn't named it yet. The three looked dumbfounded at Ji-chun's fire-starting method, as if he were performing magic. Ji-chun then found a stick and skewered the wild boar, placing it over the fire to roast. 30 minutes later, Ji-chun looked at the mountain of meat and used his lightning-infused palm to grab all the meat, saying to the three, Let's go eat in my house. The view there is great. The three responded in unison, but their thoughts were different. Luffy, carefree, just wanted to eat meat, while Sabo thought this person was pretty nice, and Ace was curious about Ji-chun's recent method of starting a fire. Ji-chun arrived at the house first, with the three following closely. As soon as they entered the treehouse, Sabo couldn't help but be amazed. Wow, this place is really nice. It's truly the house of my dreams. The construction technique is impressive and the view is fantastic. While Sabo was speaking, Ji-chun began to feel embarrassed. It was the first time someone had praised him since arriving in this world. Alright, let's eat the meat first. I don't know how well I roasted it. You guys try it first, and if it's not good, I'll roast another one. The three immediately took a piece of meat, bone and all, and bit into it. They exclaimed, This is the most tender wild boar meat I've ever eaten. It's really good. If you like it, feel free to eat more, Ji-chun said, watching the three eat and then joining in the feast. After eating and drinking their fill, the four began to chat. Through their conversation, Ji-chun learned that the three were brothers. Ji-chun said with a look of envy, I really envy you three brothers. Ace asked curiously, Envy us for what? Of course I envy you three brothers. You all have family while I have always been alone. I feel like I have brothers too. Don't you have a mom and dad? Luffy asked innocently. I've never seen my mom and dad since I was born. I've always been alone and I have no friends. Alright, let's not talk about that. Let's chat about something happy. Ace then seriously said, Ji-chun, come be our brother. I really understand your feelings. I haven't seen my family either, so if you become our brother, you won't be alone anymore. Sabo looked at Ace in surprise. He knew Ace well. Ace always appeared cool and aloof, but sometimes Sabo felt he was quite warm-hearted. Today, Sabo truly saw a different side of Ace. Then Sabo chimed in, Yeah. Ji-chun, come be our brother. That way we'll be for brothers. Luffy added, Be our brother. I also want one more brother. Do you really want to be my brother? Ji-chun asked in shock. The three said in unison, Of course. Thank you all. Oh, Ji-chun, you mustn't say that. We are brothers now, so there's no need to differentiate between us, Sabo said. At that moment, Ace suddenly looked at Ji-chun and asked, Ji-chun, how did you just ignite the flame? I find it quite magical. Luffy and Sabo also looked at him with anticipation. Ji-chun turned back and smiled at the three of them. You mean that thing? In an instant, Jichin transformed into a bolt of lightning floating in the air while the three stood frozen in place. What is this? Just then Jichin returned to his original form. The ability to create fire that you mentioned is actually the same as the ability I just demonstrated. You all saw the purple lightning sphere just now, right? The three responded in unison. Because I ate a devil fruit, I am a devil fruit user. Devil fruit. I remember Luffy is a rubber fruit user, right? Sabo said slowly. You three might not know about devil fruits, so let me explain it to you. Devil fruits are divided into three categories: Paramecia Zoan and the rare mythical Zoan. As for Luffy, since he has the rubber fruit, he must be a Paramecia type. As for me, I ate the nature type lightning fruit, allowing my entire body to transform into lightning. The Zoan type can transform into various animals, but its characteristics include extreme recovery ability and a powerful physique. The three of them sat like children, attentively listening to the teacher. Then Jichin continued speaking. However, anyone who eats a devil fruit, whether it's nature type or Paramecia, fears seawater and cannot swim. Also, a person can only eat one type of devil fruit in their lifetime. If they eat a second one, their body will explode. Though it's uncertain if it will really explode because so far no one has been foolish enough to eat a second fruit. If you ever find a devil fruit, just take a bite if you think it suits you. Only a fool would eat them all. At that moment, Luffy foolishly exclaimed, I remember I was so hungry that I ate them all. Ha! Jichin was speechless. Alright, that's enough about the devil fruits. Oh, and if you want to become pirates, you need to be careful of the nature-type marines. If you haven't learned Haki, you won't be able to capture nature-type users. At that moment, Ace asked in confusion, Jichin, what is this Haki? Why is it that with it you can catch nature-type users? You mean this? Jichin tightened his left arm, and the armament Haki enveloped his arm like armor. With armament Haki, you won't fear blades or guns. This armament Haki can also be used for attacking and defending. It's quite a useful technique. Luffy immediately said, Then Jichin, can you teach us directly? We three are going to be pirates when we grow up. Jichin hesitated and said, That might not be possible, because I don't even know how I learned it. If my teaching method is incorrect, it wouldn't be responsible for you. However, if any of your family members are Marines or pirates, they can come back and teach you. Oh, my grandpa is a Marine, or I can ask him to come back and teach us. Sabo and Ace sighed as they saw Luffy so excited, then exchanged glances and decided to give Luffy a reality check. Ahem, Luffy. If you call Captain Carp back with a den mushi, you won't just be afraid of getting beaten. That's secondary. Be careful, he might make you a Marine, and no less watch out for his love fist. Luffy's excited face instantly froze, and he stood still. Jichin noticed the awkward atmosphere among the three and asked, What's the situation with Luffy? Oh, Luffy's grandfather is a Marine Vice Admiral, and he always forces the three of us to become Marines. If we don't, he beats us up. One time, when he came back, he almost beat us to the point of being unable to take care of ourselves, Sabo said nonchalantly. What? A Marine Vice Admiral? That's a very powerful presence. Jichin pondered for a moment and proposed an idea to the three. I say you don't need to be so downcast. Since he's a Marine Vice Admiral, he should know armament Haki. You can call him back using the den mushi and say you changed your mind and want to become Marines. That way your grandfather will come back and you can learn armament Haki from him. This plan actually seems feasible. Jichin then slightly expressed his apologies, saying, I'm really sorry, Ace, Sabo, and Luffy, but I'm not very familiar with armament Haki, so I can't teach you. The three replied casually, saying it was fine. Jichin thought to himself, these three brothers are really quite nice. In the end, the four of them chatted in the treehouse until the sun set in the afternoon. Alright, Jichin, we're heading back. We won't be able to see you for the next few days. Don't worry, once we learn armament Haki, we'll come find you, or you can come find us. We will be at the bandit Dodon's house, just outside this forest. Got it, Jichin said with a slight smile at the corners of his mouth. Oh, by the way, don't tell your grandfather that I'm a nature-type devil fruit user, otherwise I might get caught by the Marine headquarters. Ace hit Luffy on the head and said fiercely, Did you hear that, Luffy? Don't say anything, or you'll lose a brother. Ouch, Ace, I know. That hurts. Jichin watched as the figures of the three slowly disappeared into the forest. Today is indeed a good day. This is the happiest I've been in months. In the hideout of the mountain bandits at the Dayton household. Hey Sabo, let's head to Makino's tavern first. We need to borrow a transponder snail to call Grandpa and ask him to come back to teach us. Alright, we'll accompany you just this once. But when you call, make sure to let him know we all want to be Navy, or else, when that old man returns, we'll be in big trouble, especially you, Luffy. Soon the three of them crossed over Corbo Mountain and arrived at Makino's tavern in town. At that moment, Makino was wiping glasses and the tavern was empty. Just then the three little ones walked in and Makino looked up to see them. Luffy, Sabo, Ace, it's you guys. What brings you here? Makino said with a happy look at the three. The three exchanged glances and Sabo and Ace pushed Luffy forward. You two guys. Makino, we need to borrow a transponder snail to call my grandpa. I remember, mister. Garp left a transponder snail here before he left. Just a moment, I'll get it for you. Then Makino took a transponder snail from under the counter. Here it is, the transponder snail, and hey, race some juice for you. Ace stepped forward to fiddle with the transponder snail, but he didn't know how to make it work, and his face turned red. Sabo, watching with glee, said to Ace, "Oh dear Ace, you can't even use it." Luffy and Sabo giggled, which made Ace fume with anger. Bastards, you guys. Ace then sat down to drink his juice while Makino, seeing how amusing they were, didn't want to interrupt. "Oh, let me try. Sabo immediately grabbed the transponder snail and put it to his ear. "Hey Luffy, it's connected, hurry up and answer the call." "Oh, I'm coming. On the other end at the Navy headquarters in Sengoku's office, Garp had a constant noise coming from his pocket, which made him quite angry. What the hell is making that noise? Damn it. Sengoku glanced at Garp and said, "You idiot, it's your transponder snail." Garp swallowed the donut in his hand and took out the transponder snail from his pocket. "Hello, Moshi." Just as Garp picked up the transponder snail, a voice came through. "Grandpa." "Luffy, why is it you? Are you at Makino's?" Luffy laughed and replied, "Yeah, I need to talk to Grandpa, so I came to Makino's." "Damn it, Luffy, how dare you run out of Dodon's house? If you don't have anything important to say when I come back, I will definitely knock some sense into you." Hearing this, Luffy trembled and helplessly looked at Ace and Sabo. "Hey Luffy, just tell that old man what we discussed earlier." Luffy quickly gathered his thoughts and continued, "Grandpa, Ace, Sabo, and I want to be Navy now, no longer pirates. Can you come back and train us?" On the other end, Garp was momentarily stunned, then quickly asked, "Luffy, what did you say?" Ace and Sabo listened to Garp's words and silently cursed. Does this old man not understand human language? Ace snatched the phone and said directly, "Hey old man, I'm Ace. What Luffy just said is that the three of us, Luffy, Sabo, and I want to be Navy. If you old stinker come back within 10 days to train us, once we grow up, we will become pirates straight away." After Ace finished speaking, there was a moment of silence. Before Ace could speak again, Garp on the other end quickly replied, "Ace, don't worry, Grandpa will come back to train you. Just wait for Grandpa." Then Garp hung up the phone. Ace turned to see two pairs of eyes looking at him in admiration. "All right, stop looking at me like that. I just blurted it out, that old man will be back soon." Makino then spoke up, "Hey Ace, Luffy, Sabo, you guys don't really want to be Navy, do you?" Makino's beautiful eyes were fixed intently on the three. "What?" Ace was exposed and Luffy shouted. Ace punched Luffy on the head, saying, "Idiot, how could you admit that?" Ace looked at Makino and said slowly, "We just want the old man to come back and train us. You mustn't tell him, okay? You want to get stronger, right? To set sail in the future. Of course, so you absolutely mustn't tell the old man." I know, don't worry, three little kids. Just tell me what you want to eat today. It's not easy to come to the village." "Wow, that's great, thank you, Makino." On the other end, after ending the call, Garp couldn't hide his excitement and slammed his palm on Sengoku's desk, saying, "Hey Sengoku, hurry up and prepare a warship for me. I want to get back to Windmill Village as fast as possible." "What? Garp, you want to go back?" "Why?" Garp, looking excited, replied, "My three grandsons finally decided to change their minds and want to be Navy. I'm going back to train them this time. Weren't your three grandsons saying they wanted to be pirates before? Now they've changed their minds. Damn it, Sengoku, hurry up. I want to go back to Windmill Village. I'm heading to the port now, time waits for no one." Watching Garp leave, Sengoku shook his head and picked up the transponder snail on the table. "Hello, prepare the fastest warship for Sengoku to send him back to Windmill Village." At the Navy port, Bogart was waiting. "Vice Admiral Garp, the warship is ready and can set sail at any time." "Good, then let's set off directly back to Windmill Village." Garp had a beaming smile on his face. Beside him, Bogart couldn't help but ask, "Vice Admiral Garp, what could make you so happy?" "Haha, that's because I just received a call. My three grandsons in Windmill Village want to be Navy. I'm going back this time to train them." Bogart showed a surprised expression and then started laughing happily. "Congratulations, Vice Admiral Garp." In Windmill Village in the afternoon at Makino's tavern, the three stood in front of Makino's tavern holding packed drinks and food. Ace and the others politely thanked Makino. "Thank you very much, Makino, for treating us to delicious food." "You three little guys, why are you being so polite to me? All right, go back quickly. If you come back late, it will be dark. When Mr. Garp comes, I will have him look for you, don't worry. Then we're off, thanks for the hospitality." The three ran back into Corbo Mountain. "Let's go to Jichin's treehouse first and deliver this food to him." Luffy and Ace replied in unison. When they arrived at Jichin's treehouse, they found Jichin grilling fish, and the aroma wafting from the fish made their mouths water. Who's there, come out?" The three exchanged glances and stepped out. "Ace, Sabo, Luffy, why are you still not home this late?" Jichin said, slightly surprised. Luffy spoke first. "We just came back from town, so we're a bit late." After the three sat down, Sabo took out what he had. Jichin looked puzzled and asked, "What is this?" "This is the food Makino sent us from town. Let's eat together, Jichin." "Sure. It looks much tastier than my grilled fish." It really is quite delicious." After a while, the four finished eating and started chatting about their experiences today. Oh, so you three went to town today to call that rear admiral, no wonder. What did you do today, Jichin? As usual, I trained and ate and so on. I just want to get stronger than set sail and become a pirate because this boring life is really no good. Jichin looked at the three and slowly said, look, it's getting dark outside. Why don't you guys stay here tonight? Luffy exclaimed excitedly. Jichin, is that really okay? Of course. I just made enough beds for 4 people. Then Jichin took out the blankets. Alright, I've trained all day, and you guys have played all day too, so hurry up and sleep. Tomorrow we'll train together. Okay. Soon the 4 little ones fell into a sweet dream. The next day, Jichin and the 4 little ones began their daily training together. Hey Jichin, do you train like this every day? This is much more intense than my training with Ace. Sabo, just focus on training with me for these 10 days, or else be careful not to learn how to use armament hockey. To learn armament hockey, you first need to meet certain physical standards. Ace interjected, alright Sabo, stop complaining. We will all become pirates one day. I look at Luffy, he never complains. The 3 looked around, but did not see Luffy. Strange, where did that guy Luffy go? He didn't run off to sleep somewhere, did he? The 3 then began to search for him. Soon Ace stood behind a tree without moving for a long time. Jichin and Sabo exchanged glances and walked over only to find Luffy sleeping at the base of the tree. Immediately Ace delivered a loving iron fist to Luffy. Damn Ace, what are you doing? That's so mean it hurts. Baka, Luffy, what are you sleeping for? Don't you want to be a pirate anymore? I am going to be the pirate king. Jichin hurriedly added. Luffy, if you want to be the pirate king, you need to train hard and strengthen your body, or you won't be able to become the pirate king. I know. Oh, Ace, Luffy is actually quite obedient. Thus, Jichin and the 4 trained together for a full 9 days. On the 9th day at noon, Sabo suddenly thought of a good idea. Ace, Luffy, Jichin, I have a great idea. Let's dig a few holes in Dodon's yard, so when Old Man Carp comes, he'll fall into the holes we dug. Sabo's eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked at the 3. Great idea, it's a deal. The group went to Dodon's yard and began digging holes, during which some mountain bandits came by to ask what they were doing. Of course, we're digging to catch wild boars, Luffy said proudly. In the afternoon, the holes they dug were finally completed. Jichin looked at the yard, which appeared unchanged, and hesitated to step down. He then transformed into lightning and directly flew out of the yard's range. Jichin turned back and said to the 3, you 3 should sleep at Dodon's place tonight. Your grandpa will be here soon, let's give him a surprise. After hearing Jichin's words, the 3 returned to Dodon's small house. At night, a man dressed in a black suit with an indifferent stride slowly walked towards Dodon's house from Kelp Mountain. However, before he could take more than a few steps, he fell directly into a hole. The very holes that Jichin and the others had dug that morning. Having fallen into a dozen holes, Carp finally reached his limit and roared, Dayton, who dug these holes? Dayton, who was drinking tea inside the house, was startled and immediately stood up, opened the door, and bowed in one swift motion. Mr. Carp, this was just dug by Ace this morning. He said it was to catch wild boars. Carp then slapped Dayton in the face and walked into the house. The sleeping Ace and the others had no idea of the impending danger. Carp originally came with a smile on his face to see his grandsons, but now his mind was filled with one thought: to beat them up. Bang, bang, bang. Carp arrived at the 3's bedside and punched each of them. The 3 were awakened in pain. Bastard, who dares to hit me? Ace shouted. However, the next second the sound stopped abruptly. Old man, why are you here so early? Ace, Sabo, and Luffy were also awakened, looking at Carp in confusion. Carp shouted, stand up straight, all of you. You little brats, I came here in a good mood, but I didn't expect you to ambush me. Are you ready to accept Grandpa's loving education? At this moment, Ace shouted, Old man, we dug these holes to catch wild boars. You can't frame us. It was unclear whether Carp was having a moment of brilliance or not, but when Ace said this, Carp thought, this kid must be lying to me. Carp squinted his eyes at the 3, and the air instantly fell silent. At that moment, Sabo shouted, run if you don't want to die. Ace, Luffy. With that, Sabo ran out first. The other 2 quickly followed. Carp chased after them, yelling, you little bastards, don't let me catch you, otherwise I'll be a beating. As they ran, the 3 said, what should we do? Where can we hide from this old man's beating? Ace replied, let's go to Jichin's place, hurry. Soon the 3 arrived at Jichin's house. Jichin groggily woke up and saw that the 3 had big bumps on their heads. Huh, why are you here, and how did you get beaten up? Sabo spoke up first. Oh, don't mention it. Old man Carp came back and stepped on all the traps we dug this morning. Now he's in the forest chasing us. He'll let us sleep here tonight. Jichin suddenly understood. Sure, you can sleep here tonight. Don't worry, it's very safe. Meanwhile, Carp looked at the vast forest. Where are those little bastards? They run pretty fast, but speed won't help them. Carp then activated his observation hockey, covering the entire forest. Just as Jichin lay down, he instantly sat up. Ace, Sabo, Luffy, hurry, get up. You've been found. Your grandpa has discovered you. As soon as he finished speaking, Carp found them. Carp then directly pulled the 3 out and after giving them a beating his anger finally subsided. Ji-chun on the side laughed so hard, he almost fell over. Ha ha ha, you three are too unfortunate. Luckily he's not my grandpa. At that moment Ji-chun felt lucky to be an orphan. Ace and the others glared at Ji-chun. Huh, who are you? I was just paying attention to Ace. I didn't even notice this little guy. Ji-chun's laughter halted, and he stepped forward to politely greet Mr. Carve. Hello. I am Ace's friend, you can call me Ji-chun. Ji-chun, hello. Why are you living alone in this forest? Ji-chun never expected Carve would ask such a question, so he replied candidly, Mr. Carve, I am an orphan. If I don't live here, where else can I live? Carve nodded thoughtfully, so that's how it is. Then you can be my grandson. Carve's unexpected statement left Ji-chun momentarily stunned. Ji-chun thought, what? He wants to take me as his grandson. Isn't that like asking for an early demise? No way, I have to refuse. After a long pause without a response, Carve spoke to Ji-chun. I said, Ji-chun, will you accept it or not? Ji-chun, not even looking at Carve, shouted, Stinky old man, you want to be my grandpa? Dream on. Then try my loving iron fist. Ji-chun was taken aback and hurriedly shouted, wait. I agree, but I'll just call you old man like Ace does. Carve nodded in satisfaction, not at all caring about Ji-chun calling him old man. Alright, I'm heading back to Dodon's house. You four remember to come train tomorrow. Ji-chun looked at the three with faces swollen like pig heads, suppressing his laughter as he carried them back to the treehouse. Alright, let's sleep now. Tomorrow is a new day. Early the next morning, Ji-chun vaguely heard someone shouting under the tree. He impatiently walked out and shouted, Who is making such a racket here? Do you have a death wish? Ji-chun's expression was quite unpleasant. He hadn't slept well, so he wasn't going to be polite. Then he heard a voice that instantly sobered him up. Hey kid, you were Ji-chun, right? Do you want to get beaten up? Upon hearing the voice of Admiral Carve, Ji-chun immediately woke up and put on a flattering smile as he looked at Carve. Ding! The system remarked that the host indeed lacked backbone. Phew. Ji-chun cursed inwardly. What do you know? I call this being wise to the times. I don't want to get beaten up. Well kid, you changed your attitude quite quickly, but you're still going to get a beating. Carve directly left a large bump on Ji-chun's head. Damn old man, his punches are really hard. And I can't use the power of the fruit, so I have to endure it. Otherwise, watching the original work, Luffy is such a crybaby, because Carve always beats him up, Ji-chun thought to himself. When Ji-chun noticed Carve was about to walk in, he hurriedly said, Let me call them. Aha, you won't wake them up, but it's better if I do it. One iron fist each, and they'll wake up. In the end, Ji-chun couldn't out-argue Mr. Carve, so he sat on the tree trunk and heard the miserable screams of the three inside the house. Ha, they're all awake, grandsons. Training starts today, so be spirited. Gather in the open space under the tree and change your clothes. The three exchanged bitter glances. As soon as they put on their clothes and stepped outside, they saw Ji-chun lounging comfortably on the tree trunk. Ji-chun noticed someone was coming and quickly raised his head, seeing the three with bumps on their heads looking at him. Yo, Luffy, Ace, Sabo, you guys got beaten up by the old man too. Really? The three simultaneously looked at the bump on Ji-chun's head, revealing bitter smiles. Alright, let's go. Grandpa Carve is waiting for us. Saying this, Ji-chun jumped down first. Carve looked at the four of them in front of him, nodding with satisfaction. Not bad. They are all good seeds with potential to become Marines. Alright, today we will start training your physical fitness. First, you must be prepared to be knocked down by me. The training will be tough, and don't you dare give up midway or my fists won't be gentle. Yes. Very good. Next, run 10 laps around this Karubo mountain, and then I'll arrange other training tasks for you. 10 laps. That's not too many, but not too few either, Ji-chun said as he started to run. The three exchanged glances and hurriedly followed suit. Alright, they should take a while to come back. Let's see if there are any large animals around. I'll prepare some barbecue. Carve immediately activated his observation haki, quickly locking onto a robust-looking, appetizing large gray bear. Carve directly used the 6 powers of the Navy shave, instantly appearing next to the large gray bear. With his armament haki activated, he punched the bear out. Soon after finishing 10 laps, Ji-chun and the others returned to Carve's side, only to see Carve sleeping soundly with a dead bear as his pillow. The four shouted, Old man, Grandpa, wake up. What's up? Oh, it's you four. Have you finished running? Ace said irritably. If we hadn't finished running, why would we come back, old man? Carve laughed heartily. Then you haven't eaten yet, huh? I was going to roast this bear, but accidentally fell asleep. Old man, you can't cook, yet you wanted to roast this big bear. What were you thinking? Ace glared at Carve with disdain. What? Ace, you can't question Grandpa. I can roast meat too. What? Luckily you didn't, or this big bear would have been wasted. Ji-chun watched the two bickering and couldn't help but smile. In the end, Carve's quarrel with Ace ended with Ace getting beaten up. Ace, covering his swollen right cheek, cursed. This damn old man, when he can't win an argument, he starts beating me up. So annoying. At that moment, their stomachs growled in unison. Carve looked at the four and asked, Who among you can cook? Immediately Luffy, Ace, and Sabo all looked at Ji-chun. Ji-chin sighed and said, all right, I'll handle this big bear, but you all have to help me, or we won't get to eat. And Luffy stopped being clumsy and just wait to eat. Luffy happily agreed. After a while, Ji-chin looked at Carp and asked, old man, can you start a fire? Oh, let me try. After saying that, Carp covered his arms with armament hockey and successfully started a fire through friction. All right, you can come to eat now. This bear has a lot of meat that should be enough to fill you all up. Then the 5 of them began to feast. While eating, they praised Ji-chin's cooking, saying it was really good and delicious, though their mouths didn't stop moving. Ji-chin had a decent appetite and stopped after a while, then started watching them eat, which was quite a spectacle. In the end, Ji-chin underestimated their appetite, so he went to catch another crocodile to ensure they were satisfied. Phew, Ji-chin's cooking is really delicious. Kid, your cooking is really good. How about being my personal chef after training? Ji-chin was taken aback and shouted, you wish, old man. Now that you've eaten enough, let's start training. I want to train you all to become the strongest Marines. Looking at Carp's passionate demeanor, Ji-chin felt that the upcoming training might indeed be life-threatening. In the following month, Ji-chin, Sabo, Ace, and Luffy followed Carp to jump off cliffs, run, and punch, training vigorously, but their strength showed significant growth. Carp also taught them the basics of armament hockey and observation hockey. Ace and Sabo had grasped it, but Luffy could only use it occasionally. During this month, the 4 of them faced life-and-death crises time and again, which was truly a stroke of luck. After training for more than a month, Carp hadn't returned to the Marine headquarters. Sengoku called and summoned Carp, reminding him to train well before leaving, which delighted the 4. Grandpa has finally left. This is great, Luffy said happily. All right, let's continue training. Luffy, you still haven't mastered armament hockey. Coming. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. After training for 2 years on Kirbo Mountain, the system rewards you with a Thunder God pirate ship. As the words fell, Ji-chin instantly felt a surge of excitement. This is the pirate ship rewarded by the system. It feels quite nice. However, I should probably wait until I set sail to take it out. It wouldn't be appropriate to do so now. By the way, I should prepare some food to take back. Speaking of which, it has already been 2 years since I arrived in this pirate world. Over the past 2 years, the 4 of them have become good brothers, sleeping and eating together every day. Naturally, after 2 years, all 4 have grown taller, each of them having a balanced height. Ji-chin finished his training and brought food to their secret base. As soon as he arrived, he saw Sabo and Ace kicking Luffy around like a ball. Hey, you two, stop bullying Luffy. Be careful, or I'll bully you too. Damn, Ace and Sabo, Ji-chin is a bit better, Luffy said as he ran over to Ji-chin. Wow, Ji-chin, you brought back so much meat. All of this is raw. We need to cook it first. Hey, you two, stop standing there laughing and come help out. Ace and Sabo shouted in unison, coming. Soon, under the tacit cooperation of the 4, all the meat was cooked. All right, we can eat now. After a while, Luffy patted his bulging belly, mumbling, I'm so full. Ji-chin's grilled meat is the best. Ji-chin smiled, and then looked at Sabo and Ace, asking, I'm going out to sea this afternoon. Are you planning to continue training or come with me? Before Ace and Sabo could respond, Luffy jumped up and shouted, I want to go too. I want to go with you. No. You stay here, Luffy. Your strength is not enough. Wait for us to return. Besides, this time I'm going to a very dangerous island. Luffy immediately lowered his head and said softly, all right, then you guys be careful. Ace and Sabo exchanged glances and smiled. Of course we have to go. This is our first time at sea. Let's eat first. I'll go over there to study the sea route. After saying that, Ji-chin walked straight to the side. System, can you detect the location of the flame fruit? That's right, Ji-chin wants to find the flame fruit. In the original work, Ace discovered the flame fruit on a nameless island in the East Sea. Now Ji-chin simply wants Ace to eat this devil fruit early. Ding. The flame fruit can be detected, and it's very close. Ji-chin instantly felt excited and cautiously asked, can the system guide me? Ding. The host doesn't need to be cautious. This system is merely a sign-in system, but it can also assist the host. So you can take me there. That's good. Ji-chin looked at the route in his mind and felt relieved. Hey, Sabo, it's time to set off. Luffy, take care of the house, and I'll tell you all about it when we return. On the way, Ace asked Ji-chin, do you have a ship? Ji-chin hurriedly replied, oh, I have a ship. You'll know when we get to the shore. Ji-chin quickly communicated with the system, having the pirate ship he just acquired dock at the shore of Windmill Village. When the 3 of them arrived at Windmill Village, as soon as Ji-chin stepped in, a mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for arriving at Windmill Village for the first time. Would you like to sign in? Yes. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the famous sword Flame as well as the goodwill of the villagers of Windmill Village. The sword has been placed in the system backpack and the host can retrieve it at will. Huh, a sword I've never heard of. Well, I'll talk about it when I return. Soon the 3 reached the port and Sabo gaped, looking at the enormous pirate ship before him, his voice trembling. Ji-chin walked over with a smile, patting his 2 brothers on the shoulders, saying, so what do you think? Not bad, right? This ship is called the Thunder God, and it will be my pirate ship from now on. Let's go, we need to get to that small island. With the power of this ship, it only takes an hour. Of course, this was just what the system told Ji-chun. System, let's have you control this ship for now. I don't have enough manpower right now, Ji-chun muttered. Ding. Received host. Soon the thunder god set sail, and the three of them couldn't help but feel excited as they watched the ship move. Ji-chun looked at the two and said, this is the charm of the sea. Being a pirate means being the freest person in this world, so make sure not to leave any regrets in your life. Ace and Sabo nodded heavily after hearing this. Half an hour later, the three of them laid eyes on a solitary island. Ji-chun looked at the two saying, let's go, this is the place I want to come to, and then jumped off the ship ahead of them. Ding. Detected a sign-in eligible island. Would the host like to sign in? Ji-chun was surprised for a moment, then quickly realized. Yes. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the flame fruit. What? The flame fruit? This is quite a coincidence. Ji-chun looked at the fiery red fruit in the system space, feeling a bit attracted to it. Alright, let's go. On the way, the two couldn't help but asked curiously, Ji-chun, what are we here to do? This is just a deserted island. Don't you know I'm a devil fruit user? Yeah, but what does that have to do with the devil fruit? Are you saying there's one here too? Ace asked in shock. Bingo, you got it right, but there's no reward. What we're looking for is a cave or something like that, or a fiery red fruit. That's what we're after. Then the three of them split up to search, and soon Ji-chun found something resembling a notice board. Hey, I found it, you two come quick. Let's see what's written on this notice board. To the fated ones who arrive on this island, if you believe in me, dig up the soil beneath the notice board, and you will gain great power. Ji-chun looked at the notice board and smiled. Dig it up. Then Sabo, you do it. Sabo wasted no time, directly taking out the water pipe on his back, and started digging. Soon he dug up a treasure chest. The three opened the treasure chest, and saw a fruit with flame-like patterns inside. Ji-chun excitedly said, let's head back to Windmill Village and study this fruit. Half an hour later, the three of them arrived at the port of Windmill Village, rushing back to the treehouse. Hey Luffy, we're back. Come down quickly. Yo, Ji-chun, Sabo, Ace, you're back. Is that food in your hands? Ji-chun instantly turned dark and roared, you idiot, if you want to live, don't even think about touching that devil fruit. Remember, don't eat it or you'll explode. After saying that, Ji-chun turned to Ace and Sabo, who were staring in shock. I'm just worried that Luffy will eat this devil fruit. You know, ordinary people will die if they eat 2 devil fruits. Alright, now, let's discuss the distribution of this Logia-type flame fruit. Alright, everyone look at this fruit in my hand. Ji-chun spoke calmly. Since Luffy has already consumed the Goma Goma no Mi, this one shall go to one of you two. Well then, let Ace have it. What are you saying, Sabo? This belongs to you. You're my younger brother. How could an elder brother possibly compete with his sibling for such a thing? You fool, Ace. I'm your elder brother. Don't even think about mounting me and causing chaos. Instantly, the two tumbled into a fierce scuffle. Watching them grow increasingly violent, Ji-chun rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Ji-chun shouted, hey, you two idiots. Just moments ago, you were politely declining each other, and now you're already rolling on the ground punching. Besides, I never said this was the only Logia-type fruit I possess. Sabo and Ace stared at Ji-chun, eyes wide with disbelief. Ji-chun, you have 2 Logia devil fruits. Ji-chun smirked arrogantly, of course. You brats interrupted me before I'd even finished speaking. First bowing and yielding, then brawling like street urchins. Huh. Here's a deal, call me Big Brother, just once, and I'll reveal the second fruit. And let me tell you, it's also a fire tribute Logia. If both of you consume them, you'll be able to unleash devastating combination techniques. Imagine that. How breathtaking it would be. At the vision flashing through their minds, tears of pure envy glistened on their cheeks. No, don't say another word. We'll call you Big Brother, right now. Wait, let's do something extraordinary instead. Let's swear brotherhood. Then we'll truly be 4 brothers, bound by blood and oath. Without hesitation, Ji-chun leapt into the treehouse and retrieved a bottle of bandit wine from his system space. A bottle Dan had inadvertently slipped into the system earlier. The 4 found a level clearing, sat cross-legged upon the earth, and Ji-chun poured wine for each of them, saying as he filled their cups, you 3 must know. Once we drink this sworn brotherhood wine, our bond is sealed. From this day forward, should any one of us fall into peril upon the Grand Line, the others will race across oceans without delay to stand beside him. Luffy, haha, brothers. I finally have brothers. Sabo, then I'll be 3rd brother. Ji-chun, which makes me 2nd brother. Ace, I was supposed to be 2nd brother, but Ji-chun snatched it first. Looks like I'm stuck being eldest brother after all. Ah, Ace, don't fret. You are eldest brother. After all, you're the oldest among us. Ji-chun laughed. What? I'm older than you, Ji-chun. Why am I 3rd brother? Ji-chun glanced coolly at Sabo and replied, then prove it. Defeat me. Sabo let out a sharp, disdainful snort and fell silent. Enough. Now, choose whichever fruit calls to you. Ji-chun withdrew the Mera Mera no Mi from his system space and placed it before Ace and Sabo. This deepered one is the Mera Mera no Mi. Its effects are unknown, though it is certainly Logia class. The paler one beside it is the Yami Yami no Mi, the Flame fruit. Choose wisely. After Ji-chun's explanation, the two hesitated deeply. Until Ace finally made his choice, he selected the Yami Yami no Mi, the very fruit he'd possessed before. Sabo in turn chose the Mera Mera no Mi, acquired by Ji-chun through a system sign-in. Ji-chun smiled faintly. Go ahead, swallow them. If the taste proves unbearable, just take one decisive bite and force it down. Ace opened his mouth wide and devoured 2/3 of the fruit in a single gulp. Almost immediately, Ace's face twisted in agony. Ji-chun interjected promptly. Hey, Ace, swallow it now. Spit it out, and the fruit's power will vanish forever from your body. Gulp. Phew. Finally down. What is this? Tastes like dung. Absolutely revolting. Watching Ace struggle so violently to swallow the devil fruit, Sabo's hand trembled slightly as he gripped the Mera Mera no Mi. Hey, Sabo, why's your hand shaking? Afraid? Ji-chun teased. Who said that? Sabo retorted, and swallowed the entire Mera Mera no Mi in one defiant gulp. No taste at all. Ace exaggerated wildly. Enough banter. You two, focus inward. Feel the new power surging within you. 1 minute later, Ace and Sabo clenched their fists, one hand blazing with white-hot flame, the other wreathed in deep crimson fire, and lunged toward Ji-chun with twin fire fists. Ji-chun turned, just in time to see 2 searing torrents of flame hurtling straight at him. These two. Fine. Time for a lesson. With a flick of his wrist, Ji-chun spread his 5 fingers wide and summoned a colossal thunder tiger, its body crackling with violet lightning, which intercepted both brothers midair. Ji-chun strolled forward grinning. How do you like my violet tiger? And remember, don't presume that newly awakened powers grant you license to ambush me. I've mastered the Raiton no Mi for years. Alright, soon I'll teach you everything I know about Logia development. Study well. But truth be told, I'm genuinely curious about the Crimson Mera Mera no Mi Sabo just consumed. Could you describe it? This fruit doesn't appear in any known devil fruit compendium. Sabo smiled faintly. This is the Mera Mera no Mi. Similar to Ace, yet the name itself hints at combustion. Perhaps it allows one to burn life force itself. It may resemble Ace's, but don't waste energy dreaming up life-burning techniques. With us by your side, who'd ever need you to sacrifice yourself? Over the following days, Ji-chun meticulously taught them every technique Ace had developed for the Yami Yami no Mi in the original timeline, leaving comprehension entirely up to their own insight and diligence. In daily training, the 4 brothers honed Luffy's devil fruit abilities, using Sabo or Ace, both Logia users, as living targets to sharpen Luffy's aim. Hey, Sabo, don't move. Here I come, Goma Gomu. Just as Luffy drew back his arm, Sabo, 50 meters away, shouted, Stop. Stop right there. That little rascal's cheating. What's going on? Ji-chun turned sharply toward them. Sabo instantly ignited into flames and surged forward, hammering Luffy with a blazing fist. You rotten brat, Luffy, trying to murder your own elder brother, who uses haka-hardened fists against family. Ji-chun sighed, massaging his temples with a wry smile. You two sorted out, I'm off. His indifference wasn't negligence. It had happened countless times before. Every time Luffy raised his fist, he instinctively coated it in armament hockey. And for precisely that reason, he'd been soundly thrashed by Ace and Sabo more times than anyone could count. Ji-chun watched serenely as Sabo pummeled Luffy, who fled sobbing across the field. This feeling, truly exquisite. System, open attribute panel. Host Ji-chun, age 12. Strength, 123. Note, average human 10. Speed, 134. Spirit, 200. Constitution, 152. Devil fruit ability, Raiton no Mi Logia class, lightning fruit. Hockey observation, hockey beginner, armament hockey beginner, conquerors hockey dormant. Possessions, Raiden pirate ship, Mido Retsuka, blazing fire. Special abilities, none. Oh right, I recall acquiring a legendary blade earlier. Haven't examined it yet. Quick, system. Retrieve Retsuka. Instantly the system materialized Retsuka. Ji-chun studied the sword, his admiration deepening, then asked system, is this a Ryakoto? Ding. Host, how delightfully dense. Retsuka is one of the Daikakudo Juniko, the 12 supreme blades, specifically the famed Retsuka. It is a system-bestowed reward, unavailable anywhere in this world of pirates. So it is a Daikakudo, not yet a Kakudo, but soon we'll be comrades. Let's strive together. Ji-chun unsheathed Retsuka and was instantly flooded with exhilaration. Flames, countless dancing eternal, coiled along the blade's length like living serpents. What a revelation. I'd assumed I'd need to master fire-infused sword techniques, but no, every slash I deliver will blaze with fire. I can even synchronize Retsuko with my Raiton no Mi, forging lightning Ganflame combos unlike anything seen before. Ah, invincibility. Just imagine. What foe could possibly stand against me? Ha ha ha. As Ji-chun chuckled foolishly, Luffy, Ace, and Sabo silently appeared before him. Ji-chun blinked awake, to find all three standing inches from his face. Hey, do you know people can die from fright? Moi. What's that in your hand? Oh, this. It's a sword. Since I never took to steel pipes, I stored it in the house earlier. Today, training begins in earnest. Right, let's begin practice. On a certain day, 3 years later, Ji-chun woke up early. However, he noticed a note beside his blanket. What is this? A piece of paper with writing on it. Ji-chun shouted, wake up you two. You're sleeping like pigs. It's time to eat. Food. Where is it? Save some for me. The two immediately woke up. Damn it. Is it wrong to call you awake? Look around, who's missing? The two looked around, and Ace suddenly shouted, where's Sabo? That's strange. Did he go practice new moves? Ji-chun handed the note to Ace, signaling him to read it first. Ace took the note with suspicion, and then his pupils widened as he shouted, that bastard Sabo, how could he leave without saying goodbye? So we should first check the port in Windmill Village for any trace of him. Ji-chun grabbed Luffy and transformed into lightning, flying towards Windmill Village, with Ace following closely behind. When the three arrived at Windmill Village, Ji-chun noticed that the villagers were not in high spirits. Ace directly asked the sorrowful Makino what happened. Ji-chun and Luffy also stared intently at Makino. Sabo was blown into the sea, and we don't know if he's alive or dead. The three were stunned upon hearing this news. Ji-chun was the first to react, quickly asking, Makino, please explain in detail what happened. Makino stopped crying and slowly recounted, this morning while I was opening the shop, I saw Sabo. He was exceptionally happy today and greeted me. Then he jumped onto a merchant ship that was flying a pirate flag, and while he was rowing, he coincidentally passed by a particularly luxurious ship. The people on that ship suddenly aimed a cannon at the small boat where Sabo was, and the whole boat was blown to pieces. Sabo disappeared, and many villagers saw it just now. It's over. Ace looked at Ji-chun and shouted, what do you mean it's over? I mean Sabo is in grave danger, and the ship Makino just saw should be that of the celestial dragons because ordinary people wouldn't use such luxurious ships. Ace and Luffy looked puzzled and asked, what are celestial dragons? Seeing their confusion, Ji-chun began to explain. Celestial dragons are the descendants of 19 out of the 20 kingdoms that formed the world government 800 years ago. They consider themselves the creators and gods, and if offended, the Navy and CP organizations will intervene to protect them. So if Sabo encounters those guys, I'm afraid Sabo has already. Ji-chun could not finish his sentence, but Ace and Luffy understood. Luffy pulled down his hat, trying hard not to cry, while Ace went straight to the highest point in Windmill Village. Ace, Luffy, you both need to keep your spirits up. I've already thought about it. If I set sail and encounter a celestial dragon, I'll kill one. That would be revenge for Sabo. Don't be sad. Luffy wants to be the pirate king, and Ace and Sabo want to be the freest people in the world. I want to have companions and eliminate all celestial dragons. We are all working towards this goal. We shouldn't wallow in sadness. We should strive to train harder. Ji-chun naturally knew the plot, and he said this to comfort them. The two lifted their heads to look into Ji-chun's gentle eyes, and then they both shouted in unison, of course. Haha, this is the Ace and Luffy I know. As the three just returned to Corvo Mountain, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in Ji-chun's mind. Ding! The system detects the host's determination and issues a long-term task: kill all celestial dragons. Each celestial dragon killed will yield substantial rewards. Task progress 0. What? It was just to boost their confidence. I didn't expect this to trigger a task. Damn system, I feel like retracting it. Retract. Ding. Friendly reminder to the host: tasks that have been issued cannot be retracted. Please do your best to complete the task. Note there is no deadline for this task. Ji-chun sighed deeply. Sigh, it seems I can only honestly complete the task. Ding. System friendly reminder: please stop overthinking and focus on training. Ugh, so annoying. Isn't it fine to dream? Without dreams, how are we different from salted fish? One morning a year later. What? You want to set sail? Luffy looked at Ace in astonishment. In contrast, Ji-chun remained much calmer. Oh, come on, Luffy, Ace is already 18. It's about time he set sail. Just in time, I also plan to set sail. Let's go together, Ace. I don't want that old man from your family to come and drag me off to become a marine while I'm still in Windmill Village, and besides, I'm strong enough now. Ji-chun, I won't let you be my captain, so give up on that idea. I'm going to form my own pirate crew. Cough, don't misunderstand. I've always known you to be a self-reliant person, so I'm just offering to take you on my pirate ship until we reach the next town, and then I'll drop you off. Besides, what can you do with that little sailboat of yours? Well, alright then. I'll take your ship to the next town. Moreover, over the years I've built up quite a bit of pirate funds with Sabo enough to buy a big ship. Luffy watched the two anxiously, and Ji-chin noticed Luffy's state and asked, "What's wrong, Luffy? You don't look so good." Ji-chin, Ace, you're both setting sail. What am I supposed to do? Ace laughed and said, Luffy, you've grown up. You're not the crybaby you used to be. Your two older brothers are setting sail now. You can set sail when you turn 17. It's too early for you now. That's right, Luffy, don't worry. Grandpa Garp hasn't come around for a long time. He's probably busy with some mission and won't have time to come and catch you. After Ji-chun and Ace finished speaking, Luffy's nervousness began to fade. Ace looked at Ji-chun and said, Hey Ji-chun, we're leaving. Let's go visit Dayton. After all, we've caused him quite a bit of trouble over the years. Alright, let's go. The three of them slowly made their way to the bandits' lair. Hey Dayton, Ji-chun and I are setting sail. You won't have anyone bothering you anymore. Oh, by the way, that bottle of bandit wine I stole from you was Ace's doing. Don't worry, when I have time to come back, I'll definitely bring you some good wine. Inside, Dayton turned his back. Boss, Ji-chun and Ace have already left. Aren't you going to see them off? Said the bandit Magra to Dayton. Those two brats finally left. Well, they finally left, but I still wish them a safe journey. Meanwhile, alright Ace, come up. The Thunder God has finished charging and is ready to set sail. Oh, coming. Ace jumped onto the Thunder God. Ji-chin looked down at the villagers of Windmill Village and was surprised to see so many villagers come to see them off. The village chief said, Hey Ji-chin, Ace, you two take care. Even though you've become pirates, you'll always be part of Windmill Village. Makino said, Ji-chin, Ace, be sure to come back and visit us. The others also said various things to Ji-chun and Ace. The two smiled on the ship, watching their farewells. Alright, let's set sail for Shell's town. The Thunder God slowly moved forward. Ace, there should be a ship for sail in the next town. But are you really going to get off the ship? If you don't, I can make you the vice-captain of the Thunder God Pirates. Ace stared at Ji-chun in shock. Shameless. I've already said I want to form my own pirate crew. You still want to pull me onto your ship? No way. If you don't want to, then don't. Anyway, my bounty will definitely be higher than yours in the future. Ace laughed and replied, You wish. My bounty will definitely be higher than yours. Mine will be higher. Mine will be higher than yours. The two argued about whose bounty would be higher and lower, and before they knew it, the Thunder God pirate ship had already docked at Shell's town. Ji-chun watched as Ace transformed into flames and flew down. Aw, thanks Ji-chun. Let's part ways here. I'm going to buy a ship and we'll be back. Ji-chun chuckled. This guy is really in a hurry. Ding. Congratulations, host, for reaching Shell's town for the first time. You've earned a chance to sign in. Would you like to sign in? That was quick. Signing in now. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Sword Master cultivation level and 10 million berries. Reward distribution complete. As the system's voice faded, Ji-chun felt a qualitative leap in his swordsmanship. I really want to test this Sword Master cultivation level, haha. By the way, this is Shell's town. I wonder if Zoro is here in the original story. If he is, I definitely need to recruit him into my Thunder God pirates. Not long after, Ji-chun, with a fiery red sword at his waist, entered the market of Shell's town. He approached a stall with a grin and asked, Miss, do you know a person named Roronoa Zoro? As soon as he finished speaking, the woman whom Ji-chun referred to as Miss suddenly looked displeased. Looks like I won't get any information. Then Ji-chun directly went from stall to stall asking, but after asking a dozen stalls, he still hadn't gotten the information he wanted. I'm just asking about Zoro. Why do these people look so terrified? An elderly voice entered Ji-chun's ears. Old man, do you know Zoro's situation? Can you tell me? What old man? Just call me old man. You want to know about Zoro? Can I ask why? I just formed a pirate crew and want to recruit him. Besides, I'm not exactly a notorious pirate. I see. Let me tell you about Zoro. He came to Shell's town a year ago, becoming a pirate hunter. After that, he started hunting pirates everywhere, and because of this, he's been called a beast in human skin. The beast Zoro is also the title on his bounty. A few days ago, he helped a little girl out in a restaurant and was captured by Colonel Monko of the Navy and exposed to the sun in the Navy base. So the Zoro you're looking for is currently in the Navy base. Ji-chun suddenly understood. I see now. Thank you very much, old man. I'm going to find Zoro. The old man said nothing more, silently watching Ji-chun walk away. Ji-chun finally found the naval base after questioning a nearby vendor. This is the naval base, but there are no guards around. How do we get in? Should we just break in? Ji-chun then noticed a wall beside the naval base. There's a wall here too. I remember the original story said that behind the wall is where Zoro was tied up. Ji-chun leaped over the wall and immediately saw Zoro tightly bound on a cross. As Ji-chun jumped down, Zoro raised his head to look at him. Haha, is this the beast known as Roronoa Zoro? That gaze is quite terrifying. Despite this, Ji-chun approached Zoro with a smile on his face. At that moment, a deep voice sounded. Hey, who are you? Why are you here? Ji-chun cheerfully replied, I came to find you. I've heard of the famous pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro, and specifically came to invite you to join my pirate crew. What do you say, Zoro? Zoro flatly rejected. Don't even think about it. I will not join you to become a pirate. You can give up on that idea. Oh, may I ask you a question? What is your dream, Roronoa Zoro? What? My dream? Of course it is to become the world's greatest swordsman. Jichin laughed. You can't even keep your own life. How can you talk about becoming the world's greatest swordsman? I will give you 5 minutes to join me as a pirate. I can guarantee your safety and take care of those who want to kill you. If you refuse, I will just walk away. Let me remind you, if you lose your life, how will you achieve your dream? Zoro stared blankly at Jichin's smiling face before suddenly bursting into laughter. You are right. If I lose my life, how can I achieve my dream? I will join you and become part of your pirate crew. Jichin smiled at Zoro and said, Congratulations on making a wise choice. Welcome to my Thunder God pirate crew. My name is Ji-chun. However, Zoro then said to Ji-chun, Hey Ji-chun, I've lost my swords. They should be in the naval base. Can you help me find them? I have 3 swords. Don't worry, leave it to me. I'll be back to help you out. After saying that, Ji-chun ran directly towards the naval base. Inside the naval base, Ji-chun walked while recalling. I remember Zoro's swords were either placed by Monka or someone else in a supply room, but how do I find them in such a large naval base? Forget it, he'll just grab a naval soldier and ask. Soon after, Ji-chun unexpectedly bumped into a small team of soldiers. Hey, who are you and why are you in the naval base? Ji-chun smirked and said, here I am. Ji-chun then used his devil fruit ability to unleash a lightning strike, turning into a purple lightning chilin that charged towards the team, instantly knocking down 5 men, leaving their fates unknown. The remaining soldiers stood frozen in fear, looking at Ji-chun. Thankfully, I left one alive, otherwise how would I find my way around such a large naval base? Hey naval trash, I need to ask you something. If you don't tell the truth, it'll send you straight to hell. Do you understand? The naval soldier trembled and replied, Master, what do you want to ask? I will tell you everything I know, I swear. Alright, you know the person you've tied up outside, right? Why, yes, I know the pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro. Where have you thrown his 3 swords? Take me to them, or I will kill you. Ji-chin threatened directly. 2 will take you there right away, please don't kill me. Saying this, the soldier led Ji-chun to a supply room on the 2nd floor. As soon as Ji-chun opened the door, he saw 3 swords placed on top along with a Wado Ikamanji and 2 other swords he did not recognize. These should be the 3 swords. Ji-chin found a bag and packed the 3 swords. He turned around and saw the soldier still standing there, causing him to smile. This made the soldier feel a chill run down his spine, thinking, this guy isn't planning to kill me and silence me, is he? I should have run away earlier, now I'm doomed. Hey naval trash, what are you thinking? Hurry and take me to Colonel Monka's office. I want to kill him. And don't even think about taking any detours or he'll kill you first. The soldier trembled and said, Why yes, of course, please follow me. Ji-chin was then led to the office door. This should be it. Ji-chin kicked the office door down with 1 foot, shattering it to pieces. Inside, the 2 men shouted, Who did this? Are you looking to die? Oh, it's you 2. I didn't expect it. You 2 can die together now. It was indeed Monka and Barumabur. Who are you? Ji-chun raised an eyebrow at the 2 men. You don't need to know. After all, you both are going to die. Knowing too much isn't good, right? Bastard, you deserve to die. You have quite the attitude. I honestly don't care about killing you, but you still have to die. Ji-chun didn't even need to use his devil fruit ability against the 2. He simply drew his flaming sword and unleashed a slash infused with haki towards Monka, who didn't even have time to react before he was dead. Barumabur stood frozen, staring at Monka's lifeless body that was still warm, and instantly realized he was facing a killing god. He immediately knelt down, banging his head on the ground, pleading, Please don't kill me. I will change my ways. Just let me go. I remember you once humiliated Roronoa Zoro, right? 2 was just being foolish for a moment. Please spare me, hero. Ji-chin smiled at Barumabur and said, I can throw you out of this window, but whether you live or die depends on your luck. As soon as Ji-chin finished speaking, Barumabur felt his body lift off the ground. Ji-chin approached the window, let go with his left hand, and Barumabur fell straight down, creating a large crater on the ground. Ji-chin, carrying Zoro's 3 swords, jumped out of the window and swiftly appeared in front of Zoro. Alright, let me free you. Oh, by the way, Colonel Monka from this naval base has been killed by me. As for Monka's son who just fell, he should have humiliated you, right? I just threw him from the 2nd floor, whether he lives or dies depends on his luck. My crew are not people he can humiliate. Ji-chun patted Zoro on the shoulder and smiled. Let's go. First we need to stock up on supplies, then set off to the next island. Then the 2 of them arrived at the market, but Ji-chun was surprised to see that all the vendors had suddenly run away. Ji-chun shouted, If anyone runs away, he'll go on a killing spree. Instantly, all the vendors stopped in their tracks, looking at Ji-chun and Zoro in fear. My crew is not something you people can disdain. We just want to stock up on supplies. If anyone dares not to sell, he'll kill you. The supply replenishment process went exceptionally smoothly, and the 2 soon arrived at the port where the Thunder God was docked. Wow, this is your ship. It's so big. This is my first time seeing such a large pirate ship, Zoro exclaimed. Ha ha ha, it's nothing at all. Hurry and get on board. Jichin then showed Zoro around different parts of the ship. Right now I haven't recruited all the partners I need, so I can only let this ship sail on its own. Alright, let's prepare to head to the next island. The Thunder God responded accordingly. Oh, by the way, Zoro, you can call me Ji-chan or Captain or even Boss if you prefer. Also, I'm very protective of my crew, so I was a bit angry with how those people treated you. As you saw, I almost killed them just now. Zoro smiled and said, I understand. I must have saved the galaxy in my past life to meet such a good captain like you. You know that's good enough. Alright, let's prepare a meal. You haven't eaten for several days, have you? Ji-chun directly placed the food he bought from Zierzi town on the table. Our next destination is Cocoa West Village, which will take about 3 days to reach. By the way, boss, I remember you have a fire sword at your waist. Are you also a swordsman? Technically speaking, I'm not a swordsman. My main means of attack is lightning. Ji-chun said, transforming his arm into a bolt of lightning. Zoro blinked in confusion and asked what kind of ability allows you to turn your arm into lightning. Ji-chun smiled helplessly. Haven't you heard of the devil fruit? Devil fruits are divided into 3 types: Paramecia Zoan and Logia. The one I consumed belongs to the Logia type, allowing my body to transform into lightning. However, those who eat a devil fruit are cursed by the sea and cannot swim. That's how it is. Zoro suddenly understood. I see. I usually only use swordsmanship when I find my enemies difficult to deal with. Of course, if I think my opponent is too weak, I won't hesitate to draw my sword. Ji-chin slapped his forehead. I almost forgot. As your captain, I'll teach you a new power. Pay attention to my hand. After saying this, Ji-chun wrapped his arm in armament haki, and his arm turned completely black. Zoro was instantly dumbfounded. What kind of ability is this? Oh, this is called armament haki. If you master this ability, you can hit those with Logia powers, and you can also wrap armament haki around your sword. This way your sword won't suffer any damage in battle. So what do you think? Do you want to learn it? I'll teach you. Why does it sound a bit strange? But boss, I want to learn. Zoro's eyes sparkled with excitement. Alright then, come with me. I'll teach you how to use armament haki. For the next 3 days, Zoro immersed himself in learning armament haki. Soon the two finally arrived at the port of Cocoa West Village. Hey boss, look, why are there fishmen guarding the entrance of Cocoa West Village? Ji-chin thought to himself, has the evil dragon pirate crew occupied Cocoa West Village so soon? They look quite strange and don't seem like good people. Let's disguise ourselves and go into the village to ask the locals. Then the two entered the cabin to change their appearances, ultimately disguising themselves as 2 merchants. Ji-chun, for the safety of the Thunder God, moved the ship to the side of Cocoa West Village and stored it in the system space. Zoro was left dumbfounded, but he didn't ask too many questions. Ji-chun took Zoro to a blind spot at the edge of Cocoa West Village, then approached 2 fishmen. The fishmen glared fiercely at the two, arrogantly asking, hey, what are you two here for? Dear fishmen, we are merchants. We've heard that the oranges in this village are particularly good, so we came to collect some. 300 berries as a toll for you two to enter. Ji-chun promptly took out 300 berries and successfully entered the village. Zoro coldly asked, boss, what should we do now? There aren't any taverns here, so let's first ask the villagers where the village chief's house is. After all, the village chief knows the most about this village. Then the two knocked on a villager's door, and soon after the first household they knocked on opened. Ji-chin smiled kindly and said, hello, we are merchants from another village. Could I ask if you know where the village chief's house is? Perhaps because Ji-chun had a kind face, the villager quickly told him, let's go find the village chief to understand the situation. The two twisted and turned along the main road until they arrived at the village chief's door. Ji-chun knocked on the door of the village chief's house, and a male voice quickly came from inside. The door opened, revealing a middle-aged man who looked somewhat haggard. Who are you? We are bounty hunters. We want to learn about the situation here. Would the village chief be willing to discuss it with us? The village chief sighed and said, you can come in. Ji-chun and the others entered the room, and the village chief brought them special orange juice. Village chief, we want to understand why there are fishmen in this village, and there were also 2 fishmen at the entrance when we came in. This matter is a long story. A year ago, a pirate ship suddenly descended upon Cocoa West Village. The captain of that pirate crew, the evil dragon, announced the occupation of this place and demanded that we pay 100 berries as protection money every month. If anyone refuses to pay, they would be killed. So far, over 10 people have died in our village, and now those fishmen are in the evil dragon park in the village's center. That's how it is. Zoro's expression turned dark as he coldly said to Ji-chun, boss, should we take action now? There's no rush. I remember today is the beginning of the month, and those fishmen should come to collect protection money again. We'll take them all out then. Ji-chun wore a cruel smile. The village chief anxiously reminded, you two, I appreciate your intentions, but you might not be able to defeat those fishmen. There are over 40 of them. Oh, village chief, don't worry. We are bounty hunters. Dealing with a pirate with a bounty of 32 million isn't a problem. Rest assured your nightmare is about to end. By the way, village chief, this orange juice is quite delicious. I wonder if there's any left. Huh, I'll go get it for you. After saying that, the village chief went to get them some orange juice. Chief, there seems to be sobbing coming from outside. What's going on? Ji-chan spoke, and the two immediately opened the door and stepped outside. Zoro spoke with cold, murderous intent. It's these fishmen. They're extorting protection money. Indeed. Who would have thought such wretched fishmen could now protect humans, and even demand tribute? How utterly absurd. Ji-chan fixed his gaze upon the three fishmen collecting protection fees and said to Zoro, Zoro, eliminate them. Make sure no witnesses remain. Understood, chief. Ji-chan then strolled leisurely toward the fishmen. Hey, you over there, fishmen. Are you ready to die? The fishmen looked up, only to see several razor-sharp slashes hurtling toward them. With no time to evade, all three fell dead on the spot. Ji-chan approached calmly. Well done, Zoro. Though a pity these three fishmen carried no bounty. He then turned to the surrounding villagers and offered a gentle, reassuring smile. We are the Raijin pirates, but we've come solely to claim Arlong's head. His bounty stands at 32 million berries. From afar, the village chief of Kokoyashi village hurried forward. Thank you both. Truly, we owe you everything. But now that you've slain these three fishmen, Arlong will never let you go unpunished. Please leave at once. When he arrives, you'll simply pay him more bellies. Oh, chief, spare us the lecture. We're heading straight for Arlong now, then departing. His head makes a fine reward after all. Let's go, Zoro. As the two set off toward Arlong Park, a girl with vibrant orange hair burst through the crowd. Are you really going to challenge Arlong? Please flee this place at once. Many pirates have tried before, and all were slaughtered by him. Don't worry, this isn't for your sake. Even if I perish, bear no guilt, I seek only his bounty. Having spoken, Ji-chan and Zoro resumed their march toward Arlong Park, and soon stood before its gates. Arlong truly knew how to indulge himself, reclining in a lounge chair beneath a parasol, a glass of red wine in hand. This one truly deserves death. As Ji-chan spoke, a squad of merfolk approached. Among them, an octopus wielding 6 blades caught Ji-chan's attention. Kabo. Ji-chan glanced at Zoro and smiled. Zoro, vice captain of the Raijin pirates. These underlings are yours to deal with. They'll confront the one inside. Zoro gave a chilling, frostbitten smile. Rest assured, captain, I'll eradicate them without fail. As Ji-chan turned to face Arlong, he paused and issued one final instruction to Zoro. Listen, Zoro, leave that pink octopus half alive. Don't kill him. With that, Ji-chan strode onward toward Arlong. Well, a fishman once sold as a slave now lounges like royalty. These words ignited Arlong's fury instantly. You wretch, he'll make you suffer. He'll beat you half to death, then torture you until your last breath. His deranged shriek echoed into Ji-chan's ears. Ji-chan studied Arlong intently. So, you were once enslaved. Is that why your mind has fractured so completely? You're the slave? Your entire family is. The moment the words left his mouth, Arlong lunged forward, launching a furious assault. Finding Arlong's frenzied demeanor almost comical, Ji-chan decided to toy with him. Calmly, he dissolved into crackling lightning before the attack could land. Arlong's strike struck empty air. Damn it, what devilish power is this? Oh, so you're a little shark, are you? Little sharks throwing a tantrum. That's hardly becoming. You fool. I'm not some little shark. I'm a sawtooth shark. Die. TSK tisk. I've consumed a devil fruit, the Logia type no less. Tell me, little shark, why throw away your life so recklessly? With a roar, the little shark flung open his massive jaws and charged headlong at Ji-chan. Seeing this, Ji-chan ceased evading and uttered those famously arrogant words. Have you ever been kicked by lightning? His left foot erupted with thunderous energy, slamming hard into Arlong's abdomen. The impact sent Arlong writhing on the ground, convulsing violently from the searing electric shock. Ji-chan continued taunting. Oh, little shark, already finished. You dare collect protection money here in Kokoyashi village. You're practically handing me your bounty, 32 million berries. If you don't rise soon, I'll sever your head myself and claim the reward. At those words, Arlong sprang upright from the ground, eyes locked fiercely onto Ji-chan. Hey, what's with that glare? Do you really wish to die? Enough. Zoro's already finished his task. I must conclude mine swiftly. Ji-chan drew his long blade and unleashed a blazing crimson slash. In an instant, Arlong perished. How dull. Far too effortless. Zoro, as vice captain of the Raijin pirates, you shall sever Arlong's head for the bounty. He'll check on Kabu first. Ji-chan strode forward and stood before the gravely wounded octopus. Do you know why I ordered Zoro to spare your life? Why? Because you saved Rayleigh's life, so I owe you yours. Now crawl back to the sea. Should you perish en route, do not blame me. to sail all the way from the New World to this tiny East Blue village, to terrorize its people. Only your debt to Rayleigh spared you, my blade. Begone. Ji-chun seized Kabu, marched him to the cliff's edge, and with a powerful overhead toss hurled the octopus deep into the ocean. Returning to Arlong Park's entrance, Ji-chun found himself surrounded by villagers gazing at him with awe, as if he were a hero. Unaccustomed to such adulation, he could only offer an awkward smile. The villagers lifted Ji-chun and Zoro onto their shoulders, tossing them joyfully into the air. All right, put us down. Phew, that was close, Ji-chun sighed, patting his chest. The village chief stepped forward. Heroes, both of you. I speak for our entire village, thank you. Thank you for liberating us. He bowed deeply before Ji-chun and Zoro. Ji-chun replied coolly, this was mere mutual interest. I sought his bounty, you sought his expulsion. That we crossed paths was simply your fortune. Well then, nothing further remains. We take our leave. Let's go, Zoro. Just as Jiang-chun and Zoro were preparing to return to the ship, the village chief called out to them. Oh great heroes, please don't rush off. At least let us show our hospitality to you heroes. Before Jiang-chun could respond, a squad of Navy soldiers arrived at the village entrance. Seeing the leading officer, Jiang-chun couldn't help but laugh. Haha, how did you, a Navy colonel, end up looking like a rat? Are you perhaps a rat colonel? Hey, I am a Navy officer. There's no need to make a big deal out of this. We're here to ask you to hand over the members of the evil dragon pirate crew for us to imprison. Jiang-chun frowned slightly, then quickly understood the situation. I thought, how could this sawtooth shark be so rampant in the East Sea? It turns out he has a trashy navy like you backing him. You must be getting a nice cut every month. A look at how fat all your Navy soldiers are. You must be getting quite a bit of profit. The rat colonel seemed to be enraged and directly charged at Jiang-chun. Hey, my captain is not someone everyone can challenge. Zoro swung his sword and struck the rat colonel's arm, severing it cleanly. Zoro, deal with these Navy soldiers. I want to keep the rat colonel alive to interrogate him about where the berries are hidden. With a cruel smile, Zoro dashed forward. Half a second later, all the Navy soldiers lay dead, leaving only the rat colonel huddled on the ground. Hey rat, where are those stolen berries of yours? Well, what berries? I don't know. Moi. Even in the face of death, you still love money. How interesting. Since you like money so much, then you can die besides him, not really in need of money. After saying this, Jiang-chun summoned lightning in his hand and turned the rat into ash. After dealing with the rat and his crew, Jiang-chun turned and smiled slightly. Everyone, you can now rest easy. The mastermind has been dealt with. From now on, you can live well. Jiang-chun turned to Zoro and said, Zoro, they should have come on a warship. Go check if there's any berries or gold on board. If there is, pack it all up. Jiang-chun was cheerfully chatting with the villagers. Just then a girl with orange hair approached him. Jiang-chun felt a sense of familiarity looking at the girl. Do you need something? The girl nodded and said, Captain Jiang-chun, hello, my name is Nami. I have aspired to draw maps of all the seas since I was young, and I also know some navigation skills. I wonder if I could join you. Just as Jiang-chun was about to respond, Zoro returned with a bag of loot. Boss, hey, race a pile of berries and gold. Should we move it to our own ship? Jiang-chun thought for a moment and looked back at the villagers, sighing. Let's give a third of this to the village. He then handed the villagers about 30 million berries. As they were about to leave, Nami called out to Jiang-chun. Captain Jiang-chun, you haven't answered my question yet. Zoro looked utterly confused. Jiang-chun suddenly turned serious and looked at Nami, saying, I am a laid-back person, but I do not want a partner who only knows how to swindle treasures. I heard you often trick other pirates out of their loot. Nami fell silent and stood there, tears quietly flowing down her cheeks. Let's go, Zoro. Captain Jiang-chun, please take me on board. If I betray you, you can kill me. Not far into their departure, Jiang-chun and Zoro heard Nami's heart-wrenching voice and paused slightly. Jiang-chun thought to himself, I've already rejected you this much, yet you still want to join my ship. Wouldn't it be better to go to Luffy's ship when he sets sail? Luffy, don't blame me, I didn't mean to. I am really at a loss with you. Fine, but no tests. From today on, you are the navigator of my Thunder God pirate crew. You go get ready, we will set sail to the next town, Log Town. Soon after a quarter of an hour, Nami arrived before Jiang-chun with a backpack. I will give you 10 minutes, go say goodbye to the people in your village. Nami hugged everyone and quickly caught up with Jiang-chun. Jiang-chun looked at Nami, momentarily taken aback. He thought, why does it look like this girl has grown? Or is she just stuffing her chest full of wallets? All right, time to set sail for the next town, Log Town. Just as Jiang-chun was discussing some matters with Zoro, Nami suddenly removed her top. This caught both of them off guard. Hey, Nami, what are you doing? Just then, many wallets fell from Nami, causing the villagers to start searching for their missing wallets. Oh no, village chief, Nami stole all our wallets. Oh no, I had 1,000 berries in that wallet, now it's gone. What's that? I had 10,000 berries in my wallet. The village chief looked on with a smile as this unfolded. Meanwhile, on the Thunder God ship, Jiang-chun and Zoro watched in shock. Goodness, you have so many wallets on you. No wonder I thought your chest looked a bit bulging, but it turns out there was more than meets the eye. I have to give you a thumbs up for that. Nami blushed at Jiang Chen's praise. All right, you stay here. I will prepare some ingredients for a welcome feast for our new partner. Zoro, come help me get ready. What? Boss, why do I have to go too? Of course, you're now a mature first mate, so you need to help me. Nami looked at the two bickering and couldn't help but chuckle. She then stood up and walked to the kitchen. Hey, Captain Zoro, do you need my help? Jiching paused, looking at Nami's sweet smile, and instinctively replied, forget it, how could a girl possibly cook? Nami felt offended by Jiching's words and angrily rolled up her sleeves. Who says I can't cook? Today I'll show you just how delicious my cooking can be. Jiching hesitated and said, is that really okay? After all, you just joined the crew. It's fine, Captain, Nami said, and then busily got to work on her own. Jiching smiled helplessly. After a while, Jiching looked at the delicious food in front of him and rubbed his eyes in disbelief, asking Nami, did you really make all this? While Jiching and Zoro had only prepared simple dishes of meat and bones, Nami's creations were exquisite delicacies, leaving Jiching quite astonished. Zoro chimed in at the right moment, saying, TCH, Captain, don't let her fool you, maybe they just look good, but they might taste terrible. Bang! Zoro was sent flying. Damn woman, how can you be so violent? He said, covering his face with a comical expression. Who told you to talk bad about me? I didn't want to show my violent side in the first place. PFF, ha ha ha, Zoro, you deserve that. All right, everyone come eat. Jiching tried to mediate. The three of them raised their glasses to toast. Okay, let's welcome Nami aboard. Now we finally have our own navigator. The three of them immediately began to eat. Jiching rushed straight for Nami's dishes. Not bad, Nami's cooking is really delicious. Our crew is truly multi-talented. Even the navigator can cook. Let's trouble Nami with the cooking for now. They'll look for a suitable chef to bring on board in a couple of days. Nami smiled slightly and nodded, then shot a fierce glare at Zoro. After dinner, the three of them headed to the conference room on the Thunder God ship for the first meeting of the Thunder God Pirates. Ahem, the first meeting of the Thunder God Pirates is now in session. Today we have two issues to discuss. The first issue is who will take charge of our finances. Haha, everyone can feel free to respond. Zoro expressed his lack of interest while a glance from the corner of his eye caught Nami's greedy eyes, making him scoff. Zoro immediately said, how about you handle it, Captain? I don't approve of giving it to this woman. Nami retorted angrily, damn Zoro, what do you mean by that? All right, you two calm down. I actually think Nami is suitable for it. The second issue is about your swords, Zoro. Those two nameless swords of yours need to be replaced. Even I, who rarely uses a sword, can tell they no longer suit you. So let's get you a new one in Loketown. Here'll give you 1,000,000 berries to use for now. Jiching slapped his forehead and said, oh right. He waved his hand, and suddenly a small mountain of berries and gold appeared before the three of them. This is about tens of millions of berries here. Captain, how did you just do that? Jiching looked puzzled. You are wondering how these things appeared out of nowhere, right? I wrapped them in my lightning and directly absorbed them into my body. So when I need something, I can just manifest it. But I'm not sure if it works for other natural types. Meanwhile, Nami's attention was entirely on the berries. Jiching chuckled softly. Nami, why don't you take this treasure to the treasure room? Zoro, and I will head out for a bit. After saying that, Jiching pulled Zoro and used Thunder God speed to get to the deck. Captain, why are we leaving so quickly? Do you want to be made to do hard labor by Nami? Zoro finally realized, but it's good to have a captain like theirs. All right, you haven't mastered Conqueror's Haki yet. You can go to the gym and train for now. Just then, as Jiching finished speaking, a seagull flew in from the sky carrying a newspaper in its chest. Oh, cowardly seagull. As the delivery seagull landed on the railing, Jiching reached for it, and the seagull flapped its wings. What? And it wants money. Fine, I'll give you 100 berries. Soon Jiching got the newspaper, from which 2 bounty notices fell out stating Jiching's bounty 67 million berries alive or dead. Roronoa, Zoro's bounty 34 million berries alive or dead. Damn Marines, such a small bounty, and why did they give me this title of Thunderflame? Forget your Thunderflame. Your whole family is the Thunderflame, damn it. Zoro added, could it be that, Captain, you're a lightning fruit user, and that sword of yours is why you're called Thunderflame? Hearing Zoro's words, Jiching thought carefully. That's true, but I won't admit to that title in the captain of the Thunder God Pirates. But thinking about it, Zoro, you've actually become smarter. Not bad, ha ha ha. Zoro's face darkened, and he immediately fell silent. All right, go train. It will take us about 2 weeks to reach Loketown. Ding. The host has received a super recording pointer as a reward. In his sleep, Jichun slowly opened his eyes and saw the recording pointer before him. Is this the recording pointer? Could it be a reward from the system? Jichun directly called out to the system. Hey system, did you secretly reward me with the recording pointer while I wasn't paying attention? Ding. In light of the host recruiting a navigator, a super recording pointer has been specially awarded. Oh, what is a super recording pointer? Ding. Please explore on your own host. Just as Ji-chin exited the system, Zoro's voice rang out from outside. Hey Captain, we've arrived at the port of Loketown. Captain, are you awake? Ji-chin opened the door and stepped outside. I'm awake, so let's disembark. Ji-chun patted his head and turned to hand the recording pointer to Nami. What is this? A recording pointer. Oh, our beautiful navigator knows about this too. That's right, this is the recording pointer. All right, Nami, there are berries in the treasure chest. You can buy whatever you want with the money. I'm going with Zoro to buy swords first. As they walked side by side. I say, Captain, are you switching to dual swords? Ji-chin looked completely bewildered. Aren't you the one who wants to change swords? I'm just showing a bit of the captain's kindness by bringing you along, and besides you seem to be directionally challenged. Zoro was about to argue but thought about it, and didn't refute. Ji-chin found Zoro's reaction amusing, so he provocatively said, Zoro, when we get back on the ship, let Nami teach you how to navigate, so you won't get lost. Bastard, I would never let that woman teach me how to navigate, damn it. All right, I won't let her teach you anymore. He'll teach you from now on. Oh, I was afraid you were about to draw your sword and duel me, ha. As the two talked, they quickly arrived at the weapon shop. As soon as they reached the counter, the shopkeeper smiled at Ji-chun and Zoro. Gentlemen, may I ask what kind of weapons you need? Our shop has everything you could want. Ji-chun looked at the shopkeeper, who had a rather lecherous appearance, and thought, are all the shopkeepers in pirate towns like this? Aren't there any women? Zoro walked straight to a bamboo basket filled with swords. I'm not buying weapons, he is. Ji-chun pointed at Zoro. However, the sharp-eyed shopkeeper quickly noticed the extraordinary sword at Ji-chin's waist. Sir, may I see the famous sword at your waist? I've never seen this blade before. Ji-chin glanced at the shopkeeper and said, of course you've never seen this sword. It's one of the great blades, the 12th, given to me by my master unknown to the world. While Ji-chin chatted with the lecherous shopkeeper, Zoro picked up a sword. Indeed, it was the Sandai Kitetsu. Zoro walked over to the shopkeeper with the sword. Hey boss, I want this sword. As the shopkeeper was about to take it to see which sword it was, upon realizing it was the Sandai Kitetsu, he incredulously exclaimed, how did you choose this sword, and how could I carelessly let it slip in here? Ji-chin interrupted, boss, after hearing so much, why do you seem so afraid of a swordsman buying this sword? This sword is called Sandai Kitetsu, a cursed blade. Every master has perished due to the sword's uncontrollable nature, so young man, you should choose another sword. They'll give you one for free, how about that? However, Zoro smiled and said, no, I want this cursed sword. After saying this, Zoro drew the Sandai Kitetsu and threw it high into the air, allowing it to fall freely. Soon the blade of Sandai Kitetsu did not sever Zoro's arm. The shopkeeper gaped. Ji-chun was also stunned, and a girl who had just entered was also shocked. This cursed sword actually recognizes you. That's impressive. Boss, how much is it? There's no need for money. A good sword, finding a good master, is the best outcome. Coincidentally, I'm also giving you my family's heirloom along with this, young man. Oh, please wait a moment. The shopkeeper turned and went back to the back room to search. Meanwhile, Ji-chun looked at the lady beside him and said flatly, are you here to buy a sword too? Hello, I'm Tashiji from the Navy base, here to see if there are any good swords available. Oh, you came a bit late. The Sandai Kitetsu has already been taken by us. If you want to snatch it, I guess I'll have to kill you. Ji-chun immediately drew his sword ready for action. The shopkeeper had just returned and saw Ji-chun with his sword drawn looking at the girl. Don't misunderstand, I won't snatch it, you can rest assured. Moreover, I can't beat you too. Since that's the case, then forget it. I originally had a poor impression of the Navy. The three then turned to look at the sword in the shopkeeper's hand. This sword is my family's heirloom, called Yukizu. Now this Yukizu is this green-haired young man's along with the Sandai Kitetsu. Thank you very much, boss. By the way, Zoro and I have some matters to attend to, so we'll be leaving first. Boss, let's meet again if fate allows it. Let's go, Zoro. I don't want to be with the Navy trasho, otherwise I won't be able to hold back my hands. Zoro immediately followed Ji-chun out. As soon as they exited the shop, Ji-chun noticed Zoro's confusion. Do you know why I hate the Navy, eh? Because they're the dogs of the world government. My brother was killed by the celestial dragons, so when I see the Navy, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold back my hands. So now you understand, right? Let's go and wander around. I haven't properly explored this town yet. System sign, and I almost forgot this important matter. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a treasure map 1, a hockey enhancement card 1, and a weather stick 1. Rewards have been distributed. Yo, this time the rewards are quite generous. Let me take a look. Treasure map, there is a 60 chance of finding gold and a 40 chance of dying. Please proceed with caution. Hockey enhancement card, it can directly elevate hockey by 1 stage. Note, no side effects. Weather stick, the orange weather stick is retractable and can unleash lightning, a must-have for home and travel. While these 3 are good items, but there's no rush to use them. Ji-chun and Zoro strolled around the town before returning to the ship with drinks. Yo, Nami, you're back. Perfect timing, we can set sail to the next island now. Zoro saw Nami and directly ignored her, heading to the corner of the ship to drink. Nami, seeing Zoro's reaction, angrily said, "Bastard Zoro, you better be careful from now on. Hey Nami, I have something to give you." Ji-chun released lightning from his hand. The intense brightness made it impossible for Nami to open her eyes. Taking advantage of this moment, he pulled the weather stick out from the system space. As the lightning dissipated, an orange stick suddenly appeared in Ji-chun's hand. Captain, is this what you want to give me, a stick? Take a look and see for yourself." Nami directly grasped the stick, and as she held it, the weather stick began to extend infinitely. "Captain, what's going on? Why did this thing suddenly extend?" Zoro laughed out loud while drinking. "You orange lady, you're still having a good day. Well done, boss." Ji-chun shot Zoro a glare and began to explain to Nami. Half an hour later, after Ji-chun's explanation, Nami finally mastered it skillfully. "Haha, now I can fight too. This thing can unleash lightning with the captain's power. I really love this." Nami casually looked at the drunken Zoro. A playful thought flashed through her mind, and then she took action. Seeing Zoro drinking with his head tilted back, Nami aimed the weather stick at him and exerted force, causing the stick to extend. The extended weather stick struck Zoro, who was drinking, making him very angry. He immediately drew his sword. Who did that? Bastard, how dare you interrupt my drinking?" Zoro glared at Nami, who had just retracted the weather stick. "You bastard orange, how dare you interrupt my drinking? Do you believe I will chop you up? Ha ha ha, come at me if you can." Nami said this and ran behind Ji-chun. "Captain Zoro is going to chop me. You must protect me." Her delicate voice reached Ji-chun's ears. Ji-chun facepalmed and said, "Oh dear, you two calm down for a moment. I'm going to my room to take a nap. Nami, practice with what I just gave you. I can save your life." As soon as he entered the room, Ji-chun directly crushed the hockey enhancement card. System open panel. Ding. Host Ji-chun. Age 15, strength 300, note average person is 10, speed 304, spirit 354, constitution 367, fruit ability natural lightning, fruit, hockey, beginner, observation, hockey, intermediate, armed, hockey, conquerors, hockey, not activated, special ability, none, items, famous sword, flame, treasure map 1. Goodness, my attributes are quite balanced, but my strength is getting stronger. A few days later, at the port of Drum Island. This island is actually snowing. This island is called Drum Island, known as the medical powerhouse, but there aren't many doctors left on the island. Our goal this time is to find a doctor to join us. The three finished gearing up and boarded Drum Island. Ding. Detected a sign-in opportunity. Would you like to sign in? Oh, the system is actively reminding me now, so I have to sign in. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received the natural dark fruit and 100 points to allocate. Distribution complete. What dark fruit? Turning around, the three were heading to a nearby tavern. Ji-chun appeared calm, but was actually deeply shocked inside. "Hey Captain, what's wrong with your face? You look very weak." "What's up, Nami? After we find the crew, how about we give it a try?" Nami instantly fell silent, turning her head away, her face slightly flushed. Arriving at the tavern, the three ordered 3 drinks, and Ji-chun directly inquired about news from the tavern owner. From the tavern owner's information, the three learned about Wapol's evil deeds. "This Wapol is so bad, he has kept the doctors of this country by his side," Nami said angrily. "Actually, this is quite normal. Oh, any powerful king does not wish to die. However, Wapol is also a devil fruit user, a paramecia type, the munch fruit user. If we confront him, we must be careful, especially of his mouth." "All right, we've gathered the news, so let's head to the castle on the mountaintop. There's a very interesting little guy there." Very soon the three came out. "Hey Captain, why are we going to that castle?" "Nami, am looking for a partner, otherwise I wouldn't have bothered to land on this island." At the entrance of Koreha's castle, a small reindeer was sitting on the steps grinding medicine. Nami exclaimed, "Wow, there's a little deer grinding medicine, it's so cute." The serious Chopper suddenly blushed, slowly raised his head, and looked at Nami and the others. Who are you? What are you doing here?" The three were shocked. A deer could actually talk. "Hey, no way, Captain, did you see that? A deer can actually talk." "Calm down, this deer might have just eaten some devil fruit." Ji-chun approached and looked at the reindeer, who was also looking at him. Suddenly, Ji-chun spoke. "Hey, what's your name, little reindeer? Are you interested in becoming a pirate?" Chopper never thought that this human would talk to him, and hurriedly replied, "My name is Chopper, but what's a pirate? Pirates are the freest people in the world. We can adventure together, seek treasure, and it feels just like being with family." As one person and one deer chatted, the door suddenly opened, and a woman walked out. "Chopper, what's going on? Who are they?" "Dr. Koreha, they are pirates, and they are here to invite me to join their crew." Koreha turned to look at them. Ji-chun took the initiative to approach and start a conversation. "Hello, Miss Koreha, we are from the Thunder God Pirates." Before he could finish speaking, Zoro interrupted. "Boss, what kind of eyesight do you have? That old lady is at least over 100 years old, and you still call her Miss." After Zoro spoke, a flying kick headed straight for his waist, and half of his body fell into a nearby snowman that Chopper had piled up. "Old woman, how dare you? I'm only 141 years old in the prime of my life, and you call me an old lady. Jichin sighed. Looks like I need to teach Zoro how to speak properly in the future. Meanwhile, Nami burst out laughing without holding back. You fool, how could you mention a woman's age in front of her? Who else would get hit? All right, you all come in. Then the three entered Kureha's castle. Inside Kureha's castle, 4 people leaned against the sofa. Do you really want Chopper to join you? Sigh, there's no doubt about it, miss. Kureha, our Thunder God pirates currently only have 3 members, so we urgently need a doctor. If I'm not mistaken, that apothecary Chopper is your disciple, right? So he is also a doctor. Haha, Captain Jichin indeed has a keen eye. Chopper is indeed my disciple. However, if you wish to recruit Chopper into your pirate crew, it may be a bit challenging. Kureha then began to tell Jichin and the others the story of Chopper and Dr. Hiralik. Chopper is truly pitiful. Nami watched Chopper as he was mixing medicine. I've decided that I must have Chopper as my companion. The 3 of them left the castle directly. Outside the door, Chopper was building a snowman. Jichin approached with a smile and said, Chopper, do you want to be my companion? Ah, scared me to death. Jichin, you're inviting me onto your ship again. How can I possibly board your ship looking like this? What do you mean by looking like this? I think Chopper looks very cute like this. What's cute about it? Even if you say I'm cute, I still won't agree, you jerk. Jichin found Chopper's flustered and proud demeanor quite amusing. I have a blue nose and I can talk and I can walk on 2 legs. Sometimes I'm mistaken for a raccoon. With all these flaws, how could I possibly join you? Hey Chopper, you really don't have a clear understanding of yourself. Nami chimed in. What our captain said is absolutely right. You can speak human, which means you can translate what other animals say when you're on our ship. Plus you possess medical skills, you are the ship's doctor without a doubt. How can you treat so many of your strengths as weaknesses? Jichin shot Nami an appreciative glance, and then said to Chopper, exactly. It's rare to encounter such a capable reindeer like you, so Chopper, you are destined to be my companion. The 3 of us are going to take down Dalton Walpo, the scourge of this country. Let's go together, Chopper. Yeah, let's go together. Our captain is very strong, so protecting us is not a problem at all. All right, let's go. Jichin finished speaking and tossed Chopper onto his shoulder. Up ahead is Walpo's castle. It doesn't seem to be much smaller than Kureha's castle, but there are a bit fewer guards. Why are there only 2 at the door? Are they looking down on me, Jichin? Immediately, Jichin transformed into a bolt of lightning, appearing behind the 2 men, striking them with a thunderbolt that pierced through their hearts. They died without ever knowing who had killed them. Boss, that was a sneak attack. Zoro timely gave Jichin a thumbs up. It wasn't a sneak attack. If I did that, wouldn't I be a useless captain? Ha! Soon Jichin's laughter reached the ears of the soldiers inside the castle. Who was laughing outside the castle? What? My laughter can be heard from so far away. Do these guys have dog ears, or what? Very quickly, 2 squads of soldiers appeared before Jichin and the others. Oh, only 10 people came. So Nami, do you want to try out your new weapon? Sure, Captain. Of course. Just use it with confidence. I'll have Zoro protect your safety. Soon hot air bubbles and cold air bubbles floated out from Nami's weather staff, which collided and formed a dark cloud. Just like that, it seems like there's a dark cloud right above us. Hey soldiers, you better be able to handle this. Nami shot an electric bubble at the dark cloud above, and in an instant the cloud released a shock of lightning with 1,000,000 volts, leaving the soldiers charred outside and tender inside. Hey Nami, that move is pretty good, though it still falls short compared to my lightning. But it's enough for self-defense. Zoro thought to himself. I should argue less with this woman in the future. Wow, Nami, you're so amazing. Oh, it's nothing, Chopper. Our captain is still a bit more amazing. Don't get careless, someone is coming out, it should be Walpo. Soon a very unpleasant voice came from the entrance. Damn it, who the hell dares to run wild in my castle? You 3 are. The bounty of over 60 million for Thunderflame Jichin and over 30 million for Roronoa Zoro. And who is that beautiful lady beside you? Would you like to come with me, Walpo? I can offer you the best life. What do you think? Hey Nami, that fat pig is talking to you. Who would want to live with a pig like you? Do you even know how much the difference is between our bounties? You think you're worthy? Walpo's face turned red with anger. Seeing Walpo like this, Jichin directly said, Hey you fat pig, don't even think about laying a hand on the navigator of my ship. Whether you call her a navigator or a dung shoveler, you're the first to dare say that to me. Ta ha ha, a dung shoveler, ha ha. Zoro laughed heartily on the side, unaware that danger was already approaching. Nami's weather staff was now wrapped in lightning, and she aimed it at Zoro's kidney. Hey, you guys play for now, or I'll take care of him first. If you think you can take me down, I'm a user of the munch fruit. Hey, if you want to die, I won't stop you. Jichin gathered a ball of compressed lightning in his hand and threw it directly into Walpo's big mouth. In an instant, Walpo felt that something was off, as if he had swallowed something he shouldn't have. Following that, the lightning ball exploded in Walpo's stomach, filling his entire body with immense electrical power. Hey Captain, how long can your lightning ball keep shocking him? Hey Nami, I don't know how long it lasts, but it should be enough to fry him dead. 5 minutes later, with a crash, Walpo fell to the ground completely lifeless, marking the easy resolution of this battle. No way he died just like that. It seems my newly developed move is indeed powerful, haha. Jichin turned to look at the two companions. Let's check the castle for any treasures to take back. Upon hearing the word treasure, Nami's eyes turned into dollar signs as she rushed inside. Hey Nami, don't go too deep. Ooh, be careful not to get caught. Zoro, how are you? I saw you got shocked pretty badly just now. Sigh, boss, it's a small matter. That little bit of lightning is nothing compared to you. What are you two doing? Chopper and I have already discovered the treasure. You guys come quickly. Coming. Soon Jichin and Zoro also arrived in the treasure vault. This should be worth about 40 million berries. There are also 2 chests here, I just don't know what's inside. Forget it, let's just take it for now. Jichin's purple lightning slowly spread over the treasure, wrapping all the treasures up, and then Jichin stored them into the system space. The captain's ability is really useful. Let's go, it's time to head back. After defeating Valpo, the group returned to Koreha's castle. You all did quite well, Koreha said with a smile. Noticing that Chopper seemed to want to say something, Koreha took the initiative to ask, Chopper, do you have something to say? Dr. Dorier, I want to go to sea with them to adventure together, and I want to be their companion. I also want to create a universal medicine. Koreha looked at Chopper's serious face and sighed, saying, being a pirate can be very dangerous. Are you really prepared for this? Dr. Dorier, I am already mentally prepared. Since you are prepared, it would not be a good thing for me to hold you back. However, Chopper, remember that this place will always be your home, and I, Koreha, will always be your family. And you, brother Jichin, take good care of Chopper. Rest assured, Chopper is my companion, Jichin, and I won't let him come to harm. Dr. Dorier. Chopper, go gather your things. We will be heading down the mountain shortly. Chopper put away his sad emotions, turned, and returned to the castle to pack his belongings. After a while, Chopper emerged with 2 bags. He then bit into a rumble ball, and his form changed immediately. Hey, you 3 idiots, hurry up. It will be hard to come down once it gets dark. We're coming. Chopper turned to look up at the castle where a lady was drinking wine. Dr. Dorier, I really want to thank you for all these years. Thank you for taking care of me. I'm leaving, so take good care of yourself. After saying this, Chopper carried Jichin and the others, stepping down through the air. Well, we finally returned to the Thunder God ship before dark. I really have to thank Chopper. Chopper noticed the gazes directed at him and became shy again. Hey, Captain, I remember you have Valpo's treasure. As expected of our Thunder God pirates, treasurer, very responsible. All right, let's go check the meeting room to see what we have. The 4 then went to the meeting room, where Jichin released lightning and brought out all the things they had just gathered, including 2 chests. Let's see what's inside these 2 chests. Based on my experience, it might even be a devil fruit. Boss, do you think devil fruits grow on trees? You just think you can get them? However, as soon as Zoro finished speaking, he was stunned. The 4 opened the treasure chest and saw a devil fruit inside. But Captain, what type of devil fruit is this? From the looks of it, it shouldn't be a Logia type. Let me think. Jichin's consciousness entered the system space to inquire. System, what type of devil fruit is this? Ding. Since the host has asked, this system will answer. This devil fruit is the Zoan type rhino fruit. Jichin's face was filled with disappointment. Seeing the hopeful expressions of the 3, Jichin slowly spoke. This devil fruit is the Zoan type rhino fruit. If you eat it, you can turn into a rhino. So Nami, do you want to give it a try? Jichin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Zoro couldn't hide his broad smile, and Chopper was full of curiosity. Nami had a headache from the situation. She directly gave each of them a big hit, but Jichin was fine. He was a Logia type, but the other 2 suffered, getting 2 large bumps. Damn, Zoro, you corrupted Chopper, and the captain too. You wicked woman, one day, I will make you pay for this. Oh, alright, let's open another chest and see. It might be a mythical beast type, or a Logia type. Jichin directly opened the treasure chest, revealing a pure white devil fruit lying quietly inside with a pair of wings behind it. What is this fruit? It looks very powerful. And this fruit is pure white with wings. Nami shook Jichin's arm, asking, Captain, what kind of fruit is this? Hurry up and tell me. Oh, stop shaking me, you don't know how strong you are. Let me take a closer look. Jichin thought, system, check the information on this devil fruit. Soon, all the information about this devil fruit came to Jichin's mind. He suddenly realized, so this is the devil fruit. Jichin turned to the 2 and said, this devil fruit is incredibly powerful. It is synonymous with who eats it becomes strong. Although Jichin said a lot, he didn't introduce the fruit's abilities, prompting the 2 to urge him. Boss, you've said so much, of what kind of fruit is it? Yes, Zoro is right. Captain, you are too slow. Alright, since you all want to know, I'll tell you. This devil fruit is the human fruit, mythical beast type angel form. It's quite a good fruit. Jichin turned to Nami and Zoro, asking, which of you wants to eat it? I never rely on external powers. This fruit is better left for that weak navigator. I'm going out for a drink now. Zoro's words made Nami very unhappy. Just as she was about to speak, Jichin looked at Nami with a broad smile. Zoro is still being hypocritical. Since Zoro isn't eating it, then Nami, you should eat it. This fruit is very strong, and I also want to see what abilities it has. In front of Jichin and Chopper, Nami directly ate the devil fruit. It's so disgusting, but now I feel my body, especially my back, feels warm and full of power. Suddenly a pair of wings sprouted from Nami's back, catching everyone off guard. What the heck? Nami, you grew a pair of wings on your back. So awesome, Nami is so awesome. What do I do about these wings? Captain, you need to think of a way. Hold on, Nami, try to see if you can retract them. Nami then tried and unexpectedly retracted them immediately. You really retracted them. You are amazing, my great captain. What abilities do you have? It can't just be about growing a pair of wings, right? Nami blushed and said eagerly, of course not. My ability is extremely powerful. Be careful, or I might defeat the captain one day. This fruit can grow up to 6 pairs of wings. With each pair that grows, I gain a new ability. The ability of this pair of wings is hypnosis. As long as I think of a person's name in my mind, that person will be hypnotized by me for 5 minutes. How about that? Impressive, right? Jichin's eyes widened. Is that true? However, this is a fruit that hasn't appeared in the Devil Fruit Compendium. With just this ability, it's not much, but it can be considered a divine level fruit. Alright, let's all go back to the cabin and sleep. Tomorrow we head to the next island. The next morning, Nami woke up early. Sister Orange, you actually have wings like a big goose now, haha. Upon hearing Zoro's words, Nami was taken aback. You directionally challenged swordsman, what are you saying? Do you want me to show you my ability? Just as Nami was about to hypnotize Zoro, Jichin appeared before her. Hey Nami, you can't use your abilities on your companions. You should know that your ability is quite powerful, though it can only hypnotize for a few minutes right now. Nami looked at Jichin with a grievance. Oh fine, you two just need to get along peacefully from now on, no fighting. This will be added to our pirate crew's rules. By the way, Nami, you now have fruit powers, but you still need to use that weather stick I gave you. That weather stick is quite powerful, and it's better for you to keep your abilities concealed. Your fruit powers can serve as a means of saving your life. I understand, Captain. After this little episode, half a month later, the 4 of them finally arrived at Alabasta. At the port. No way, Captain, it's so hot here, and it's a desert. I'm going to get sunburned. Alright, stop complaining. I think there are some clothes in the cabin that can help prevent sunburn. You can put them on. As the 4 walked down the street, Jichin said to them, this time I'm looking for 2 people, 1 man and 1 woman, both are devil fruit users. Will these 2 join our pirate crew in the future, Captain? You're asking about that. It depends on your captain's persuasion and strength. Let's first gather some information at a tavern. After a while, Captain, is there really a tavern around here? We've been searching for a long time. That one up ahead seems to be it. The group entered the tavern, but this tavern didn't sell alcohol, they sold water. Boss, I need to ask about someone. The boss looked at Jichin in surprise, then smiled. What do you want to know, young man? In the information hub of this area. As long as the belly is right, I can tell you anything. Jichin wasn't angry. He directly took out 100,000 belly from his pocket and handed it to the boss. This made Nami feel a pang in her heart. That was 100,000 belly. Jichin, oblivious to Nami's expression, asked directly, I want to know where Crocodile is. Seeing the boss hesitate, Jichin quickly added, as long as you tell us, we won't reveal you, and Crocodile shouldn't be hiding in some corner, right? Sci-Fi will tell you, but you better not reveal me. If you go straight out of my tavern, you'll see an extremely luxurious casino. You can find him inside, but it might be hard to meet Crocodile. Jichin realized something after hearing this. Thank you very much, boss. Let's go, partners. The 3 of them quickly saw a huge casino located in the center of the island. They entered the casino, and soon a scantily clad waitress approached them asking, ladies and gentlemen, what can I do for you? Call Crocodile down for us. After saying this, Jichin smiled and walked toward the nearby lounge area to sit down. The waitress hesitated for a moment, but then headed upstairs. The waitress reported to a woman and then left. Inside Crocodile's office, he said, interesting, this Thunderflame Jichin actually came to me. Miss Sunday, go down and test him out. After Miss Sunday left, Crocodile picked up the bounty posters of Jichin and Zoro. Natural system lightning fruit, not bad at all. But I hope you don't provoke me, rookie. Meanwhile, Miss Sunday just came downstairs and saw Jichin lounging casually on the sofa. Hey, Captain, someone is here. Get up. Jichin had already sensed it with his observation hockey. When he looked up, he saw a familiar face. Nico Robin, what a delightful surprise, one of the rare individuals who understands ancient scripts in this world. Why, you know me. Jichin smiled. Not only do I know you, but I also know that your hometown O'Hara was destroyed by the world government's orders using the Buster Call. The world government must be looking for you now, but before that, would you like to hear about my dream? I'm all ears. Haha, my dream may sound a bit unrealistic to you, but it is something I must achieve. My dream is to eliminate all the celestial dragons. Suddenly the casino went silent. Everyone stopped making any sound, staring in shock at the young man. Soon someone spoke up. What did he just say? He said he wants to kill those people. That's right, you heard correctly. What a crazy person. I know who he is now. This young man is Thunderflame Jichin the pirate with a bounty of over 67 million. Now it all makes sense. A young bull is not afraid of tigers. Jichin frowned and said, Hey, don't you gamblers get tired. Be careful or he'll take you down. Jichin turned to Robin, who looked shocked and smiled. So Robin, do you want to join my Thunder God pirates? I will protect you with my life. Robin quickly reacted. You guys are here to find Miss All Sunday, right? He'll take you to her. After saying this, she headed straight upstairs. Ji-chun hurriedly followed. On the way upstairs, Ji-chun continuously persuaded her until Robin agreed to join the Thunder God Pirates after Ji-chun defeated Crocodile. Inside Crocodile's office. Thunderflame, Ji-chun, you really dare to come find me? Are you looking to die? Oh dear Crocodile, you're really not being fair, hiding someone who can decipher the poneglyphs. But it doesn't matter, as long as I can defeat you it will be fine. But have you thought about how to beg for mercy? Just as Ji-chun finished this sentence, Miss One couldn't help but make a move against Ji-chun. Hey, I haven't even said you could touch our captain, you bald head. Zoro immediately drew his 3 swords to block the attack from Mr. 1. Thanks a lot, Zoro. Then Ji-chun changed his approach and said to Crocodile, how about this, you become my subordinate and join Robin on my ship? Crocodile's veins bulged. This time, he was genuinely furious and instantly transformed, approaching Ji-chun. Oh dear, don't be so impatient. Let's fight in the desert. That way you'll have the advantage and it will be easier for you to hit me. How does that sound? Hearing what Ji-chun said, the sand crocodile became even angrier. Damn little brat, you are too arrogant. Oh Crocodile, you are quite bold yourself. Ji-chun turned to Solon and said, I'll leave this to you. I'm going to fight this crocodile bastard. With that, Ji-chun transformed into a streak of lightning and dashed out of the sand crocodile's office into the desert. Ji-chun turned to the approaching crocodile and smiled slightly. Crocodile, are you ready to take a beating? Damn little brat, you really don't take me seriously. Then you shall die. Desert Saber. The sand crocodile released a sand blade towards Ji-chun, charging directly at him. How dare you launch a sneak attack? Armament Haki hardening. Ji-chun struck fiercely against the sand blade released by the sand crocodile, shattering it with his armament Haki. Moi. So you can use Haki. I underestimated you. Hey Crocodile, if you can't use Haki, then just wait to be beaten. With that, Ji-chun unleashed his Haki with all his might. 40 million volts, Thunder Dragon. A purple Thunder Dragon surged forth with overwhelming might towards the sand crocodile. I can't take this hit, he'll get hurt. The crocodile elementalized to evade the attack. Before the sand crocodile could catch its breath, Ji-chun flashed behind him. Hey, you're about to get hit. Ji-chun's provocative words exploded in the sand crocodile's ears. You bastard, when did you? Before the sand crocodile could finish, it felt a sharp pain in its lower back and was sent flying forward. Hey, you can't take a hit like that, at least you're a man now. The sand crocodile stood there in shock at Ji-chun's words. After a moment, it suddenly roared in anger. Damn little brat, you really can't be left alive. How did you find out this secret? Ji-chun replied nonchalantly with a laugh. Haha, I thought Ivanov was lying to me, but it turns out it's true. Ji-chun examined the sand crocodile up and down, but still found nothing. I really didn't see this coming. It seems Ivanov is quite powerful. Enough talk, little brat, I want you dead. Sand tornado, go die for me. A massive sand tornado rushed towards Ji-chun, who was caught off guard and was swept up into the sky by the sand tornado. Damn Crocodile caught off guard and hit by this move. However, Ji-chun quickly broke free. Hey, let me show you my flame slash. Ji-chun slowly drew his famous blade flame and slashed towards the sand crocodile. Indeed, Ji-chun's strike was not like Solon's. He didn't rely on techniques. This slash carried Haki and aimed directly at the sand crocodile's shoulder. Hey, if this strike lands, your shoulder will be like Red Haird's, and you might even become one of the 4 emperors. After the slash, Ji-chun instantly appeared in front of the sand crocodile. Ji-chun noticed that the sand crocodile's shoulder had not been severed, and he felt a bit disappointed. Hey Crocodile, how about we make a deal? The sand crocodile, panting heavily, asked, what kind of deal? You and Robin join my crew, and it'll help you increase your power, as well as share my knowledge on developing the natural fruit. How does that sound? The sand crocodile pondered for a moment and replied, I won't have to keep serving you right. Of course, if you can defeat me, you can leave my ship. If you can't, then you'll have to join me in executing my plan. What plan, eh? I can't tell you that now, you'll know when we reach Sabaody. Alright, I'll join. After all, I want to get stronger too. I also want to take down that white beard. Then let's go back and take a look. As Ji-chun and the crocodile arrived at the place where Zoro was battling Mr. 1, they happened to witness Zoro defeating Mr. 1. Hey Zoro, you did well. Just as Ji-chun finished speaking, Zoro spat out a mouthful of blood. Still injured, but I have grasped the power to cut through steel, as my master said. Chopper hurried to Zoro's side to check his wounds. Not too serious, just needs a few days of rest. Everyone, let me introduce these two beside me. This is Nico Robin, the user of the flower fruit, a paramecia-type devil fruit. And this is Sir Crocodile, the user of the sand fruit, a logia-type devil fruit. From now on, they will be members of our Thunder God pirate crew. As Ji-chan finished speaking, everyone fell silent while Nami and Chopper nervously eyed the crocodile. Hey Chopper, why does this crocodile look even more pirate-like than real pirates? It's really scary. The crocodile naturally heard what Chopper and Nami said, but he did not take action. Ji-chan quickly interjected, Nami, Chopper, don't worry. This guy who looks more pirate-like than pirates has already been subdued by your captain, so you don't need to be so tense. Upon hearing this, the two felt relieved. Ji-chan grinned slyly at the crocodile and asked, hey crocodile, since you're planning to set sail with us, shouldn't you take your treasure from that workshop out of this country? What do you mean by that? What I mean is be smart and hand over your treasures to be used as our activity funds in the future. After seeing Ji-chan's threatening gaze, the crocodile sighed, and then took everyone to his treasure vault. Upon seeing the vault filled with treasure and spirit stones, Nami's eyes sparkled. Wow, so much money. Seeing Nami gazing at him eagerly, Ji-chan could only smile wryly. He slowly released purple lightning from his left hand, gradually enveloping the entire treasure vault, then shouted, gather. As a purple light dissipated, the crocodile was left dumbfounded. Ooh, where did all the treasure go? Hey Ji-chan, what did you do? Where did you put my treasure? Ji-chan explained to Sir Crocodile with a smile. What? You actually managed to gather all these things. Why can't I do the same as a Logia user? TCH, your Logia is definitely incapable of doing that. Alright, enough with the fuss, let's go gather some supplies. Chopper and Robin, can I leave Zoro's recovery to you? After Ji-chan finished speaking, he wrapped his arm around Nami's waist and transformed into a bolt of lightning, soaring off into the distance, with the crocodile closely following behind them. The three arrived at the market and Ji-chan turned to the confused Nami, smiling, Nami, just buy whatever you need. Oh, I can gather as much as you want. We might be sailing for a long time, so make sure to buy plenty. Oh, don't worry, Captain. After some time, the three returned to the ship with their arms full of supplies. Ji-chan entered the treasure vault of the Thunder God ship, looking at the piles of treasure, and couldn't help but smile knowingly. Hey Ji-chan, you said you'd tell me how to develop my fruit abilities. You wouldn't be trying to fool me, would you? Damn, you startled me. Do you want to get beaten up, crocodile? You want to know how to develop your fruit, but you need to have haki, armament, and observation haki. Without those, how can I tell you? Ji-chan directly took the crocodile to a training room on the Thunder God ship. This is the place. First, work on developing your armament and observation haki here. Oh, by the way, the walls of this training room contain the basics of how to use haki. Please don't tell me you can't read. After Ji-chan left, the crocodile couldn't help but curse Ji-chan. Damn little brat, once I can beat you, you're dead. How infuriating. Ji-chan went up to the deck and saw the only two beautiful women on the ship sunbathing. Ji-chan then used lightning to lift Nami beside him. Hey navigator, how long until we reach the next town? Or have you not even looked and are just enjoying the sun? Nami struggled a bit in Ji-chan's embrace, but upon realizing she couldn't break free, she gave up. She then said directly, Captain, it'll take a month to reach the next town. I've already adjusted the course. Oh, we just need to keep sailing straight. After Nami's explanation, Ji-chan finally understood. I see. By the way, your fruit is extremely powerful. Don't you want to train a bit? Nami weakly replied to Ji-chan's words, hey Captain, this fruit doesn't just listen to me. It trains itself, and I feel a little change every day, so you can rest assured. Without the fruit training, you can still practice with the weather baton I gave you. Hearing Ji-chan's words, Nami proudly raised her head. Captain, I've already figured out how to use the weather baton and mastered all the techniques, so now I'm going to sunbathe. After Nami finished speaking, she jumped off Ji-chan and lay back down on her chair. These days, even crew members don't listen. Ji-chan could only smile helplessly and went to the training room to check the development guide for the Logia fruit rewards from the system. 3 hours later, Ji-chan emerged from the training room. Phew, what a surprise. I actually spent 3 hours reading this book, and now I can unleash abilities related to lightning as long as I have enough power. Truly, the system produces nothing but top-notch products. Half a month passed by quietly. Just as Ji-chan finished developing and demonstrating new techniques and stepped out of the training room, he saw the crocodile standing in front of him with an unhappy expression. Crocodile, why are you looking at me like that? Do you want to challenge my authority as captain? You said you'd tell me about developing the fruit. Ji-chan looked at the crocodile and couldn't help but smile appreciatively. You really are all bark and no bite. Alright, here, this book contains all the development techniques for Logia fruits. Just remember to return it once you're done. Don't worry, I can see your strength growing more terrifying by the day. Oh, I don't want to get beaten up. Watching the crocodile's retreating figure, Ji-chan murmured with a smile, I really want to reach land soon. I want to test my strength against the crocodile now. As the crocodile entered the training room, he couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. What's going on? Why do I feel a chilling aura behind me? Forget it and let me take a look at what this kid gave me. The weather was clear and the sea was calm as the thunder god sailed steadily forward. Hey Captain, are you still not done with your training? Nami shouted in front of Ji-Chin's training room. I'm coming. It's not often that we have a month like this. As a girl, you mustn't be too impatient, especially not too violent. You idiot Captain, go wake up those training maniacs. I dare not go to their training room. Ji-Chin couldn't help but chuckle at Nami's words, then assured her, don't worry, it'll make them respect our navigator of the Thunder God Pirates soon enough. Ji-Chin walked towards the training rooms of Sand Crocodile and Zoro. After arriving, he knocked on the door and a stream of expletives came from inside. Who is it? Why are you knocking? It wouldn't be Nami, would it? I've told you countless times I need to train, and if I'm hungry I will naturally go out. Standing outside, Ji-Chin's face darkened, and he immediately shouted at the door, hey you two, hurry up and come out. The two were startled and quickly made their way to the deck. Ji-Chin smiled as he looked at them and asked, do you know what mistake you made? Zoro rubbed his eyes, looking confused as he stared at Ji-Chin. Boss, what's wrong? I just woke up and have no idea what happened. At that moment, Robin began to explain to him, and only then did Zoro understand the situation. After hearing this, his face darkened, and he turned to glare fiercely at Nami. Ji-Chin immediately noticed Zoro's glare. You still dare to glare at our navigator? Are you looking to get beaten up? Zoro shouted that he was wronged. Boss, I'm not the kind of person who uses my crew. This navigator is framing me. Ji-Chin looked at Nami with a puzzled expression. Robin confirmed that Zoro was the one being wronged. All right, you step forward. You were wronged. I'll give you a good knife some other day. Next is Crocodile. Now you tell me about yourself. I heard your attitude is quite arrogant. Have you never been beaten up before? Cold sweat broke out on Sand Crocodile's forehead as he cursed in his heart, realizing that he had forgotten that Nami would actually report him, which was truly unexpected. Hey, what are you looking at? Are you not convinced? Sand Crocodile had just been cursing Nami in his heart and completely ignored Ji-Chin's words. Well, it's just that I've gotten used to commanding my subordinates. The scene fell into silence. All right, just pay attention in the future and remember to treat your crewmates a little better. Additionally, a new rule is added to the ship, no bullying the navigator, and you must listen to the navigator's orders except in battle. The ship quickly returned to its previous lively energy. Ji-Chin returned to the captain's room and communicated with the system, taking out the dark fruit he had received from his initial sign-in. I heard this is the most vicious Logia-type devil fruit, but it really does look quite sinister. I just don't know if I can eat this dark fruit since I've already eaten one. System, can I eat another devil fruit? Ding. The system cautioned the host not to be greedy, stating that the lightning fruit was the highest and most bizarre fruit awarded by the system in this dimension. All fruits obtained from sign-ins were inferior to the lightning fruit the host possessed, so the host should honestly develop the fruit. After saying so much, I still can't eat it. What a pity. Ji-Chin finished speaking and walked towards the deck, where everyone was holding the dark fruit. Upon hearing the footsteps, everyone turned to look at Ji-Chin, and their gazes fixated tightly on the dark purple fruit in his hand. Nami was the first to speak. Captain, what do you have in your hand? Ji-Chin paused for a moment and slowly lowered his head, realizing he had walked out holding the dark fruit, and for a moment his mind went blank. This is a devil fruit. Consider it one of my private treasures. I thought I had put it away just now, but I didn't expect to have it in my hand. Since you've all seen it, let's take a look at this devil fruit together. Ji-Chin placed the dark fruit on the table on the deck, not at all worried that the crew would eat it. As a joke, everyone present were all devil fruit users. Robin spoke first. I've never seen this devil fruit before, but judging by its appearance, it should be a Logia type. I really don't know what abilities it has. Ji-Chin looked around and saw that everyone shook their heads, indicating they didn't know. He then began to explain, this devil fruit is indeed a Logia type, but this one is a bit different. It cannot elementalize. Its full name is the Logia dark fruit. At the moment Ji-Chin heard the name Sand Crocodile and Robin were instantly shocked. It's actually this fruit. Hey Robin, what makes this fruit different? Nami asked in confusion. This fruit is known as the most vicious devil fruit because it can absorb all devil fruit abilities. Those whose abilities are absorbed will be unable to use them for a short time, but there is a side effect: the damage taken will be multiplied back to oneself. The others listening to Robin's explanation praised her. Wow, not bad. Robin knows so much. She truly is our ship's historian. I found this fruit in a dumpster in the Drum Kingdom. I only recently learned what this fruit was. Hearing Ji-Chin say that he found this fruit in a dumpster, everyone was shocked and gaped. This is quite a shocking existence in the entire pirate world. Yeah, I found it in a dumpster. I thought it looked good at the time and casually put it into my lightning space. Such a heaven-defying fruit, Captain, you must not sell it. Nami advised from the side. Hey, how do you know what I'm thinking? I was planning to sell this fruit when I run out of money. Oh, by the way, Zoro, do you want to eat it? Zoro was obviously taken aback by Ji-Chin's sudden question and immediately shook his head. What a pity for this devil fruit. Then let's keep it for now. In the future, when we find a new crew member who has gained my trust, I'll let them eat this fruit. Oh, by the way, you guys keep it a secret. Nami couldn't help but grumble internally. This is a fruit worth 4 to 5 billion, and you are actually planning to give it to a new crew member. That's really something. After a period of time, the Thunder God finally arrived at the town indicated by the record pointer. This island is our destination, this time Gaia Island. Ji-Chin stretched and appeared quite weary. These days have truly exhausted me to the point where I want to modify the Thunder God to make it faster. However, fishing with my companions every day is quite enjoyable. Ji-Chun and his group arrived at Magic Valley Town on Gaia Island. Magic Valley Town is composed of pirates and the island is filled with them, so there are often brawls among pirates in this town. Ji-Chun led the way into a local tavern in Magic Valley Town. Upon entering, he slightly furrowed his brow. The mixed stench of smoke and liquor in the tavern was quite unpleasant to him. Ji-Chun directly ordered a drink and proceeded to inquire with the tavern owner about the Sky Island. After he finished asking about the Sky Island, the entire tavern fell into silence, followed by a loud burst of laughter. Hey, in this day and age there are still people who believe in such unrealistic things as Sky Island. It's really funny that someone believes that the boss is truly hilarious. Ji-Chun ignored the gazes and mockery of these people and planned to leave the tavern. A young man with golden hair wearing a pink shirt and white pants approached Ji-Chun with a lewd smile on his face. Hey kid, you actually believe in the existence of Sky Island? Are you awake? Since you're not awake, let me Bellamy wake you up. Ji-Chun found this annoying and glanced at Crocodile saying, what is this? Crocodile, take him down, he's too noisy. Does he really think I'm Ji-Chun easy to deal with? After saying this, Ji-Chun coldly stared at the pirates in the tavern and turned to leave. Since this guy made me do it, let him taste my new technique. Crocodile immediately coated the sand with armament hockey and struck at Bellamy. Bellamy was caught off guard and died on the spot. How weak, wasting my time. Crocodile left the tavern. Is it all taken care of? Crocodile asked, confused. Didn't you tell me to kill anyone who provoked you? What? The ones who mocked me just now, I meant for you to kill them all. What a joke, you clearly told me to kill that one person. Ji-Chun looked at Crocodile's serious expression and thought for a moment. Seems like that is indeed the case, but the more I think about it, the angrier I get. I have never been mocked like this before, so Crocodile, you and Zoro go again and kill all those who mocked me. Ji-Chun was never someone to show mercy, he retaliated on the spot. Oh dear Chopper, two lovely ladies, it seems we will have to wait a few more days to go to Sky Island. Let's head back to the ship for now. After saying this, Ji-Chun directly pulled Nami and Robin's hands and returned to the ship. After a while, Crocodile and Zoro returned to the ship with a fierce aura. Back already. There's good wine on the table, come and drink with me. Upon seeing the wine, Zoro sat down, grabbed the barrel, and began to drink heartily. Crocodile beside him followed suit and started drinking. After both had their fill, Ji-Chun asked Crocodile, your new technique is quite impressive. Crocodile, hearing Ji-Chun's compliment, smiled proudly. Of course, but defeating you might be a challenge. I can sense a strong power within you. Ji-Chun smiled, but remained silent. Zoro tightened his grip on his sword and silently vowed, we'll train an extra hour from now on. I can't let those on the ship surpass me. Once everyone returned to their rooms to rest, Ji-Chun went to the edge of Magic Valley Town and sat cross-legged, silently muttering, system sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for arriving at Magic Valley Town. The system rewards a Kinbunshiko Hockey Enhancement card and a Conqueror's Hockey Awakening card. Rewards have been issued. At that moment, Ji-Chun was stunned for over a minute before reacting. System, did you just say you rewarded a Conqueror's Hockey Awakening card? Ding. If the host is deaf, remember to see Chopper for treatment. Ji-Chun opened the system space, and at that moment a purple and gold card was quietly lying in his backpack. Without a doubt, the purple card was the Kinbunshiko Hockey Enhancement card, and the gold one was definitely the Conqueror's Hockey Awakening card. There's a bit of luck involved. It's surprising that I could sign in and get this. Ji-Chun wasted no time. He grabbed the two cards and crushed them. He could clearly feel the boost in his strength and the awakening of a certain power. Wow, so this is Conqueror's Hockey. I really want to give it a try, but there's no one around. The next morning, everyone arrived early at Magic Valley Town. Hey Captain, can you find a way to get to Sky Island? Nami directly asked Ji-Chun. Let's take it one step at a time. If necessary, we can let Old Sand take us to Sky Island. Can't he fly? Old Sand was about to refute when he saw a large number of villagers and pirates from Magic Valley Town rushing towards one place. Ji-Chun quickly grabbed a pirate and asked, why are all of you in such a hurry? The pirates, seeing Ji-Chun's group as formidable, immediately divulged everything. It turned out that at the entrance of Magic Valley Town, a masked person was selling devil fruits, so everyone wanted to go and buy them. Ji-chun released the person and looked at the crowd saying, "Why don't we go join the fun? What if I happen to grab that thing?" After saying this, Ji-chun was the first to dash forward. Upon arriving at the scene, everyone saw a masked person holding a devil fruit that Ji-chun had never seen before. Ji-chun looked at his companions, and they shook their heads, indicating they didn't know. "Dear pirate comrades, I don't know what abilities this devil fruit I hold has, but no devil fruit is weak. Since everyone is interested, the one who bids the highest will naturally win the right to this fruit." Ji-chun stared intently at the fruit and directly asked the system in his heart, "System, can you detect what abilities this devil fruit has?" Ding. No abilities detected. What? So it's just an ordinary fruit, Ji-chun thought to himself. No wonder I've never seen it before. Ji-chun looked at Crocodile and the others and said, "Let's go everyone, we should find out how to get to Sky Island." "Hey Captain, aren't you going to check what abilities this devil fruit has?" Ji-chun looked at Nami and whispered, "That's not even a devil fruit, let's hurry. This person won't have a good time soon." The outcome was just as Ji-chun expected. That person was discovered to be a fake devil fruit and was directly beaten to death by the crowd. Ji-chun looked around at his companions and said, "You all said that the recording pointer is currently pointing upwards, which proves that the Sky Island truly exists. Does that mean we can fly there?" "Captain, your words are no different from silence," Nami directly criticized. The crocodile also looked at Ji-chun with disdain. "Humph, what are you looking at, Crocodile?" Hearing Ji-chun's somewhat dangerous words, Crocodile turned his head away. At that moment, Chopper, who rarely spoke, suddenly addressed Ji-chun. "Ji-chun, do you think the story of the Golden Country is true?" Ji-chun was momentarily taken aback, then he became ecstatic. "Chopper, well done. You just reminded me that I remember the descendants of Rolando living in the northeastern part of this island." Soon the group arrived at the northeastern part of the island, and a gigantic castle came into view. "Wow, a castle. It's really beautiful." Hey, Chopper, take a closer look. That's just a wooden painting. It looks like it could fall over with a gust of wind." The group walked directly to the door and knocked. When the door opened, a young man with a somewhat onion-shaped head appeared. The young man coldly asked, "Who are you?" Hello, we came here to ask if you are a descendant of Rolando." The young man looked at Ji-chun and the others, then replied, "I am." "What do you want?" "That's good to hear. Do you know how to get to the Sky Island?" The onion-headed young man looked at the crowd in disbelief. "You actually believe that the Sky Island exists?" "The Sky Island must exist, and there must be a way to get there, though we currently do not know it." The onion-headed man chuckled self-deprecatingly. "I can't be sure if the Sky Island exists, but there was a person who boasted that it definitely exists, leading to his descendants being ridiculed ever since. So I spent half my life compiling some materials, but still couldn't find the Sky Island." "Materials?" Ji-chun looked at the onion-headed man with slight excitement. "Could you show us the materials you've compiled? Perhaps we can find a way to the Sky Island, and you can prove that your ancestor wasn't just boasting." "I can show you the materials, but whether or not it leads to any clues I can't guarantee." The onion-headed man then went back into the house and brought out a tattered notebook. Ji-chun quickly picked it up and began to read. "So that's how it is." The others looked at Ji-chun in confusion. Look, it says here that every so often a surging sea current forms over the sea next to your castle approximately every hour. The next surging sea current will form in 3 days, which means that if we catch the current in 3 days, we will naturally arrive at the Sky Island." The onion-headed man looked at Ji-chun. "As expected of a pirate captain, your analysis is quite impressive. However, if you want to catch the surging current, it's going to be very dangerous." Ji-chun quickly interrupted him, saying, "Don't worry, Onion Head, my ship is very sturdy, so there's no need for concern. However, I need you to tell us the location where the surging current forms each time." "That's not a problem. It forms in the sea you see before you, and the formation time is about an hour." Ji-chun looked at everyone slightly excited and said, "Hey partners, let's stock up on supplies first. If we get to the Sky Island and have nothing to eat, it will be troublesome." Nearby, Robin directly countered with a smirk, "However, Captain, be careful not to get your ship shredded by the surging whirlwind." What? Shredded? That's way too dangerous. "Captain, it's better for us to prioritize our safety," Chopper timely responded. "The Sky Island is indeed dangerous, but my Thunder God ship is not afraid. We must go to the Sky Island. All right, partners, let's get moving to stock up on supplies and bring them back to the Thunder God ship." Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. "Hey, Captain Ji-chun, the surging sea current is about to arrive. Are you all ready?" At this moment, dark clouds filled the sky as if a heavy rain was about to fall. "I'm really looking forward to it." As Ji-chun was watching the surface of the sea, a column of water suddenly shot up into the sky, lifting Ji-chun's Thunder God ship into the air. Ji-chun panicked and exclaimed, "Oh no, I originally planned to wait until this water column formed before we boarded, but unexpectedly, we just happened to be on top of it. While my chopper's dear life is about to end here." Just as everyone was in a panic, Ji-chun was astonished to find that the ship was very sturdy and showed no signs of slipping. In fact, it was proceeding extraordinarily smoothly. Hey everyone, it seems we have really accidentally found the correct direction to the Sky Island. After Ji-chun said this, everyone finally reacted as if what Ji-chun said was indeed true. Crocodile, who was lying on the ground, also sat up straight. After nearly 40 minutes, everyone saw a vast expanse of whiteness. Hey everyone, it seems we have arrived at the Sky Island. Captain, but why is it all just white here? There is completely no one around. First steer the ship, and let's go see ahead. Who knows, there might be someone in front. I might as well use the new ability I've developed to take a look. With that, Ji-chun activated the heart network ability previously used by Enel in the original story. With Ji-chun's intermediate observation haki, he was more than capable of covering the entire Sky Island. Using the heart network ability, Ji-chun quickly determined the direction, then called Zoro to adjust the ship's course heading northeast. After several hours of sailing, Ji-chun finally saw the entrance to the Sky Island, the Gate of Heaven. Are you all here for tourism, or did you accidentally stumble upon our Sky Island? At that moment, an old lady walked out of a pavilion at the entrance of heaven, snapping photos with a camera. The old lady's actions caused Crocodile to frown deeply as he conjured quicksand in his hand, seemingly ready to kill her if she continued taking pictures. Hey, Crocodile, don't act recklessly. This is their territory. Put away the quicksand. Hearing Ji-chun's warning, Crocodile retracted the quicksand but kept his eyes on the old lady. Regardless of where you came from, you must pay an entry fee, otherwise you can go back where you came from. Ji-chun then asked, how much is this entry fee you speak of, old lady? 20 billion ikes. Upon hearing this figure, Nami immediately became agitated, exclaiming, what? 20 billion? Are you robbing us? Nami, let me handle this. Ji-chun said, and he conjured a bag of berries from his hand and handed it to the old lady. Ji-chun turned to Nami and explained, the ikes here are worth much less than berries. 20 billion ikes would only convert to about 100,000 berries. After receiving the money, the old lady opened the Gate of Heaven. Once they entered, the Thunder God ship was quickly clamped by the Sky Island's specialty, the Express Shrimp, and swiftly moved along the cloud path, soon flying out of the GD cloud. That was the GD cloud. No matter how high it's piled, it won't create air currents, yet these Express Shrimps can pass through so quickly. Truly, they are the specialty of the Sky Island. Ji-chun chuckled lightly. You're starting to look more like a competent navigator. After the Thunder God ship docked, everyone jumped off the boat. Feeling the sensation beneath their feet, everyone looked in surprise at the clouds below. I thought we would fall straight down here. I didn't expect we could actually step on it. Yeah. Crocodile laughed openly, though it was unclear whether he was mocking Ji-chun or simply looking down on him. Who laughed at me? Ji-chun glanced around at everyone and then fixed his gaze on Crocodile. Hey Crocodile, you jerk, it was you who laughed, wasn't it? Just wait and see if I won't take you down. Ji-chun said, preparing to shock Crocodile. At that moment, a little girl with blonde hair, blue eyes, and small wings appeared before everyone. Ji-chun looked at her in confusion. Hello, are you from Qinghai? Qinghai. Yes, we just came up from below, and we're not very familiar with this Sky Island. Besides, we are pirates, aren't you afraid? Nami approached the little girl and asked, what's your name, little girl? Even though we are pirates, we are good people, and we've been on many adventures. After Nami spoke, she noticed the little girl's eyes shining brightly. My name is Aisha. Can you tell me about your adventures? You're very welcome to come to my house as well. Just then, a young man riding a unique Sky Island vehicle came crashing towards Ji-chun and the others. Watching the approaching vehicle, Ji-chun glanced at Crocodile. Crocodile immediately activated his ability using sand to create a wall, and the young man driving the vehicle crashed straight into the sandy wall. Ouch, that hurts a bit. I'm really not skilled at this. I need to practice more. Ji-chun and the others looked at the middle-aged man and then turned to Aisha. Aisha hurriedly introduced the middle-aged man. It turned out he was Aisha's father, who was riding the vehicle to search for her. Meeting his fate, and Aisha likes you very much. Today I will host you all at my house. The middle-aged man said, leading everyone to Aisha's home. Upon arriving at Aisha's home, Ji-chun was captivated by the various shells displayed around. Various burning shells, electric shells, and air shells. After the middle-aged man taught Ji-chun and the others how to use the shells, Ji-chun aimed an air cannon directly at Crocodile's face. Hey, you little punk, what are you doing? Ji-chun laughed cheerfully, saying, hey Crocodile, I'm just playing with you. Don't be so mad. You can come at me too. After all, we're both nature types, so everyone can join in. Of course, no one targeted Ji-chun with their air cannons, so everyone turned their playful attention towards Crocodile. Given Ji-chun's intimidation, Crocodile did not refuse their playful antics. Dinner is ready, come and eat. The dining table was filled with various specialties of the Sky Island. Here, Captain Ji-chun, try our Sky Island's specialty dish, Sky Island pumpkin soup. This is really delicious. During this meal, Ji-chun and the others were thoroughly satisfied. After eating and drinking, it was time to get down to business. Hey Nami, Robin, you stay with Aisha for now, or we will look for the things I want in the island's interior. With that, Ji-chun led the remaining group towards the center of the island. Soon they arrived at the center of the island. Jiqing, I'm not saying you, but is there anything here that you're looking for? These are just small vendors. What are you thinking? Jiqing glanced at the crocodile and then slowly said, who said I wanted to come here? Keep walking, we haven't reached our destination yet. Why are you making such a fuss? After Jiqing finished speaking, he led the two directly to the outskirts of the Island of Gods. Is this the Island of Gods? It looks just like a forest. Jiqing's heart net could cover the entire island, and he immediately began to sense. Oh, there are 5 people inside, but one seems to have a power similar to mine. The crocodile looked at Jiqing in confusion, as if he were looking at an idiot. Hey, I know your ability is called heart net, right? It's similar to observation hockey, but you just said there's someone in this forest with a similar ability. What kind of joke is that? Your fruit is a natural type whose fruit abilities cannot be duplicated. Facing the crocodile's nonsense, Jiqing directly replied, it's coming. Zoro and the crocodile stared ahead where a man wearing a white headscarf with long earlobes and lifeless fish-like eyes appeared before Jiqing, accompanied by a flash of lightning. What do you humans want in my domain? Upon hearing such an absurd statement, even Jiqing couldn't help but smile. Boss, the ability he just used seems to be similar to yours, but the color of the lightning appears to be different. You're right about that. Oh, I was looking for the thunder fruit, but hadn't found it yet. I didn't expect it to be on Sky Island. But this makes things easier. If I kill him, I can obtain the thunder fruit. Jiqing looked at Zoro and the crocodile and asked which of you wants to go. To Jiqing's surprise, both of them took a step back in unison. Fine, it's been a while since I fought anyone, so I'll exercise today. Hey, you bastards, what were you just saying? Do you not take this god seriously? Or do you want to die? Jiqing glanced, and then slowly said, I've taken a liking to your ability, so please die. Before Enel could react, Jiqing swung a lightning blade straight at him. As expected, Enel elementalized to evade this attack. Jiqing's strike left Enel dumbfounded. You can use this godly power too. Jiqing appeared slightly impatient. Shut up, hearing such a cringy statement from you makes me afraid I might destroy this island, so quickly accept your fate and die. 50 million thunder disaster dragons roar. A purple lightning dragon carrying unmatched might charged at Enel. Seeing Jiqing unleash the lightning dragon, Enel also quickly released a lightning bird to counter. But Jiqing's thunder disaster was not something Enel could withstand. Jiqing's attack shattered Enel's counterattack. Damn it, why is your lightning so strong? Meanwhile, the crocodile and Zoro began to discuss. It seems the boss lightning is indeed stronger. Jiqing's lightning is definitely stronger than that guy's. Hey, you two discussing your captain. Don't you want to experience the paralysis of my thunder disaster? Despicable humans daring to fight me while being distracted, you deserve to die. Furious, Enel unleashed his ultimate move. 200 million volts, great electrocution. Suddenly the entire sky became overcast and countless bolts of lightning struck Jiqing. Oh dear, I can do this move too. 100 million thunder disaster electrocute. Instantly, all the lightning strikes aimed at Jiqing were negated. Seeing the lightning he had negated, Enel shouted loudly, Thunder God form thunder aspect. Instantly, Enel continued to release lightning from his hands, gradually forming a massive lightning god giant, holding a trident. Zoro and the crocodile shouted, hey boss, hurry up and use this move. Jiqing stared closely at the giant lightning god. Damn it, I can't use this move. Damn this cursed Enel, ooh, I should have interrupted him. After saying that, Jiqing quickly dashed towards Zoro. I can't use this move, I'll have to rely on swordsmanship. He'll study this move later, you two step back. Today he's mine, and no one is allowed to intervene. After the two responded, they quickly stepped back. Jiqing drew the fiery blade from his waist. As soon as he drew it, an idea flashed through his mind. This blade is fiery, and every slash I make is just like its name, and fire and lightning have elemental reactions. Then with a smile on his face, Jiqing looked at the giant Enel. Bastard, even now you refuse to die? You will die. The massive Enel swung his trident at Jiqing. Jiqing retreated while wildly swinging the fiery blade. Each strike carried an unmatched high temperature. Each slash exploded against the giant's surface. Before long, Enel's giant form quietly ended, and the marks left on the giant's body appeared on Enel. Hey, you self-proclaimed god, you're about to collapse, right? A few more hits, and you'll be dead, so just accept your fate. Let me show you the sword technique I just came up with. With a shocked expression on Enel's face, Jiqing slashed at him. This strike directly changed the color of the heavens and the earth, and with an aura of dominance, it cleaved Enel in half. Phew, this strike consumes so much stamina. Hey, you two, come over and see if he's still breathing. Zoro secretly shocked, the boss has completely surpassed me in swordsmanship, ooh, I must work harder. Seeing Zoro in a daze, the crocodile stepped towards the direction where Enel fell. You can sense if he's still alive using observation hockey. Oh, why do you need me to help you? Huff huff, I don't have the strength to hit you right now. I'll wait until I recover. By the way, see if there are any strange fruits nearby. Ooh, I wonder if I can find the thunder fruit. TCH, there's none here. The resurrection of devil fruits is very random. Jiqing sighed in slight disappointment. Fine, I thought I could find the fruits nearby. It seems I wasted my efforts. System sign-in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in near the Thunder Fruit and obtaining a map of the Thunder Fruit's relics, 2 teleportation talismans, and 1 consumable fruit with no side effects. Jiqing sat quietly on the ground, but inside, he was already shocked. No way this time the sign-in yielded so many high-quality items. Ew, I hope it wasn't signed with my lifespan. System explained. However, the system only replied with 4 words: hidden map. Oh, I see. This truly is a pleasant surprise. Let's take a look at these items first. When Jiqing received the map of the Thunder Fruit's relics, it immediately merged into his mind. This seems to be the resurrection point of the Thunder Fruit. Moreover, it seems the system has granted me the ability to eat a devil fruit once. At this thought, Jiqing instantly became excited. Zoro, crocodile, hurry, come with me to get the items. After walking for a while, the crocodile began to grow impatient. I say, Jiang Chun, after all this time, what are you planning to do? Jiang Chun glanced at the crocodile and casually replied, I'm looking for the Thunder Fruit that just came back to life. I certainly do not want to miss it. In the brief exchange between the 3 companions and the deer had already arrived at the relic altar of the Thunder Fruit, as indicated by the system. With the arrival of the 3 and the deer, Jiang Chun immediately spotted the Thunder Fruit placed prominently on the altar. His expression lit up with joy as he gazed at the blue fruit adorned with lightning patterns. It truly is a case of searching far and wide, and I have found it at last. Jiang Chun said, transforming into a bolt of lightning and flying towards the altar. This is indeed the Thunder Fruit, quite remarkable. After Jiang Chun came down from the altar, the crocodile asked, Your luck is truly impressive, but with so many devil fruits, you cannot possibly consume them all. Are you planning to let the others on the ship have some? I didn't expect you, crocodile, to speak so much. However, to answer your earlier question, the other fruits on the ship can be given to our future companions, but this Thunder Fruit I will not part with. After finishing his words, Jiang Chun opened his mouth wide and took a bite. Ugh, as always, it tastes terrible. He raised his head to look at the 2 companions and the deer, who looked on in horror. Hey, what kind of look is that? Am I really that scary? The crocodile shouted. Quick, back away, this guy is about to explode. After saying this, the crocodile elementally retreated several hundred meters. 10 minutes later, hiding behind a tree, the crocodile gradually looked towards Jiang Chun in the distance, muttering, Jiang Chun, how come there was no explosion this time? What is going on? Hey, how long are you 2 going to hide? Come over here. With Jiang Chun's furious shout, the 2 companions and the deer hurriedly came over. I'm not saying this to insult you, but you are supposed to be a powerful fighter, yet you fear I might explode. That's quite cowardly. After Jiang Chun said this, the crocodile's face flushed red as he looked at him. What do you mean cowardly? Were you not the one who acted insane first? What kind of normal person eats 2 devil fruits? The crocodile said, sitting down and lighting a cigar. Jiang Chun then looked at Zoro, who also wore a curious expression. Jiang Chun gave an awkward smile and explained, previously I had a theory. The lightning fruit I possess was obtained by chance in the East Sea. After sailing, I learned about the existence of the Thunder Fruit, and I just happened to kill its previous owner, so I took a gamble. Since I am already a user of the lightning fruit, consuming the Thunder Fruit shouldn't cause a backlash. Fortunately, the outcome is positive. After hearing the explanation, Jiang Chun and Zoro exchanged glances. Jiang Chun, you really are a tough one, I have to admit that. Zoro chimed in. So do you feel your power has increased? Jiang Chun summoned electricity in his palm, and blue-purple lightning manifested within. I feel fantastic right now. With the 2 types of lightning intersecting, I feel like I could knock you half dead with 1 punch. The crocodile. Idiot. All right, let's get ready and go find Nami and the others. Soon after, the 3 companions and the deer returned to Aisha's home. As soon as they arrived at Aisha's house, Jiang Chun heard the voices of the 2 women. Captain, you just fought, didn't you? Jiang Chun looked at them in surprise. How did you know? I thought the place where we fought was far from here. How could you know? Nami could not help but roll her eyes. Silly Captain, the noise from your fight was so loud only a fool wouldn't know. Jiang Chun scratched his head and chuckled. So that's how it is. But that guy has already been taken care of, don't worry. By the way, that guy who claimed to be a god, his name seems to be Enel. Aisha, do you know him? Suddenly asked Aisha, immediately replied, yes, that guy is the god of our Sky Island. The previous god of the Sky Island has already abdicated, but this new god is wicked. Luckily, he was taken down by big brother Jiang Chun. Upon hearing Aisha say this, Jiang Chun finally understood. So that's how it is. Big brother Jiang Chun, stay for dinner later. My father is already preparing it. I feel a bit embarrassed. Although he said he felt embarrassed, Jiang Chun's body obediently sat down. It's fine, big brother Jiang Chun. Nami and Robin have told us many adventure stories. That's great. After dinner. By the way, Aisha, have you heard of the land of gold in the Sky Island? Aisha thought for a moment and replied, no, big brother Jiang Chun. Nami's expression of expectation gradually faded. But you can check the depths of the Sky Island. Oh, perhaps you will find something. I heard my father mention it before. Jiang Chun immediately said to everyone, tomorrow we will go to the depths of the Sky Island to search for the land of gold, and no one is allowed to slack off. After saying this, Jiang Chun returned to the Thunder God ship. The next day on the Sky Island, a group of 6 walked deeper into the island. Crossing this forest should bring us there. If the Golden Town isn't there, then we'll head back. Nami interjected, this is too hasty, Captain. That's the Golden Town we're talking about. For billions in gold, we could search a bit longer. Ji-chin smiled without responding. He had seen in the original story that Luffy and the others eventually found the Golden Town, so he was not worried at all. Soon a flash of light appeared as Ji-chun and the others arrived at a place entangled with vines. What on earth are these things? At that moment, Chopper exclaimed with delight, Captain, it seems like the Golden Town is right under these vines. Hearing Chopper, Ji-chun smiled slightly and directly struck down at the vines on the ground. Quickly the smoke cleared, revealing the dazzling gold inside. Ji-chun immediately announced, everyone clear the vines on the ground first, and then he'll take care of the rest. Nami rushed out first, vigorously clearing the vines on the ground. Crocodile, seeing Nami's foolishness, couldn't help but curse, foolish woman. However, Nami merely shot Crocodile a glare and continued to cut the vines with her knife. Crocodile, observing his seemingly dim-witted companions, shouted, hey, you bunch of idiots, stop for a moment. Everyone halted their actions and looked at Crocodile. Without saying a word, Crocodile placed his hand on the ground, and soon a large amount of sand erupted from his hand, spreading over the vines. Before long, all the vines had been drained of moisture by Crocodile, turning to ash. Crocodile looked at the others with a proud expression. Wow, there's gold everywhere. This should be worth around 300 to 400 million berries. With a clap of his hand, all the gold was absorbed into Ji-chun's space. However, the large golden bell at the top was not taken by Ji-chun. Ji-chun approached the golden bell, striking it with his fist repeatedly. Soon the sound of the golden bell echoed down to the nearby Gaia Island Magic Valley town. In Mushroom Town at the tavern, all the pirates gathered together. Hearing the bell from above, everyone was momentarily stunned. So the Sky Island really exists. How ridiculous, we were laughing at Lord Ji-chun earlier. The scene shifted to Onion Head's home. Hearing the bell from the Sky Island, Onion Head shouted with tears in his eyes, the Sky Island is real. It turns out our ancestors were not lying. Thank you, Ji-chun. In the Golden Town, after finishing his ringing of the golden bell, Ji-chun jumped down and caught sight of a sizable cave in the wall. Ji-chun immediately called everyone to gather at the cave entrance. Let's go in and take a look. What if there's a heap of gold inside? Then everyone followed Ji-chun into the cave. I say this should be the historical text. It's so large, I've truly never seen one this big before. Ji-chun immediately called for Robin, and the moment she saw the historical text, she gazed intently at the redstone tablet. Zoro helped Robin take rubbings of the inscriptions. It might come in handy later. Zoro reluctantly agreed. After completing the rubbings, it took them 2 hours. Robin smiled slightly and said, Captain, sorry for the wait. It took longer because Zoro is too slow. Zoro shot Robin a dark look. Since everything's been rubbed down, let's head back. On the way back, Ji-chun suddenly said, what if we encounter a devil fruit on the way? It doesn't have to be a high-level one, just a Zoan type would be fine. Nami immediately retorted, Captain, do you think devil fruits grow like cabbages? You can't just say you want one and expect it to appear. Sai, I just thought it would be nice to find a little cash at the Sabo archipelago, but that was just a thought. It's not that simple. Soon the group returned to Aisha's house. As soon as they arrived, Aisha came out eagerly looking at Ji-chun and the others. Ji-chun felt a bit awkward under her gaze and immediately responded, I really owe this to Aisha this time. Then Ji-chun released a bolt of lightning from his right hand, pulling out a golden brick to hand to Aisha. Aisha looked at Ji-chun in confusion, as if asking why he was giving her a brick. This golden brick is a token of gratitude for Aisha. Ji-chun firmly placed the brick in Aisha's hand, and then gracefully returned to the Thunder God. Nami, face-palming, shouted, Idiot Captain, how can you just slap a brick into Aisha's hand when she's so young? Meanwhile, Ji-chun was completely unconcerned, counting the spoils from this adventure. After Ji-chun's calculations based on the conversion rate in the pirate world, they had obtained 500 million berries in gold this time, which made Ji-chun very happy. Thus, Ji-chun stayed on the Sky Island for a few more days. During this time, news of their defeat of Enel spread rapidly, and the residents of the Sky Island came daily to Aisha's house to thank Ji-chun, which annoyed him. Finally, early one morning, Ji-chun informed Aisha's father that he would be leaving. Aisha's father brought out an inflatable octopus, which directly took them back to the sea. Oh, it's great to be back at sea. The people on the Sky Island were too enthusiastic. Zoro almost ended up chopping someone. Yash. The next destination is Water 7, and this time my goal is to find a cook. Time quietly passed, and the Thunder God had been sailing on the sea for half a month. Hey Captain, we have arrived at Water 7. Aren't you planning to disembark? Ji-chun had just exited the captain's cabin when he heard Nami's call. Got it, let's prepare to get off the ship, everyone. The 6 of them jumped off the ship and arrived at the port. Ji-chun sighed. Water 7 is a famous shipbuilding holy land, but my thunder god is already perfect, otherwise I would definitely want to build another ship here. Nami chimed in, Captain, don't even think about it, we don't have enough money to build a ship. Let's go check out the shipyard first. If we ever need to build a ship, we can come here. The 6 of them then headed directly to the iceberg studio. As they reached the entrance, they saw a man in a suit with short dark blue hair walking towards them. Hello everyone, I am the president of Iceberg Studio. My name is Iceberg. May I ask if you are here to build a ship? Hello Mr. Iceberg, we are from the Thunder God Pirates. My name is Ji-chun. We are not here to build a ship. I came to meet President Iceberg, and I also want to find a shipwright who can repair ships to join my crew. Ji-chun spoke all at once. So you are the recently famous Thunder God Pirates. It's a pleasure to meet you. However, all our shipwrights have spent their lives here. I certainly won't let them go out to sea for adventures. But there is one kid who is quite lively and fits your requirements. Ji-chun quickly inquired further. Iceberg smiled and said, however, he deeply hates pirates, so it might be a bit difficult to get him to join you. Then Mr. Iceberg took out a photo of Frankie. Nami asked in surprise, does he usually dress like this? Of course he has been like this since childhood, but he has a rather bold personality. Iceberg then informed Ji-chun about Frankie's whereabouts and left. Alright, let's each take a look around first and enjoy ourselves for a few days before deciding. By the way, Zoro, follow me. Zoro looked at Ji-chun with a puzzled expression. What are you looking at? You know you're directionally challenged, right? To avoid you getting lost, it's better if I take you to explore Water 7 properly. Zoro glared angrily at Ji-chun and then turned to head into the town. Hey, wait for me, Zoro, let's go together. Captain, you don't have to follow me, making it seem like I'm the one who's directionally challenged. How can you say you're not directionally challenged? You clearly are. Let's go find a place to eat first. While the two were looking for a restaurant, Ji-chun was unaware that Zoro had led him astray. Realizing what had happened, Ji-chun looked around. Where is this place directionally challenged, Zoro? Where have you brought your captain? Zoro looked at Ji-chun and replied slowly, Captain, didn't you want to eat? I see there's a restaurant up ahead that looks pretty good. Ji-chun followed Zoro's gaze and saw an elderly person and a child busy at a small stall, and there was also a tall figure in front of their stall. Ji-chun glanced at Zoro and gestured for him to follow. They approached the stall. Ji-chun shouted, Boss, 2 portions of your specialty, I'm starving. After Ji-chun spoke, he sat directly next to the tall man. The boss heard Ji-chun and responded, then asked him, our fried rice is quite good, how about you too? Ji-chun responded with a hearty laugh affirming it, and then fell silent. Ji-chun quietly watched the boss cook and suddenly fell to gaze upon him. Ji-chun turned to see a person wearing a dark blue coat and black sunglasses, a standard eye patch complemented by his wild hairstyle. The answer was already apparent. Upon seeing the man's face, Ji-chun was deeply shocked, but maintained a calm exterior. Hello sir, are you here to eat as well? Ji-chun took the initiative to ask Akiji. Akiji squinted his eyes and looked meaningfully at Ji-chun and Zoro, then said, the bounties of 67 million for Ji-chun and 34 million for Roronoa Zoro. Oh dear, I thought I was on vacation and wouldn't run into pirates. Before Ji-chun could respond, he was interrupted by a female voice. You guys are actually from different factions. I have never encountered this before. The little girl then looked at Akiji and the sword-drawing Ji-chun and said, Uncle, since you have already ordered food from my family's restaurant, could you not fight for a while? At least don't waste this delicious meal. Hearing the little girl's innocent voice, Akiji halted his intent to take down Ji-chun, and both Ji-chun and Zoro ceased to draw their swords. They all sat down together. Soon the 3 of them chatted while eating. I didn't expect you, a Marine Admiral, to come to Water 7. Oh dear Ji-chun, I also need a break. You think everyone is like that, a kind of fellow. However, now that you have come to Water 7, Nicole Robin must also be on this island, right? Ji-chun rolled his eyes and then looked at Akiji. Isn't that obvious? Robin is my crewmate, of course she's here. But it's not necessary to discuss this now. Oh, I just want to say, don't you Marines think my bounty is a bit too low? 67 million bounty, how could you Marines even dare to issue that? My strength is far beyond this level. Akiji remained silent while the little girl in the restaurant looked at Ji-chun. Big brother, are you a pirate? Do you really have a bounty? Ji-chun looked at the little girl who was constantly changing the utensils in her hands, and he was quite intrigued by the scene. Little girl, are you a devil fruit user? The little girl paused for a moment and then replied, my name is Ziching. I am a cook with the cooking fruit ability, and my body can transform into any kitchen utensil I desire. Upon hearing Ziching's words, Ji-chun's eyes brightened, thinking to himself, this girl is the perfect chef for my Thunder God Pirates. Akiji looked at Ji-chun and said leisurely, you're not thinking of recruiting her, are you? Let me tell you, don't even think about it. Ji-chan shot a glare at Akiji and then eagerly asked the little girl, Ziching, would you be willing to join my Thunder God Pirates as our chef? Rest assured, if you agree, I will provide your grandfather with several million for his retirement, and you chefs have always wanted to find all BLUE right. You could follow my Thunder God Pirates in search of it. Ji-chan finished speaking in one breath and looked at Ziching. Ziching was stunned by Ji-chan's words and was about to speak. Ji-chan directly interrupted, if you want to join us, just come to the port in 10 days. Zoro and Akiji looked at Ji-chan in astonishment. You really are different from other pirates. Your way of recruiting companions is unique. Other pirates do all sorts of bad things, but you are truly different. Hearing Akiji's praise, Ji-chan couldn't help but grin. You don't need to tell me that, but I still think my bounty is too low. How about we have a fight? Akiji shook his head and looked at Ji-chan. I'm on vacation right now. I don't want to fight. Maybe we'll meet again. With that, Akiji walked away. That guy, is he scared? As they watched Shinji vanish in the blink of an eye, Ji-chan and Sauron turned to look at the young chef girl. With a smile on his lips, Ji-chan looked at Ziching and said, So Ziching, would you like to be the exclusive chef on my ship? Ji-chan expected the girl to refuse, but to his surprise, she did not. I agree, I also want to see the world beyond the sea. Ji-chan was stunned while Sauron stared at Ji-chan in disbelief. He couldn't help but think, this guy is getting better at persuasion. Ji-chan came back to his senses. Are you really willing? The girl smiled at Ji-chan. Captain, I wonder if the several million you mentioned for my family would still count, considering my old man is getting on in years. Ji-chan looked at the old man nearby and directly took out a golden vase from the system space. He had hidden this during their time on the Sky Island, never expecting it would come in handy. This golden vase can serve as several million for your old man. Sauron looked at Ji-chan with confusion and asked, Captain, didn't we hand everything over to Nami back on the Sky Island? How do you still have it? Ji-chan turned his head and looked at Sauron as if he was foolish. You fool, Sauron, I secretly hid this. If you dare to say anything, it'll make you lie in the hospital for a few more days, just in time for our chopper to gain some experience. Ziching couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle at the harmonious scene between the two, her heart filled with anticipation for the future. Just as the three prepared to leave, the old man in the shop called out to Ji-chan. The two walked a little further away from Ziching to talk. Hello, Captain Ji-chan. Our Ziching has lived here since childhood. I may trouble you to take care of her at sea in the future. Thank you for that, old man. Old man, please don't say that. Finding a chef partner like Ziching is a big gain for us. Soon Ji-chan returned to the two, but just as they were about to leave, the transponder snail at Ji-chan's waist suddenly rang. Ji-chan glanced at Sauron and said, Isn't that your transponder snail, Sauron? Hurry up and answer it. Sauron quickly pulled out the transponder snail, realizing it wasn't his, and turned to Ji-chan. Feeling embarrassed, Ji-chan then took out the transponder snail, marked with his logo. As soon as he picked it up, Nami's anxious voice rang out, Captain, it's bad. Robin has just been captured by some people. Upon hearing this, Ji-chan raised an eyebrow and thought of something. Can you say that again? What exactly happened? Nami then recounted the whole story. It turned out that while she and Robin were out shopping, a group of people suddenly appeared and directly captured Robin. Alright, I understand. He'll go find those people right away. Ji-chan scratched his head in frustration. This is troublesome. I heard everything through the transponder snail. Robin has been captured, right? Then Captain, hurry up and rescue Robin. Ji-chan looked at Sauron and said, Hey, let's go. Immediately, he used the power of the heart network on a large scale, and within 5 minutes, Ji-chan discovered 2 CP organization members holding Robin, but their location was a bit too close. Ji-chan directly grabbed the 2 beside him and transformed into lightning, flying towards the 3. He passed right over the 3 and landed in front of the 2 CP organization members. This surprised the 2 CP organization members, and Robin looked at Ji-chan in astonishment. The one with a bounty of 67 million Thunderflame, Ji-chan, and 34 million Roronoa Zoro. If you want to rescue Nico Robin, I advise you to give up on that idea. She's a wanted criminal of the world government, and you can't stop us. Ji-chan glared at the 2 with murderous intent. I'm truly not afraid of the world government. The Nico Robin you've captured is a member of my Thunder God Pirates and my companion, so I can only ask you both to die. As soon as he finished speaking, Ji-chan transformed into lightning and charged at the 2, his fist wrapped in armament hockey, piercing through the chests of the 2, killing them instantly. Ji-chan looked at the 2's tragic state and couldn't help but shake his head. Why provoke my companion, Ji-chan? He then turned to Robin and asked, How are you doing? Ji-chan gestured for Sauron to cut open the sea stone handcuffs around Robin. Sauron looked at Ji-chan confused as he made gestures. Captain, what do you mean? Sauron's question made Ji-chan's face darken. Damn it, Sauron, I meant for you to cut open Robin's sea stone handcuffs. I'm a devil fruit user and can't touch handcuffs. At this moment, Sauron suddenly understood. Oh, Captain, why didn't you say so? Sauron immediately swung his sword and cut open Robin's handcuffs. You fool, you're my first mate, and you didn't understand this. Ji-chun then looked at the others, pressing his temples. Since the CP organization of the world government has already discovered Robin, they will definitely mobilize heavily. We should leave here now. By the way, Robin informed the others that we will meet on the Thunder God ship. After some time, the four arrived on the ship only to find that Ji-chun and the others were the only ones who hadn't returned. You guys are fast, but this isn't the time for talking. Start the ship. The Admiral will be here soon. As soon as Ji-chun finished speaking, a chilling voice echoed in everyone's ears. A figure slowly approached from the distance. At that moment, Chopper exclaimed, "Not good. 5 warships are coming from behind us." Ji-chun fixed his gaze ahead and remained silent. Sauron, Crocodile, Nami, Chopper, Robin, you all deal with those 5 warships and make sure to destroy them all. As for Zicheng, your strength is still weak, so hide in the cabin for now. As for Qingji, I'll handle him myself. This will be a good test of my strength against an admiral, and I want to raise my bounty too. Ji-chun glanced indifferently at Akiji as he approached. Oh my Ji-chun, are you always so good at causing trouble? The Marshal of the Wano country specifically called me to capture you. Ji-chun smiled and replied, It seems I wasn't the one who started the trouble, it was your master, the world government, who initiated the conflict. Otherwise I wouldn't have killed those 2 CP agents. Akiji's expression darkened upon hearing Ji-chun's words. You really don't hold back with your words, do you, Ji-chun? He continued, enough talk. They'll take you down first, and then those 6 Navy ships will meet their end. With that, Ji-chun took the initiative. Thunder Sphere. 7 compressed thunder spheres were hurled toward Akiji's direction. Hey Admiral, watch out. Akiji looked at the purple-blue thunder spheres flying towards him and thought, I can't take this heat in. He swiftly dodged by elementalizing his body to evade the thunder sphere. Boom. Soon 7 bottomless holes appeared where Akiji had stood before. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Akiji warily eyed Ji-chun. Come on Akiji, why are you staring at me like that? I'm not a monster, it's just a power I've developed recently. Just as Akiji was looking at Ji-chun, Ji-chun unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, causing Akiji to stagger. Seizing the opportunity, Ji-chun wrapped his armament Haki around him and sent Akiji flying several dozen meters away. You little brat. This is truly unexpected. It seems I must capture you today, or you will undoubtedly become as troublesome as Whitebeard in the future. Akiji looked at Ji-chun, who wore a smile, and his anger flared. Do you really think I can't take you down? After saying this, Akiji elementalized and appeared behind Ji-chun. A surge of cold air enveloped Ji-chun, freezing him in place. In the distance, the others watched Ji-chun, who was encased in ice, their anger boiling over as they charged towards the Navy. They held back because they believed in Ji-chun. Wow, it's really cold. The Admiral's strength is truly terrifying. Fortunately, I have Haki, or ID be finished by now. This is the Grand Line, and your strength is unexpectedly formidable. It seems your bounty has been set too low. Ji-chun chuckled at Akiji. Don't worry, Admiral. Once I break one of your arms and take care of your Navy comrades, it won't be too late to raise my bounty. Akiji exhaled a breath of cold air, glaring fiercely at Ji-chun. He picked up a branch which was soon enveloped by the cold air. He exhaled, transforming into an ice knife. Are you ready to die? Ji-chun drew his flaming sword, mocking Akiji. Do you know what this flame-wreathed knife in my hand is? This knife can completely restrain your abilities. Every slash carries a scorching flame. Akiji looked at Ji-chun calmly. Of course I know this, otherwise the Navy wouldn't have given you the title of Thunder Flame, Ji-chun. So Admiral Akiji, please leave your right arm behind. Ji-chun swung his sword forward, slashing dozens of times, without any technique, just sheer force. However, Akiji effortlessly neutralized all the slashes. Well, since those were all neutralized, how about you try this move? 3 billion Thunder Calamity Lightning Strike. Suddenly the sky darkened and countless blue-purple lightning bolts rained down on Akiji. After about a minute, as the smoke cleared, Akiji stood there clutching his arm. What is this ability? Lightning can have this kind of power. Has your ability awakened? Ji-chun listened quietly to Akiji's words, grinning. What if it awakened? Didn't it just electrocute Admiral Akiji's arm? However, my ability hasn't awakened. I haven't reached that level yet. At that moment, a group of people approached Ji-chun, led by the infamous Spandam. Hurry up, that damned woman is right ahead. Once we capture her, we can leave. Rob Lucci, you lead the way and capture her directly. Ji-chun narrowed his eyes at the group as Rob Lucci was about to use the Soru technique to reach Robin's battlefield. Ji-chun immediately controlled the lightning to strike down heavily on Rob Lucci, instantly frying him and his crew. Spandam stood dumbfounded, watching Rob Lucci and the others get struck by lightning, then turned to Ji-chun. Hey, you fools from the CP organization, behave yourselves. Don't even think about laying a hand on the historian of the Thunder God pirate crew. Once I deal with Akiji, he'll take care of you all. Ji-chun smiled and turned back. Let's continue, Admiral Akiji. Oh, What an arrogant little brat. Hey Admiral Akiji, seize this boy at once. He's just eliminated several of my finest subordinates. Ji-chun furrowed his brow and turned toward Spandam. That lapdog of the world government. Cease your yapping or you'll be next to die. With those words, Ji-chun instantly underwent elemental transformation and lunged straight at Akiji. His fist wrapped in armament haki struck directly for Akiji's flank. The blow sent Akiji flying. Rising slowly from the rubble, he sat down heavily. You're no mere rookie, you've got real power. But tell me, do you truly believe you can face two admirals? Ji-chun froze staring at Akiji's infuriatingly smug face. Listen well Ji-chun, we are the Marines, not some one-man show. I've been silent too long with no report to Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Do you truly think he wouldn't dispatch a second admiral? Hearing this, Ji-chun's eyes widened in sudden realization. Fine then, I'll end this now with this technique. He raised a single hand toward the sky, and in moments a blazing sun-like sphere of lightning coalesced above his palm. Still dazed, Akiji's gaze locked onto the orb, and he barked in alarm. Hey, Ji-chun, if you dare hurl that into the city, you're finished. Unfazed by the threat, Ji-chun smiled faintly. How about it, Admiral? A deal? What do you want? You're overthinking it. Though I would love to claim your arm, I know better than to linger. It's time I left. If I were to cast this lightning orb upon Eni's lobby, Akiji narrowed his eyes. What is it you demand? My terms are simple. No one harms Robin henceforth. She belongs to the Raijin pirates, and I intend to depart with my crew. May I have your word, Admiral Akiji? Akiji held Ji-chun's gaze in silence, then sighed softly. Very well. I'll relay your words to the world government. You may leave, but do not release that orb. Akiji raised his voice across the battlefield. Cease combat. All forces stand down. Let them go. Moles locked in battle with Zoro gasped. Did Admiral Akiji fall? Moles soon spotted Akiji unharmed and exhaled in relief. But his momentary distraction enraged Zoro who, disregarding all swordsman's decorum, slashed viciously at Mole's arm. Oh, damn you Roronoa. Zoro smirked crookedly. Lucky you're still breathing. Ji-chun watched the Marines hesitate and gave Akiji a sardonic glance. Admiral, your authority among these men seems rather thin. How about joining the Raijin pirates instead? Second in command awaits. Without expression, Akiji leapt skyward and shouted again. Only then did the entire force finally halt. Admiral Akiji, what has transpired? Akiji explained plainly. Ji-chun's lightning orb had already reached its peak charge. Enough. Let Ji-chun go for now. Consider this a reprieve. Next time there will be no mercy. Ji-chun grinned, raising the crackling orb as he strode forward. The Raijin pirates quickly grasped the situation. Zoro muttered, pity. I'd hoped to finish off that mole. Nami beamed. Brilliant, Captain. Her eyes sparkled, fixed unblinkingly on Ji-chun. Flustered, Ji-chun hurriedly asked, Nami, confirm our bearing. If these Marines renege, we'll be trapped. All right. In moments the Raijin cut sharply northeast. All the while the lightning orb remained suspended, until after sailing a safe distance, Ji-chun hurled it toward the sea just beyond the Marine fleet. Boom! The orb detonated upon impact, carving a colossal crater in the waves, and drenching dozens of Marines. On Eni's lobby shore, Akiji withdrew a den mushi from his coat. Brew. Fleet headquarters, Sengoku's office. Moshi. This is Sengoku. Cough. This is Akiji. Akiji, did you apprehend that Rain Ji-chun? Cough. Apologies, Fleet Admiral. He escaped. Sengoku had expected triumph, yet shock flickered across his face. Explain, in detail. His armament and observation haki rival mine, but he wields Conqueror's haki too. His swordsmanship is exceptional, and his devil fruit ability appears evolved. Records indicated violet lightning, but today's was indigo blue. Moreover, he possesses a technique capable of obliterating an entire island. He used it to escape, though Eni's lobby remains intact. Sengoku stared stunned. Ha! Truly worthy of. Then abruptly Garp stiffened, as if recalling something vital. Truly worthy of the lightning boy. Sengoku eyed Garp suspiciously. Return to headquarters, Akiji. Turning, he strode straight toward Garp. Garp, you're hiding something from me. Before Garp could reply, Sengoku continued. Rain Ji-chun debuted in Foosha Village, and within half a year rivals an admiral. His armament and observation haki are both remarkably refined. And you, Garp, you've visited Foosha Village often. Add that earlier remark, and it's clear Rain Ji-chun is your grandson. Sengoku's deduction left Garp utterly speechless. Ha! Sengoku, you're brilliant. Spoton analysis. Sengoku's temples throbbed with visible veins. Boom! Garp rocketed through the office wall, blasting straight toward the Marine training grounds. Damn, Garp, such prodigious talent, such a supreme devil fruit. And yet you let him become a pirate instead of a Marine. Below, Marines heard the explosion and merely shrugged. Business as usual. Naval Headquarters. Sai just returned, and I have to report to Admiral Sengoku already. Knock knock knock. Come in. Admiral, I'm back. Sengoku nodded, signaling Akiji to report on the recent battle situation. Admiral Sengoku Thunderfire Kijin possesses an equal level of domineering presence as me, and he rarely makes mistakes in battle coupled with his troublesome abilities. Thus Akiji mainly discussed Kijin the details of the battle and Kaijin's abilities. That's how it is, Admiral Sengoku. After listening to Akiji's report, Sengoku fell silent for a long time. How about we set a bounty of 300 million berries on this Thunderfire Kijin for now? Upon hearing the bounty amount announced by Admiral Sengoku, Akiji immediately expressed his disagreement. Admiral, I believe that someone with Conqueror's Haki and a formidable devil fruit ability should have a bounty of no less than 500 million berries. After considering Akiji's words, Sengoku pondered for a moment and then made a decisive decision. Next, Sengoku's aide directly notified Morgans to start printing the newspapers. Naval General Conference Room. Who is confident in capturing the captain of the Thunder God Pirates can go directly to capture him. The bounty will be doubled for military merit. Sengoku looked directly at Kizaru and Akainu. Kizaru, feeling the intense gaze, quickly said, Admiral Sengoku, please spare me. That kid can hold his own against Akiji, and what if his devil fruit ability is even faster than mine? In summary, I'm not taking this job. Sengoku was left dumbfounded by Kizaru's words. At that moment, Akainu spoke up. Where is this Thunderfire kid now? Where? Everyone looked at each other, ultimately unable to answer Akainu's question. Sengoku glanced at the colonel beside him and shouted, Hurry and notify the intelligence department to investigate where this Kijin is. Kijin, the disaster source of the great evil era. Once I know your location, I will definitely have you imprisoned. On the other side, aboard the Thunder God Pirate's ship. Captain, you are too strong, able to match an admiral. Kijin smiled proudly. Haha, if I'm not strong, how can I be your captain? But on the other hand, Zoro's swordsmanship and the application of Haki have truly become more proficient. In any case, no matter who comes from the Navy next, I'm not afraid unless they send 2 admirals. Kijin looked at Nami and asked, What's the next island, Nami? It's an island called the Terrifying Trimast located in the Bermuda Triangle. What? That island? Everyone looked at Kijin with curiosity. The island in the Bermuda Triangle is actually a huge ship called the Terrifying Trimast with a flag depicting the leader Moria's fiery hairstyle and a pair of flaming bat wings on a skull. The front resembles a giant mouth with exposed teeth specifically designed to capture passing ships. Over 100 ships go missing in the Bermuda Triangle each year because this island has appeared here for over a decade. Surrounded by thick fog, it was initially to prevent those who lost their shadows from being obliterated by sunlight. However, I really don't want to go there. Everyone looked puzzled. Because it's very eerie and terrifying, right? Nami, is there any way to bypass it? Nami looked at Kijin helplessly. I'm sorry, Captain, but there's no way. This is the island indicated by the log pose, and it can't be changed. It can't be helped then, thank you, Nami. Just as Nami was about to speak, a chuckle came from the corner of the deck. Kijin looked over and instantly Crocodile felt a chill run down his spine as if a beast were watching him. The crocodile looked up and saw Kijin staring intently at him. I wasn't laughing just now. Kijin's gaze remained fixed on him. Kijin, I mean, Captain, isn't that just a zombie created by Moria? When we land on the island, I'll take the lead. Crocodile cautiously glanced at Kijin, noticing that Kijin was already preparing to return to the captain's cabin. This made the crocodile breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, I almost got beaten up. The next day, Kijin was fishing on the ship when a messenger bird suddenly appeared before him. Hey, is that a messenger bird? As he spoke, Kijin reached for the newspaper on its chest. The messenger bird immediately swatted his hand away and began to squawk. 150 berries. Quite expensive. However, Kijin still magically produced the money. Let me see this news. Thunder God Pirates Captain Kijin 50-50 against Akiji. Thunder God Pirates repels the Navy. Captain of the Thunder God Pirates possesses incredible strength. After reading this, Kijin couldn't help but chuckle. This Morgans really knows how to write. Could he have been there on the scene? Suddenly, a few wanted posters fell out of the newspaper, and Kijin quickly called his companions to come over. Thunderfire Kijin bounty 510 million berries, death or alive. Roranoa Zoro bounty 200 million berries, death or alive. Shichibukai Crocodile bounty 245 million berries, death or alive. Nami bounty 71 million berries, death or alive. Archaeologist Nico Robin bounty 96 million berries, death or alive. Pet Tony Chopper bounty 100 berries, death or alive. Purple Blue bounty 1000 berries, death or alive. Everyone looked at the wanted posters one by one, and their attitudes were completely different. Nami, it's over, I've been wanted. What should I do now? Meanwhile, Chopper, who was dumbfounded, muttered to himself, how could this happen? How could it be so low? Upon seeing Chopper's expression, Kijin couldn't help but burst into laughter. Suddenly the ship was filled with laughter. Sai, even our chief chef has a bounty. But it's quite low, no worries, it will gradually increase later. Suddenly Kijin slapped his forehead as if recalling something. It seems we haven't held a welcome ceremony for our new crew member, so since that's the case, there's no time like the present. Chef, please showcase your signature skills. On the Rajin, after finishing the cooking, Ziching watched as everyone frolicked together with Chopper dancing a strange dance with 2 chopsticks stuck in his nostrils. Even Jichin was in a playful mood. This brought some comfort to Ziching, who had just left home. After the banquet, everyone sat together. Ziching, during the banquet, just now I thought a lot about your fruit ability. As he spoke, a look of anticipation appeared on Ziching's face. Your fruit ability still depends on your own development. However, once your strength increases, you might think of more ways to develop this fruit's potential. There are methods to train your haki on the ship, or later, you can have Nami take you there. Ziching looked at Jichin in confusion. Jichin noticed his puzzled expression and asked, what's wrong? Ziching, is there something you don't understand? What is haki? Oh no, did I forget to explain it to you? Jichin glanced at Zoro, who was staring intently at him. Jichin walked directly up to Zoro and punched him on the head. What are you doing, Zoro? I asked you to demonstrate haki, not just stare at me as if I'm some fine wine. Zoro winced in pain, but didn't dare to say anything. He wrapped his arm in armament haki. Jichin then began to explain haki, and soon Ziching understood, happily following Nami to the treasure room. Zoro turned to look at Crocodile, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Crocodile, what are you laughing at? Do you think I can't beat the captain? Can I not defeat you either? After Zoro spoke, he drew his sword, staring fiercely at Crocodile. Crocodile, not one to back down, prepared to manipulate the sand, ready to fight Zoro at any moment. Seeing this situation, Jichin hurriedly stepped between the two. What are you two doing? Do you want to get beaten? What's there to fight among comrades? Put down your weapons. Zoro snorted coldly and returned to a corner of the deck to drink. Crocodile sat down and lit a cigar. This is troublesome. These two have worse tempers than each other. The next morning, Jichin woke up early to find that it was still dark outside. Strange, I have a strong sense of time, but why is it still dark? There's also a chilling feeling. Soon everyone gradually came to the deck. What's going on? Is it not dawn yet? The crowd began to question. Seeing Jichin sitting at the edge of the deck, everyone realized it wasn't their fault, but rather the weather. Nami suddenly spoke up. Captain, everyone, we've entered the Devil's Triangle. The sky in this sea area looks like this. Everyone boredly watched the ship slowly sailing on the sea when suddenly a sound of piano music reached their ears, accompanied by a strange howling. This sent chills down everyone's spines, and Chopper immediately freaked out. Ah, what's that sound? He then dove straight into Zoro's arms. Woe is Zoro, you must protect me. Jichin thought to himself, fortunately, I've read the original work, otherwise I would have been scared too. As Jichin thought this, a very dilapidated ship with a broken mast appeared in their sight. Jichin looked at everyone and shouted, Guys, are you interested in checking out that ship? Robin immediately expressed great interest. But Nami, Chopper, and Ziching cried and begged Jichin not to go. Hey, you 3 crybabies, there are no ghosts in this world. Even if there are, it's just some kind of devil fruit ability, so don't worry. Then he'll go ahead and choose the people to search the ship, Robin, Zoro, and me. Hey, I wonder if there are ghosts for me to cut. After saying this, Jichin took one of each of them and flew into the dilapidated ship. However, he embraced Robin while grabbing Zoro. As soon as they landed, Zoro immediately complained, What's this? Captain, how can you treat Robin and me so differently? Jichin laughed and scolded, You idiot, Zoro, how could I hold you like I hold Robin? What kind of joke is this? After this interaction between the two, the atmosphere among the 3 became much lighter. They then headed directly to the captain's cabin. There's actually a gold coin here. Giving it to Nami should stop her from crying. There's nothing else here, so let's head out. Just now I used Kenbunchaku, and it seems there's something sitting at the piano not far from here. Let's go see who it is. Before long, the 3 arrived on the deck, where someone was sitting at the piano. Jichin said directly this. Brother, may I ask if you were the one playing the piano just now? After Jichin spoke, there was a long silence from the other side. Zoro stepped forward and tapped the person's shoulder. The person turned around to face Zoro. What? A skeleton. This made Zoro's legs go weak. The next scene caused Zoro to break out in a cold sweat. The skeleton spoke to Zoro saying, Sir, are you alright? Yo-ho-ho-ho. Jichin thought, indeed, seeing it in person is far more shocking than seeing it on screen. As the captain, Jichin stepped forward and smiled. Hello, I am the captain of the ship opposite yours. May I ask who you are? The skeleton looked at Jichin and replied, Hello, Captain Jichin, my name is Brook, also known as Brook the Musician. Just call me Brook, I'm a musician. Jichin chuckled lightly. You must have eaten the yomi no mi to be able to talk to me in such a form. Brook paused slightly. Yes, I remember 50 years ago our entire crew encountered a plague. Before I died, I ate a yellow fruit, and in the end I turned into a ghost. Because I couldn't find my body, I wandered in this sea for 10 years before finding it, but after finding it, my flesh was long gone, leaving only this skeleton. After hearing Brook's words, the three finally understood. Yo-ho-ho-ho, may I ask the beautiful lady next to you what her name is? My name is Nico Robin. Yo-ho-ho-ho, may I ask if I could see your underwear, Miss Robin? Jichin's face darkened after hearing this as he silently approached Brook and punched him. Thud. After a moment of understanding, Jichin invited Brook to come aboard his ship as a guest. Yo-ho-ho-ho, this is too embarrassing, but I am honored to receive Captain Jichin's invitation. I would be delighted to accept. As Brook finished speaking, Jichin immediately took the three of them back to the ship with a few teleportations. As the four arrived on the ship, Nami and the others spotted a skeleton grinning at them. Chopper and Nami, tears streaming from their noses, stared at it. What a skeleton. Captain, why did you bring back a skeleton? Jichin cleared his throat. This is Brook, a user of a devil fruit ability, the Yomi Yomi no Mi. Jichin then explained the Yomi Yomi no Mi and Brook's story to them. After hearing Jichin's explanation, Nami exclaimed, so, does that mean you're immortal now, a body that cannot die? Yo-ho-ho-ho, I don't really know that. Alright, Brook hasn't eaten in over a decade. Jichin, go prepare some food for him. The crocodile sitting in the corner interjected, a user of the Yomi Yomi no Mi, that's quite rare, like having an extra life. But it's useless for those without strength. Soon Jichin prepared a sumptuous meal and placed it in front of Brook. Yo-ho-ho-ho, beautiful miss, thank you so much for preparing such a lavish meal for me. I won't be polite. Thank you, Miss Jichin, can I see your panties? Upon hearing this, Jichin immediately punched him. Don't flirt with my crew members. Then please allow me to play a tune for everyone. As the music began, everyone unconsciously started singing together, yo-ho-ho, bink sake. The song ended. Jichin's mind raced, and when he looked at Brook, there was a hint of fervor in his gaze. I wonder if Brook would like to become the musician of my Thunder God pirates and be my companion. Brook was taken aback by Jichin's words. Yo-ho-ho, first of all, I appreciate Captain Jichin's kindness, but I think I will decline your invitation. Although Jichin knew the reason, he still asked directly, give me a reason. Yo-ho-ho-ho, because when I found my body, I realized I no longer had a shadow and later discovered that it was stolen by Moria, so, without a shadow, I cannot join you. Jichin stroked his chin and chuckled, actually we were originally heading to Moria's island. If we can deal with him, it won't be a problem, so come with us, and we'll handle Moria without issue. Nami, we should be reaching Moria's island soon, right? Yeah, we're only a few hundred meters away. Yo-ho, very good. Jichin glanced at Zoro and called him aside. I see your sword Snow has some wear and tear. It's no longer suitable for you. Have you considered getting a new one? Zoro stared at Jichin eagerly. Boss, do you have a good sword? Jichin looked at him with a smirk. I must say, Zoro, your luck is really good. After Jichin said this, Zoro became even more excited. Wait, let me finish. This sword belongs to one of the 21 great grade swords. As for this sword, it's on the island we're about to land on. But it still depends on your luck whether you can get it or not. I can only tell you that this sword is in the hands of a samurai. After Jichin finished speaking, Zoro looked at the island with determination. Alright, I must get that sword. Soon everyone arrived at the port of the fearsome Treehouse ship. Once everyone disembarked, Jichin released lightning to envelop the entire ship and directly stored it in the system space. Everyone looked bewildered and then asked Jichin, Captain, why are you putting the ship away? Jichin looked at Nami as if she were foolish. Silly Nami, don't you think about it. There are often news about ships going missing in this sea. Of course, I must put our only ship away to prevent certain individuals from coveting my Thunder God ship. Nami and the others finally understood. Jichin and his companions then walked towards the island. After walking for a while, Jichin suddenly looked in a certain direction and struck out like lightning, directly grabbing at the air. Everyone was puzzled. When the transparent object appeared, everyone finally realized the danger. Zoro's side boss really is the boss. His observation haki is much stronger than mine. Otherwise, how could he be your captain? As soon as we landed on the island, my perception enveloped the entire island. And what is up with this guy? He's so ugly. Is he a leopard or a cat? At this moment, Jichin still hadn't released his grip on the man's neck. Jichin looked at him, enunciating each word. Tell us everything you know, or you're going to die today. The man, being choked, nodded frantically, and Jichin threw him to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Hello, my lord, my name is Absalom. Jichin appeared extremely impatient and sneered, get to the point, or he'll kill you right now. Alright, deep in this island, there is a castle where Lord Moria resides. Lord Moria is a user of the Kage no Mi, and there are many corpses buried on this island that can be used by Lord Moria. Secondly, there's Dr. Hogback. Jichin immediately dismissed this topic. I know that guy, his medical skills are good, but his medical ethics are terrible. Then there's Perona. She's the commander of the zombie animals and scary zombies, having eaten the ghost fruit, so be careful, my lord. Respected lord, I have told you everything I know, please. Just as he finished speaking, Jichin struck and killed Absalom. I hate sneaky guys. It's a blessing I didn't dismember you. After killing him, Jichin took out a handkerchief and wiped his hands. Ji-chun turned back and smiled at everyone. I always treat my enemies this way, especially this transparent fruit guy, and Nami Ziching Robin your hockey isn't skilled yet, so I must eliminate potential threats. I hope I didn't scare you. If I actually agree with what you did, if for guys like this it's best to just kill them. Ji-chun chuckled lightly. It's rare that you and I share the same thoughts, Crocodile. With Ji-chun's deliberate effort to lighten the mood, the atmosphere among everyone remained quite pleasant. Ji-chun slapped his forehead. Oh right. If we split up, please help me look for the devil fruit, because we just killed a transparent fruit user, so the fruit he possessed should respawn nearby. Although it's considered a rather useless fruit, it could still fetch $1 billion or so at auction. Meanwhile, Ji-chun and the others were unaware that their actions had already been reported to Moria by his bats. Something terrible has happened. A small black bat flew directly into Moria's residence. What happened? Looking at Moria's bulky figure, the little bat hurriedly spoke. Lord Moria, someone just strangled Absalom to death on the island. What? Say that again. Moria stared at the little bat in disbelief and asked, You mean Absalom was strangled to death by someone? But it seems to be that guy Lei Yin Ji-chun who has been causing a ruckus at sea recently. How could it be him? This guy is not to be trifled with. He can match a marine admiral. However, I won't let him come and go as he pleases. At the very least, I need to cut off his shadow. I've been eyeing his shadow for a long time, and now I finally have the chance. Lord Moria, that is a pirate with a bounty of over 500 million. It's rumored that he can match Admiral Akiji, said the bat, unable to contain itself. Haha, once we bring Perona, I believe his abilities won't be a problem for us to deal with a supernova. On the other side, Ji-chun and the others finally arrived at the center of the island. No way, Captain, this place looks like a graveyard. Chopper, who was huddled on Zoro's shoulder, chimed in. Ji-chun looked at the gravestones and reflected for a moment before turning to everyone, saying, We need to stay alert when we go in. The corpses beneath these gravestones might spring up at us. If they dare to rise, it'll just cut them down, Zoro sneered. Zoro is quite reliable. We are counting on you for our safety. Nami and Chopper quickly moved behind Zoro. Then everyone entered the graveyard. Ji-chun looked around at the gravestones and muttered, Could it be that these gravestones have sensed my power and are too afraid to come out? However, Ji-chun was mistaken. The moment his words fell, all the corpses crawled out from the ground in all directions. So many corpses have crawled out. This is quite a spectacle. Let's split up and wipe them out. Ji-chun said, charging forward. Since you are already dead and dare to rise this time, I will send you to oblivion. 100 million thunder calamity discharge. Suddenly the sky darkened with clouds and faint lightning began to gather. In an instant, all the lightning coalesced into a bolt, striking down at the zombies, instantly turning them to dust before they could even scream. The surrounding zombies were left wide-eyed in shock. Quick, run. This human is too strong. But could they escape? Zoro swiftly dispatched them with a series of quick strikes. Soon, all the zombies in that area were dealt with. When everyone regrouped, Robin spoke up. Captain, did you notice that after we kill these zombies, they spit out a black substance from their mouths? Haha, our historian is as sharp as ever. That's right, Robin. The black mass is indeed the shadow, so when we defeat them, the shadow returns to its original owner. A small bat was talking to Perona in another room. What? Lord Moria wants me to go with him to deal with that Lei Yin Ji-chun. Are you kidding? I would die. I don't want to die. I haven't collected enough toys yet. Lord Moria said your abilities can definitely handle Ji-chun. There has never been anyone in this world who can deal with your powers. The little bat became more and more excited, and Perona's confidence grew even higher. If Lord Moria really said so, then he'll go to Lord Moria now. After Perona finished speaking, she floated out. After dealing with the zombies, Ji-chun and the others were ready to delve deeper when a burst of laughter suddenly rang out. Hee. A giant about 5 meters tall with 2 devil horns on his head walked toward Ji-chun while laughing. Yo, Crocodile, I didn't expect you to be so foolish as to join them. If I didn't expect Moria, a warlord, to become so fat. Do you plan to fatten yourself up and offer yourself to the celestial dragons? Moria glared at Crocodile in anger upon hearing his series of remarks, but did not utter a word. At this moment, Ji-chun spoke. Moonlight Moria, we are here to find a person's shadow. I advise you not to obstruct me. Moria's expression turned furious at Ji-chun's cold tone. Do you really think you can defeat me? Today I will cut off your shadow and create the strongest zombie. If it were you in your youth, I might not be your opponent, but now you are out of shape and you are no match for me. Upon hearing Ji-chun's words, Moria merely chuckled and then pushed Perona, who was standing behind him, forward. Oh, Perona, the girl you picked up, let me think. A Paramecia type, ghost fruit user. But you might be thinking too much, her abilities won't work on me. Moria was already stunned in shock. How did you know? Alright, let him try. Perona showed a look of panic as she gazed at Moria. Perona, use your ability on him. I want to see how he defends against it. Okay, Lord Moria. Negative ghost, go and subdue that man. Before Perona could finish her sentence, Ji-chun suddenly teleported in front of her and grabbed her by the neck, bringing her into his group. Perona's complexion quickly turned pale. She thought, it's over Absalom was strangled to death like this. I'm doomed. Goodbye, Lord Moria. Just when Perona thought she was going to die, Ji-chun casually threw her back to Moria. I didn't die. Ji-chun snorted coldly. I don't kill children. You should be thankful you're still a child, though otherwise you would have been dead by now. All right, Moria, since the cooperation has fallen through, let's settle this with our lives. Ji-chun, disregarding any rules of combat, directly threw 3 condensed thunderballs at Moria. What a pity only one of them caused you damage. It must hurt, huh? Damn it. You little brat, you deserve to die. All shadow troops heed my command, attack. Moria commanded, and zombies began to crawl out of the graveyard one after another. Captain, what should we do? So many zombies. Before Ji-chun could respond, Zoro shouted directly at Nami. Foolish woman, the captain will deal with Moria. I'll leave these little pests to us. Ji-chun glanced at Zoro and said, you really understand me. Yo, we must capture the king before the thief. Let's knock down this shadow fruit user first. As soon as he finished speaking, Ji-chun teleported and delivered a powerful punch wrapped in haki straight into Moria's stomach. Oh my, Moria's belly is surprisingly soft. This blow sent Moria flying, crashing directly into his castle. Blood gushed from Moria's 7 orifices as he exclaimed, damn brat, this punch is almost as painful as Garp's. Ji-chun looked at Perona slumped on the ground and scolded, if you can't fight, just stay aside and watch your Lord Moria get beaten. I won't hit a child. Ji-chun conjured a spoon shape with lightning and tossed it towards Perona. Now it's quiet, this way no one can ambush me. Damn, Ji-chun, are you ready to die? Ji-chun wore a mocking smile. Moria, I must say you've become so lazy in your training that you probably can't even use haki. Ji-chun's words left Moria speechless. Stop talking nonsense, you brat, Ji-chun. Even without haki, as long as I cut off your shadow, I win. Shadow scissors. Countless bats gathered in Moria's hand, eventually forming a shiny pair of scissors. Oh, your ability is quite interesting, somewhat akin to a Logia type. But since you use bats to transform into shadows, I will conjure a mighty hammer with my supreme lightning. Ji-chun unleashed lightning, forming a massive hammer 4 meters wide and 10 meters long. What do you think? Now how will you get close to me? Moria glared at Ji-chun angrily. You little brat, dare to imitate me. Oh, are you angry? Then come and take my life. Ji-chun swung the lightning hammer down at Moria with great force. Huh, what is this? A clone made of bats. Didn't expect that. No worries, I just need to swing another hammer. Ji-chun hurled the lightning hammer towards Moria. The scene was incredibly shocking. However, as the hammer approached Moria, it dissipated into a storm of lightning, leaving Moria questioning his life choices. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. This newly developed move, being the first to experience it, Moria, how does it feel? Moria, still dazed, gritted his teeth and said, alright, just wait. I'm going to bring out my secret weapon. Dragon Slayer warrior Lama, come help me deal with this guy. Soon after, a warrior dressed in samurai attire with a sword at his waist and wooden sandals on his feet knelt before Moria. Master, what are your orders? Lama, kill that brat over there. Understood. Ji-chun was taken aback. Huh? Dragon Slayer warrior Lama. I didn't expect your secret weapon to be Lama. Moria, I must say you have quite the nerve. Not only did you steal Lama's corpse, but you also took the national treasure, the sword Chiosue from Wano. Yahohoho, die enemy. Revolutionary march, advance. Longma unleashed 2 streams of purple sword energy towards Ji-chun. Oh, since you are a swordsman, I will have to end you with my blazing fire. All of Longma's sword energy was blocked by Ji-chun's flames. Yahohoho, I didn't expect you to be a swordsman too, but you will still die. Ji-chun sneered. You've been dead for so many years, shouldn't you just stay quietly underground? Must I step in? Ji-chun formed a lightning ball in one hand and threw it at Longma, connecting it with a fiery slash. Instantly, the 2 attacks collided, creating a reaction. Due to the immense power of Ji-chun's attacks, Longma was blasted away. Yahohoho, quite an interesting attack, but now I will get serious. This will be my strongest strike. Huh, your shadow belongs to Brook, so I can still take your hit. Soon after, a massive slash came at Ji-chun, a simple attack without a name. Oh, then let me see if my slash can counter it. With that, Ji-chun swung his sword forward with all his might. The 2 slashes collided. Clearly, Ji-chun's slash was superior, yet it did not harm Longma. Yahohoho, young man, your swordsmanship is quite good, but I must take my leave now. Longma threw his sword towards Ji-chun, and a dark mist flew from Longma's mouth. It was evidently Brook's shadow. Meanwhile, Brook's shadow had just returned when he heard an excited voice. Yahohoho, my shadow is back. Thank you, Captain Ji-chun. Yahohoho. That guy. Ji-chun smiled widely while looking at Chiosue in his hand, then turned to Zoro, who was still fighting. Ji-chun shouted, Zoro, catch. Chiosue flew towards Zoro, but this time Zoro caught it. What is this? A sword. Zoro looked in Ji-Chen's direction, where Ji-Chun was grinning widely at him. Zoro, this is the sword I promised you, be sure to take good care of it. Zoro immediately distanced himself from the battlefield and drew the Chosue that Ji-Chen just gave him. This is a fine sword. Zoro gripped the Chosue tightly, turning to put away his damaged sword at his waist. All right, Moria, your secret weapon is gone, so are you ready to take a beating? You bastard. I didn't give you life to spar with this brat. Ji-Chen replied calmly, Moria, do you know? Villains perish due to excessive talking. 200 million thunder disasters. Thunder Dragon descends. A massive thunder dragon coiled in the air, and with a wave of Ji-Chen's hand it charged straight at Moria. Countless voltage shocks assaulted Moria's nerves and body, leaving him on the brink of collapse. No, I haven't lost yet. Suddenly Moria, feeling inexplicably energetic, shouted, Shadow assemble. All the shadows converged into his body and Moria's figure grew larger, increasing from 6 meters to nearly 80 meters. Whoa, this move. Is this your last-ditch struggle before dying? On the other side, everyone in the Thunder God Pirates, witnessing a fallen zombie, looked confused, all staring at the place where the shadow flew. How did Moria become so gigantic? So big, can the captain defeat him? Nami asked with concern. Zoro lay back on the ground and chuckled, the captain won't lose. Ji-Chen looked at the increasingly large and fat Moria with a contemptuous smile. You think that just because you've grown bigger you can defeat me? Lei, Yin Ji-Chen, you forced me to use this move. Get ready to die. Ignoring his words, Ji-Chun instantly teleported in front of Moria, his electrified fist striking directly at his abdomen. Ugh. Instantly many shadows were expelled from his mouth. Damn it. Oh, it seems that as long as I beat out these shadows you'll reveal your true form. Bastard. Shadow box. Ji-Chen was caught off guard and was imprisoned within a shadow box created by bats released by Moria. What is this thing so dark? Meanwhile Moria outside was laughing maniacally. Lei, Yin Ji-Chun is finally caught by me. Moria directly controlled the shadow box to move in front of him, delivering punch after punch with great force. Soon the shadow box made of bats was crushed by Moria. Moria commanded the bats to disperse. He wanted to see Ji-Chen's miserable state. When Moria saw Ji-Chun, he was momentarily in disbelief. How are you completely unharmed? Ji-Chen looked at Moria as if he were an idiot. You shadow bastard, I am lightning, not your useless fruit ability. Have you become so lazy from not training for decades? Since it didn't work the first time, let's try again. Do you really think you can catch me, eh? In an instant Ji-Chen appeared at Moria's head, armed haki wrapping around his fist, striking directly at Moria's eye. Then came Ji-Chen's storm-like punches, each one landing on Moria's abdomen, causing an endless stream of shadows to fly out of Moria's mouth, eventually returning to their rightful place. Phew, I didn't expect it to feel so good to punch someone. No wonder Luffy loves using his fists. Looking at Moria, who had been knocked out, Ji-Chun ignored him and flew towards his companions. As soon as Ji-Chen arrived, Chopper and Nami rushed over. Captain, you're so strong. Ji-Chen felt Nami's embrace and began to lose focus. All right, let's get up first. Ji-Chen looked around at his companions, a happy smile appearing on his face. Great, no one was injured this time, that's fantastic. However, I did enjoy hitting him. As Ji-Chen spoke, living people began to appear one after another from the surrounding forest. They lined up willingly. Thank you very much, hero, for defeating Moria. The gratitude of over 100 people made Ji-Chen feel quite embarrassed. Oh, this is nothing, you don't need to thank me. I did it for myself. After Ji-Chen finished speaking, someone stepped forward from the line. Hero, we must thank you, otherwise we won't leave. If you insist on thanking me then. Ji-Chun directly pushed Nami forward. Then you can give some belly. This lady is the chief treasurer of our Thunder God pirate crew. After pushing Nami out, Ji-Chun headed into the forest with Zoro. On the way, Zoro's complaints could be heard. No way, Captain, we just defeated Moria. Why are we coming to this forest? What do you know? We're here to find the devil fruit. What do you think I'm doing here? The two walked on, soon arriving at a house. Hey, how can there be a house here? Ji-Chen slapped his forehead. I actually forgot about him. Let's go inside first. As soon as they entered, Ji-Chun felt the oddness of the place, and in the center of the hall was actually a coffin. Who are you? Ji-Chen turned around and saw Haha back. I can't believe a person with such poor medical ethics is still alive. Zoro, kill him. Even though your medical skills are great, your ethics are terrible. Zoro complied immediately, and after a scuffle, Hogback was killed. TCH, I think even a second of this person living is too much. You still have the mood to play with him. If it were me, I would have taken him out in one move. I just wanted to practice my newly comprehended moves. Let's explore a bit more. Ji-Chen said, and began to wander around the house with Zoro. Captain, I think I found a devil fruit. Come and take a look. Ji-Chun turned around to see that Zoro was holding the very devil fruit. The transparent fruit, it actually reincarnated in Hogback's house. This fool didn't even notice it. But this transparent fruit, Zoro, do you want to eat it? Once you eat it, you can use this fruit to ambush others. What do you think? Jichin looked at Zoro with a sly smile. Zoro curled his lips. I Roronoa Zoro am not that kind of treacherous person. I want to ambush others. TCH, whether you want to eat it or not is up to you. If you don't want it, I'll sell it for a fortune and add another billion belly to my pocket, haha. Alright, we should head back now. Oh, by the way, the autumn water I just gave you is one of the 21 great swords and also a national treasure of Wano. I suggest you keep the scabbard covered, otherwise it would be bad if someone recognized it. Let's go. Zoro walked behind, pondering Jichin's words and felt that there was some truth to them, so he kept it in mind. Hey road idiot and lost king behind, keep up with me, or if you get lost I won't care about you. Hearing Jichin's words, Zoro angrily strode ahead. Hey, wrong way, it's this way. Soon Zoro was grabbed by Jichin and brought back to the group. Jichin looked around and Nami came over. Captain, do you know how much money those people just gave us? Jichin looked at Nami, whose eyes had turned into money, and curiously asked, how much? Ahem, listen carefully, they actually gave us a full 200 million belly. Wow, that's quite a lot. I thought a few tens of millions would be enough. Oh, and someone said they had to thank you, so she wants to meet you. Jichin nodded indifferently. What a hassle, let her come find me. Soon a large muscular woman was brought over by Nami. Hello Captain Jichin, my name is Lola. A few years ago Moria took away my shadow, and I've been living in darkness. The reason I can see the light again is all thanks to you. As she spoke, Lola took out a piece of paper from her pocket. Oh, life paper. Lola smiled. Captain Jichin, you have good eyesight. If Captain Jichin doesn't mind, you can take it. If you run into trouble in the new world, you can come find my mom for help. May I ask who your mother is? Lola answered without any hesitation. My mother is Big Mom. What? Your mother is actually Big Mom. This is truly unbelievable, but I won't need the life paper. I'm confident in myself, but I still appreciate your kindness. Soon after, Lola also left. Nami and the others approached curiously and asked, Captain, who is Big Mom? You're asking about Big Mom. How should I put it? Jichin glanced over at Lao Sha, who was leisurely smoking a cigar. Well, let Lao Sha explain this to you. Lao Sha looked at everyone and began to explain. In the new world, there are 4 emperors and Big Mom is one of them, along with Kaido of the Beast, Shanks the red-haired, and Edward Newgate the Whitebeard. When mentioning Whitebeard, Lao Sha's eyes were filled with hatred. The others nodded, understanding the 4 powers. Nami exclaimed in disbelief, looking at Jichin. Captain, did you just refuse such a huge opportunity? Jichin looked at Nami with a hint of helplessness. You idiot, Nami. Jichin lowered his voice and said to everyone, you fool, your captain will take down Big Mom in the future, so why keep her life paper? Are you trying to disgust me? Everyone understood the situation. Zoro thought to himself, I need to work harder to become stronger. Jichin then found a quiet spot to sit down as everyone continued to drink. It's been so long I almost forgot about the signing in. System sign-in. Congratulations to the host for reaching the terrifying 3-masted sail for the first time, earning the sign-in reward strength of the Dongdong Tower tribe limited to those below 120 centimeters in height. Additionally, a hockey enhancement card and 10 fruit development reward distribution completed. Jichin directly took out the hockey enhancement card and crushed it. Instantly, he felt a surge of power along with the advanced usage method for hockey. System open, personal panel, host Jichin, age 15, speed 506, spirit 579, physique 569, strength 592, note average person is 10, fruit ability natural lightning fruit 58, hockey intermediate observation, hockey advanced armament, hockey beginner conquerors, hockey special abilities none. Items famous sword fire treasure map X1 strength of the Dongdong Tower tribe. Phew, I feel like I can take on an admiral now. But my fruit development is already at 58. If it weren't for that extra 10, I would still be struggling at 48. On the other side, Zoro and the others watched Jichin sitting on the ground grinning and couldn't help but wonder if their captain had lost his mind. Jichin collected his thoughts and approached everyone. As soon as he arrived, Zoro asked directly, Boss, are you alright? Why do you say that? Well, I saw you just sitting there grinning. Shut up, I'm perfectly fine. Suddenly, Jichin seemed to sense something and said to everyone, Get ready, we're heading to the next island soon. After saying that, Jichin vanished in front of them. Bartholomew Kuma, how unusual. As a warlord of the sea, why are you here? Indeed, Jichin had discovered him using his heart network. Seeing that Kuma hadn't replied, Jichin continued, Let me take a guess. It must be that the Navy saw my rising momentum and wanted you to come kill me. But unfortunately, you might have seen my strength and chose not to act. You're strong, I can't beat you. After saying that, Kuma prepared to leave, but Jichin called out to him. Wait, you're part of the Revolutionary Army, right? Kuma's expression changed slightly, but it was only for a moment. If you're part of the Revolutionary Army, then you must know Sabo. If you have the chance, please tell him that he has 2 brothers and a younger brother, and my name is Jichin. Kuma turned around looking at Ji-chun and slowly uttered 4 words, I know. Ji-chun suddenly remembered something and called out to him again. By the way, there's a girl named Perona. Help me get her to Karakin Island, please. An interesting pirate. When Ji-chun returned, everyone had already packed everything up. You all packed up pretty quickly, so let's set sail. Then under the watchful eyes of more than 100 little pirates, Ji-chun set off toward the next island. Hey Nami, what is the next island? Nami lazily glanced at Ji-chun and said, I remember it should be the island you always wanted to go to, the Sabo archipelago. Ha ha ha, that's great. Finally I can sell these devil fruits. And, heh. Just as Ji-chun was contemplating good fortune, he heard an electronic synthesized voice in his mind. Ji-chun returned to the captain's cabin. Ding. Hello host, the system will begin upgrading today and is expected to take 15 days. Please wait patiently. After hearing the system's words, Ji-chun let out a sigh of relief. Phew. Fortunately, it's not an unbinding. You scared me to death. While Ji-chun and the others leisurely sailed on the sea on the other side the Navy headquarters. A Marine stood before Sengoku reporting on Ji-chun's actions at the terrifying 3-masted sail. Sengoku slammed the table and shouted angrily, what? They defeated Moria? This Ji-chun cannot be left alive. Inform them to keep Ji-chun's battle hidden this afternoon, and that foolish bird give him some hush money so he doesn't report it. The Navy's dignity cannot be infringed upon. Go. Kapu, hearing the Marine's report and Sengoku's furious voice, couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Ha ha, that's my grandson. You idiot Kapu, it's your grandson who caused this trouble, and you still have the face to be proud. Here, give that back to me. Sengoku snatched away Kapu's donut. As Sengoku finished his donut, the transponder snail on the table rang. Boo boo boo. Moshi moshi. A voice came from the other end of the line. Admiral Sengoku, sorry, I couldn't defeat Ji-chun. After saying this, Kuma hung up the phone. Sengoku hadn't reacted yet, and the transponder snail fell silent. You bastard, you didn't even try. This Kuma. 15 days later, aboard the Thunder God. Sigh, how boring, it's already been half a month, and we still haven't reached the Sabo archipelago. Fishing every day is just too dull. Captain, I see you're actually pretty happy fishing every day. TCH, what do you know? Ding. In an instant upon hearing the sound, Ji-chun instantly teleported back to the captain's cabin. System, is that you? It's me, host. Why does this voice sound like a girl? Is the system a girl? Forget it, tell me what new features you have. Ding. The system has added a shop where all items from the myriad realms can be bought and sold using berries. After the system finished speaking, Ji-chun directly opened the system shop. Wow. This product even has images, so I thought there would only be names. There are even Sharingan Zanpakuto and a door to anywhere. There's actually a door to anywhere. With that I can go anywhere and cause some trouble. Ji-chun immediately looked at the price. Price of door to anywhere, 100 million berries, 10 uses kaleidoscope, Sharingan Obito version price, 1 billion berries, for a pair Zanpakuto price, 500 million berries, wish candy price, 1 million berries, each note valid for 30 minutes. Good heavens, they want to charge me 500 million berries for a broken sword, what a joke. But what intrigues me the most is the wish candy. I wonder if it can resurrect the deceased. Ding. The host can within the valid time frame. Hearing this, Ji-chun jumped up excitedly. System, what other new features do you have? Hurry up and tell me. The host can now check the attribute panels of others. Newly added merit points can be used to purchase items in the system shop. Merit points. Yes, host. For every celestial dragon you kill, you earn 50 merit points. Killing famous celestial dragons has a chance to yield a critical reward between 1 to 10 times. Ji-chun shook his head with a bitter smile. Good heavens, celestial dragons are really expensive and 50 merit points is just a drop in the bucket. Forget it, I'll go try the new features of the system first. Ji-chun directly went to the deck, and with a glance, he saw Zoro lounging in the corner, looking relaxed. Great, you'll do, directionally challenged Zoro. Name Ruranoa Zoro, age 15, strength 259, speed 215, spirit 202, constitution 296, hockey intermediate, armament hockey, beginner, observation hockey, conquerors hockey, not activated. Items, famous sword Chiou Shui and the Dowie character 3rd generation ghost slash. Overall score 200. Zoro felt a chill as he noticed Ji-chun staring at him intently. Zoro thought to himself, does the captain have ideas about me? Why is he staring at me? After reading the attributes, Ji-chun nodded in satisfaction. Zoro is actually quite strong. Ji-chun noticed Zoro looking at him suspiciously from the corner of his eye. Zoro, are you cursing at me? Zoro was taken aback, thinking, how does the captain know? But he maintained a cheerful facade, saying, how could I curse at you? You're overthinking it, captain. Nonsense, absolutely, otherwise why would you look at me like that? Ji-chun stood up and beckoned Zoro with his finger. Come, let's practice. Zoro was alarmed. No, let's not. Just as Ji-chun was about to force Zoro away, Nami appeared before everyone. Everyone will be arriving at the Sabo archipelago shortly, so get ready to disembark. Jichin gave Zoro a deep look. I'll let you off this time. Phew. Good thing I didn't go last time when I almost lost half my life. Nami, let's dock at a less crowded port. There are many thieves in Sabo, and I'm afraid our treasures will get stolen. I want to put the ship away. Nami's eyes lit up after hearing Jichin's words. As expected of the captain, you think ahead. Soon they arrived at a less crowded port in Sabo, and Jichin put the ship away. Oh, by the way, Chopper, how tall are you? Me. I'm 120 centimeters. Chopper, come here. Jichin's hand reached out and directly patted Chopper's head, and in an instant countless bolts of lightning surged into Chopper's body. Captain, what are you doing? Everyone was shocked. Jichin clapped his hands. All right, this lightning won't harm you. Feel the power within you. Chopper also realized and began to carefully feel it. This power. I feel so full of strength now. Everyone saw Chopper stomp his foot, creating a large pit in the ground. Wow. No way, this strong captain. I want it too. Nami, you can't do it. What I just developed can only activate the powers of people like Chopper with the human fruit ordinary folk form, so you can't use it. Just kidding, Jichin only has one powerful card from the Don Quixote family. Even if he had more, he wouldn't let Nami use it. He doesn't want to get punched. Now let me introduce you to the Sabo archipelago to avoid certain directionally challenged individuals getting lost. The Sabo archipelago consists of 79 red trees, each with corresponding towns and facilities. The islands are connected by bridges, so remember the numbers, and you won't get lost. Tourist area. Alright, do you all remember? The crocodile asked uncertainly, have you been here before? I know a pirate told me about it before. Let's disguise ourselves first, then we'll head to the auction house and sell this fruit. After a while, the group emerged from a clothing store, all dressed in the same attire, wearing hooded black cloaks. What an ugly captain, not good looking at all. Hearing Nami's complaint, Jichin showed no concern. Now the Navy has memorized our appearances, so we have no choice but to do this. However, I have another method. After saying this, Ji-chun took out dozens of glasses. Put these on. No matter what the Navy does, if they dare to recognize us, we'll just fight back. They don't look great, but they seem a bit better than the clothes. Ha ha ha, even though I don't have eyes, wearing glasses is still fine. Ji-chun looked at the others. I really can't do anything with you, so it has to be this way. Let's head to the number 1 red tree first. I see this is the number 30 red tree. Just keep walking straight, and we'll get there. And Zoro, don't run off. After a long while, the group finally arrived at the number 1 red tree slave auction house. Several people came to the backstage, and soon a servant approached and asked, "Dear guests, are you here to consign, or?" Jiangchun immediately took out the transparent fruit. This is the devil fruit. The servant's eyes widened, and he quickly walked over to a middle-aged man in the distance and started speaking. Soon a middle-aged man wearing a tall hat, sporting star-shaped sunglasses, and having a rather lecherous appearance came before the group. "Esteemed guests, greetings. I am the host of this auction house and the highest authority here. May I be so bold as to ask if you are here to auction this devil fruit?" Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow, clearly disliking this man. Jiang Chun chuckled lightly. "Naturally, I am here to sell this devil fruit." The host asked excitedly, "Then may I ask what type this devil fruit is, so we can ensure you get the best price possible?" This is the superhuman type, transparent fruit. I encountered it previously and casually killed its user nearby. Alright, it's all yours. He'll come back tonight to collect my payment. Seeing the group leave, the host hurriedly called out, "Gentlemen, wait a moment. This is our auction house membership card. With this card, you can enter the private rooms during the auction. You can come tonight." Jiang Chun casually grabbed the card with lightning and turned to leave with the group. After Jiang Chun left, the middle-aged man pondered. Lightning, it seems like that person. This fruit could fetch a high price. He then directly called some big clients to inform them about this matter. "Captain, this is a devil fruit worth several hundred million, yet you're treating it so casually. Nami, it's just a superhuman type, and don't forget, I also have a nature type in hand. Alright, let me take you to a place." The group soon stood beneath the massive red tree in Area 13, looking up. The place was a bar called Ziaki's Shakedown. Nami was puzzled. Why would anyone patronize a bar with such a straightforward name? Jiang Chun explained with a chuckle, "Because here you can not only buy drinks, but also purchase information. However, the intel is quite expensive. Ziaki's extortion bar, let's go, partners." As Jiang Chun reached the entrance, he saw Shachi dragging out a bloodied man. "Humph, you dare come to my bar without money? Are you tired of living?" Chopper looked at Shachi with a pitiful expression, so scary. Shachi then noticed Jiang Chun's group. "Oh, guests. What would you like to drink? Please come in." Upon entering the tavern, Jiang Chun looked around and found it nearly empty. "Let's have a few drinks. Oh, and get this little reindeer a cotton candy." Chopper looked at Jiang Chun somewhat touched. "Dear guest, the total comes to 1 million berries." As soon as Shachi mentioned the price, Nami exploded. "What? 1 million berries, you?" Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Chun pressed her down. "Miss Shachi, don't worry, we definitely have the money to pay you. However, I would like to buy 2 pieces of information. Is that possible? Of course, but the value of the information will determine how much you need to pay. Jiang Chun said grandly. Rest assured, the first piece of information I want is to know when the celestial dragons will arrive at the Sabaody archipelago. What? You want to know this? Are you interested in the celestial dragons? Jiang Chun smiled. To say I'm not interested would be a lie. I just want to see the world. Crocodile thought to himself, this guy isn't thinking of kidnapping a celestial dragon, is he? Fine, since you want to know, wait a few minutes for me, Xiaoqi said, and walked towards the back room. 5 minutes later, Xiaoqi finally came out. The celestial dragons will appear at the number 1 Red Tree auction house 3 days from now. There will be a mermaid auction that day. A hint of killing intent flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes, but was quickly concealed. Yet this did not escape Xiaoqi's notice. They'll pay for the first piece of information now. I'm afraid if I mention the second, you'll make excuses to stall me. I still have some professional ethics. The first piece of information costs 10 million berries. Thank you for your patronage. Nami, I remember there are a few 100 million on the Thunder God, right? Nami rolled her eyes, of course. A total of 840 million berries. After Nami spoke, Jiang Chun released a surge of lightning, and soon bundles of berries were poured out by him. All right, exactly 10 million berries. Xiaoqi nodded in satisfaction. You really are wealthy, Jiang Chun. Oh, I was actually recognized. Xiaoqi laughed. Do you think others are fools? The release of lightning and your distinctive characteristics, oh, anyone would know who you are. All right, now let's talk about your second condition. I want to know if the Dark King Silver's Rayleigh is here with you. Looking at Jiang Chen's half-smile, Xiaoqi's gaze shifted nervously. Rayleigh? Who is Rayleigh? How could he possibly be with me? As long as Aunt Xiaoqi tells me, I can let Rayleigh meet his captain. How about that? You are not joking, are you? Roger has been dead for countless years. Do you really have a way to resurrect him? Meanwhile, Jiang Chen's companions also showed expressions of shock. Boss, you must be joking. Captain, is this for real? Jiang Chen looked at them sternly. Have you ever seen me joke? Moreover, if I were to joke about something like this, Rayleigh would surely chop me to pieces. Xiaoqi took a deep breath and stared intently at Jiang Chen's face. Rayleigh is indeed with me, but he usually goes to gamble. Well, when he runs out of money, he sells himself to the slave trade for drinks. Knowing this is enough. At most, I can wait a few more days. I still want him to help me coat my ship. After a while, everyone ate and drank, creating quite a ruckus, when suddenly a hearty laughter came from the entrance. Hey Xiaoqi, today, I made a fortune just now. Rayleigh entered the door and immediately saw 8 people chatting and laughing with Xiaoqi. Jiang Chun turned around and saw Rayleigh holding a wine jug at the entrance. Hello, Senior Rayleigh, I am Jiang Chun. Oh, Jiang Chun. The Thunder Flame Jiang Chun, the super rookie with a bounty of 510 million. That's me. Rayleigh looked around and saw that the Roger pirates were all present. Roronoa, Zoro, your swordsmanship is quite impressive, Rayleigh praised as Zoro regarded him with keen interest. If there's a chance, I hope Senior Rayleigh will spar with me. Haha, there will be opportunities, said Xiaoqi, who was standing behind the counter, directly revealing the matter that Ji Chun wanted his help with. Rayleigh looked at Ji Chun with great interest. I wonder what it is that I can assist you with, young man. I'm just an old man after all. Senior Rayleigh, shall we step outside to chat? The two of them then walked out of Xiaoqi's bar. Upon reaching the riverside, Ji Chun took the initiative to speak. Senior Rayleigh, let me formally introduce myself. I am Ji Chun, a man determined to kill all celestial dragons. Rayleigh's pupils constricted, sharply staring at Ji Chun in shock. Incredible. You really are quite unique, little guy. However, about what Xiaoqi just mentioned, you want me to help with what exactly? Well, could you please guide them in mastering hockey? In return, I will give you something very special. Now that's something to look forward to. Ji Chun directly exchanged for a wish candy from the system shop. Shortly after, the candy appeared in the palm of Ji Chun's hand. Senior Rayleigh, this candy will grant all your heart's wishes. Rayleigh looked at Ji Chun's confident demeanor, took it with some skepticism, and swallowed it whole. It's quite sweet, and it tastes like apple. You just said it grants all my wishes, so let me give it a try. With that, Rayleigh closed his eyes, and soon a golden light burst forth between the two. No way. What is Senior Rayleigh thinking about? As the golden light faded, a tall figure appeared before Ji Chun. You're really right. Why do you look so old? Rayleigh suddenly looked up, seeing a familiar face, a handlebar mustache, and a confident sunny smile reflected in his eyes. Roger. Ha, it's me, Rayleigh. Long time no see. Roger stepped forward and gave him a bear hug. Soon the events here were known to the surrounding crowd, and as more and more people gathered, Ji Chun felt that things were getting a bit out of hand, and promptly grabbed Roger and Rayleigh, disappearing from everyone's sight. Phew, finally back. I used all my speed this time. At this moment, with the departure of the three, the surrounding crew members and Xiaoqi were all stunned. Yo, Xiaoqi, I didn't expect you to be here too, but time waits for no one. You've aged as well. Xiaoqi questioned in confusion. Roger, how did you end up here, and how are you alive? Roger scratched his head and looked at Rayleigh. Rayleigh, looking perplexed, struggled to articulate, glancing at Ji Chun. Let this young man explain. Seeing everyone looking at him, Ji-chin had no choice but to lay it all out. Previously, out of boredom, I developed a candy, the wish candy that old Rayleigh just ate. If consumed, any wish in your heart will come true within 30 minutes, including reviving others, but it only lasts for 30 minutes, so cherish it well. Ha ha ha, so my revival relies entirely on this young Ji-chin here. Thank you very much for allowing me to witness a new era. I still have a few left, so in the future if I need help I wonder if the Pirate King can assist me. Ha ha ha, just call me Roger. And if you call me I will definitely show up, or else how would I enjoy this beautiful world? How impressive. The captain is amazing, faster than I could develop medicine, and he can even revive. Ji-chin looked at Xiachi with a smile. So Aunt Xia, how about that? Isn't this candy impressive? I didn't expect it. I thought it was a joke, but it turned out to be true. What a miraculous person. Friendly reminder, there are about 20 minutes left. Roger looked at Rayleigh with fighting spirit. Rayleigh, let's fight. I haven't fought in a long time, just tried to stretch my muscles. Oh please, this old bone of mine does not want to get hit. Aren't you curious about those two kids after the pirate crew disbanded? Are you talking about red-haired Shanks and Buggy? That really brings back memories. Rayleigh looked at Xiachi. Then let me tell you about red-haired Shanks and Buggy. Red-haired Shanks is now known as one of the 4 emperors alongside Whitebeard and Newgate, standing at the pinnacle of the world. Wow, red-haired must be very strong now. I really want to spar with him. As for Buggy, I think he probably doesn't pursue strength and is definitely digging for treasure everywhere. Xiachi smiled slightly. That's right, that red-nosed fellow has formed a pirate crew and is now the king in Logtown. Ji-chin stepped forward and cleared his throat. Excuse me, but there's only about 10 minutes left, so if Senior Roger and Senior Rayleigh are going to fight, you should hurry. Hey young Ji-chin, you seem very eager for us to fight. Mr. Rayleigh, you should know that I am also a swordsman and Zoro also wants to see, so of course we want to witness the battle between the 2 legendary pirates. Roger looked in the direction Ji-chin was pointing and saw a green-haired head. You must be Zoro, right? The future is bright. Alright, let's go quickly and fight. Seeing Roger's impatient demeanor, Rayleigh reluctantly agreed. Hey, you two fight at a distance, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Next time just don't come out. Rayleigh and Roger both nodded in agreement. Ji-chin thought to himself, goodness, these are the Pirate King and the Dark King, and they are so unceremonious. The two directly arrived at an open area devoid of any pedestrians, making it perfect for battle. Wait, I seem to not have a sword. Oasis is not in my hands. Just as Roger was searching for a sword, a fiery red sword flew towards him. Ha, found it. As soon as he grabbed the sword, he noticed a group of people sitting in the distance. Ji-chin waved his hand. Hey, Senior Roger, please don't break my flame sword. It was clear that the sword just now was thrown by Ji-chin. Flame sword, huh? That looks quite impressive. Well then, let's battle, Rayleigh. In an instant, an overwhelming aura emanated from both of them, the black and red conquerors hockey intertwining in the air. Ha, still as vigorous as ever, Rayleigh. Get ready to take a beating, Roger. Rayleigh laughed heartily and charged toward Roger. Ha, come on. After an intense battle 10 minutes later. I can't go on, age catches up with me. How about this, let's finish the fight with our strongest move. What do you say, Roger? Ha, sounds good. However, just as Rayleigh was about to unleash his ultimate strike, he was astonished to find that Roger had already vanished. At this moment, Ji-chin arrived. Now this is a duel of top masters, but Senior Roger has already disappeared. Ji-chin picked up the Fire of Fury and chuckled. Thankfully, I thought my Fire of Fury was going to be taken away too. You truly are incredible, Ji-chin. I felt like I was dreaming. Just now a Roger really appeared here. Could it be that old man Rayleigh has been knocked silly? Rayleigh furrowed his brow and said, You brat, are you also planning to practice with me? Ji-chin awkwardly smiled. Forget it, I still have some self-awareness about my own abilities. I didn't expect my captain to have such miraculous items. What do you know? Old Shah, I have many similar items, just a mere candy is nothing. After saying this, Ji-chin immediately regretted it. Upon hearing Ji-chin's words, everyone stared at him with gleaming eyes, as if they wanted to strip him bare. What do you all want? Captain, bring out all the good stuff you have, so we can admire it. Foolish Nami, this is my private collection. You all have no chance, but you will see it in the future. Meanwhile, the events happening at the Red Tree No. 13 had already been reported to the station Navy at Sabo Archipelago. Brew. In the office of Admiral Sengoku at the Navy headquarters. Moshi. The panicked Navy on the other end of the transponder snail was reporting to Sengoku. What did you say? There are 2 powerful forces fighting at Red Tree No. 13. From your description, it sounds like King of the Underworld Rayleigh and Gold. Roger. Carp, who was nearby, looked curiously at Sengoku while he was on the phone. They'll send Kizuru over shortly. You give him the photos. As the transponder snail hung up, Carp looked over curiously. A major from Sabadi just said that there are reports of King of the Underworld Rayleigh and Gold. Roger battling at Red Tree No. 13, but that's clearly impossible. Roger is dead. He can't possibly come back to life. Forget it, let's wait for Kizaru to return. The people at Shaki's bar were gathered around a table. Do you think the Navy has already learned about the battle, eh? Well, it can't be helped. The commotion we caused during our fight was too great for the Navy not to notice. Ji Chen's face showed a sense of helplessness. Sigh, there should be a general coming, whatever, no matter who comes. Anyone who dares to interfere with my plans in 3 days will suffer. Even if I can't kill them, it'll make them shed a layer of skin. Rayleigh looked at Ji Chun with curiosity in his eyes. Ji Chun, can I know what this plan is? Ji Chun immediately retracted his murderous intent. It's nothing really. There will be an auction in 3 days, and I intend to slaughter the celestial dragons. Thus, this light-hearted statement was made by Ji Chun. Youth is truly a blessing. I thought what you just said was a joke. Time silently reached 8 o'clock in the evening. Ji Chun and the others arrived at the human auction house. Soon a servant recognized them and directly led them to the VIP box. I didn't expect to see the scene of an auction here. Yeah, Captain, the service here is quite attentive. Just as everyone was joking around, the auction finally began on stage. Alright, the auction officially begins now. The first item up is a human dancer. Each audience member can buy her to dance for you, and you can also engage in your favorite activities. Starting bid 1 million berries, with each increase no less than 100,000 berries. Following this, a fierce bidding war ensued. 1, 2 million, 2, 4 million. Ultimately, the dancer was purchased by a rather sleazy-looking old man for a total of 3 million berries. Next were various useless items, shoes worn by a princess, items used by the celestial dragon, stuff from pirate captains, and the like. Next is the highlight item of this auction, a devil fruit. A paramecia-type transparent fruit. This is truly a man's dream. Just think, activating the power of the transparent fruit, you could enter a girl's bathroom undetected. How wonderful would that be? The crowd below was abuzz with discussion. A pirate captain shouted boastfully, "Bastards, I want that fruit. If you try to snatch it from me, be careful. You might buy it with your life, but not have the chance to spend it. Huh? What are you worth to compete with us nobles?" The auctioneer, seeing that the situation was getting out of control, immediately announced the price. Ladies and gentlemen, the starting bid for the paramecia-type transparent fruit is 500 million berries. Bidding starts now. Meanwhile, in a box on the second floor, Nami exclaimed, wasn't it said that the devil fruit starts at a minimum of 100 million? Yet he's starting it at 500 million. Ji Chun knocked Nami and glanced at Robin, who understood. Nami, you're talking about the ordinary Zoan-type fruits starting at 100 million. This transparent fruit that the captain has is worth a starting bid of 500 million. As expected of Robin, you know so much. Ji Chun smiled faintly, watching the crowd below blushing and heated up from bidding. Bastards, keep raising the bids, let me earn a little more. Soon the bidding halted, and the final price for the transparent fruit reached 1,500 million berries, purchased by a slightly famous pirate. Wow, I didn't expect a nameless little pirate to have so much berries. Is that prince from a certain country turned pirate? Ji Chun stood up. Let's go, there's nothing more to see, let's take the money and leave. After deducting the handling fees, Ji Chun received a total of 1 billion berries. That's quite a lot. Ji Chun glanced at Nami, who had approached him, and noticed her shining eyes. Hey, don't even think about it, this billion has its uses, ha ha ha. As a few people arrived at the tavern, Xia Qi greeted them with a smile. So Xiao Ji Chun, how did the auction for that devil fruit go? Ji Chun grinned. I made quite a profit, 10 billion berries. Not bad, although it's just a paramecia type, the selling price is still high. Since we've finished our business for today, let's not disturb Aunt Xia. We'll see each other in 3 days, and for now we'll head back to the ship. Xia Qi smiled and nodded at them, watching them leave. Once back on the ship, Ji Chun glanced around at the crew without saying a word and headed straight to his room. As soon as he entered the room, Ji Chun eagerly opened the system store. Found it, the Mangekyo Sharingan Obito version. This is it. He system purchased the Mangekyo Sharingan. Ding. Spending 10 billion berries, successfully purchased the Mangekyo Sharingan. Suddenly, a flash of white light surged into Ji Chun's eyes, and the intense pain caused him to fall off the bed. After a long moment, it hurts so much I thought it wouldn't hurt. Ji Chun opened his eyes again, surprised to find that the entire world looked different. Wow, I can actually see so far. This change immediately thrilled Ji Chun. I remember Obito had a miraculous technique with his eyes. I wonder if I can use it. Kamui. Ji Chun aimed at the desk beside him, and soon the entire desk began to warp until it vanished from sight. Oh, it really disappeared. This gives me a great idea for dealing with enemies. My eyes feel a bit uncomfortable. Oh, is it because I used them for too long? System, will using these eyes for a long time cause blindness? Ding. Host, the eyes you exchanged are not the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, so using them for too long will indeed lead to blindness. Ji Chun pondered for a moment and asked the system, is there a solution? The host can pay another 10 billion berries to exchange for the Mangekyo Sharingan, at which point your eyes will automatically become the eternal Mangekyo. What? Another 10 billion. I'm not a moneylender. Suddenly Jichen's eyes lit up as he thought of someone. Hee hee, I won't have to worry about money in the future, haha. 3 days later. I say you all are dawdling, hurry up. We need to go see Xiaoqi today, is an important day? The others looked at him in confusion. Ahem, let's go. Jichen thought today is the day your captain takes off. Soon they arrived at Xiaoqi's bar. Aunt Xiao, we meet again. Xiao Jichen, you look very happy today. Jichen had a faint smile on his lips. Aunt Xiao, tell me about today's auction. Today's auction will be held during the day in about 2 hours. The celestial dragons will also be coming, as for how many I don't know, but it won't be less than 3. Jichen's smile widened even more. Captain, do you have a plan? Hurry up and tell us. He didn't expect Zoro to speak to him at this moment. This is my personal matter. I can go by myself, you don't need to come along. Of course I don't mean to reject you. Seeing Jichen say this, everyone put away their smiles and looked at him seriously. Captain, we are also members of the pirate crew. Your matters are our matters, so don't say such things in the future. Captain, you fought the admiral to protect me, so your affairs are also mine. Jichen looked at the determined faces of his crew and smiled helplessly. You guys fine, I'll tell you. Jichen then wiped the smile off his face. What I want this time is the lives of those celestial dragons, and I plan to do it live, letting them die bit by bit. The others turned pale upon hearing Jichen's plans, staring at him in shock. Jichen slapped his forehead. Oh no, I almost forgot, after killing the celestial dragons the Navy will send an admiral, so I can only take 2 people with me. Zoro, old Sand, you two might be used to this kind of bloody scene, so you two can come with me. As for the others, just wait for me on the Thunder God. Now let's drink a bit and prepare for the auction to begin. Jichen's consciousness directly entered the system. System, spend 300 berries to exchange for a live streaming Den Den Mushi. Ding. Spent 300 berries to obtain 1 live streaming Den Den Mushi, now stored in the system space. When activated, the host will be able to connect with people worldwide at no charge. Jichen felt a surge of joy in his heart. Great. Time quickly arrived at the auction. Alright, if you feel bored, you can stay at Aunt Xiao's bar. We will head there first. After finishing his sentence, Jichen immediately teleported himself and the other 2 100 meters away. I'll finally hear. As soon as he set the 2 down, old Sand shouted, damn, I'm also a Logia user, I can fly too, no need for you to drag me. Jichen rolled his eyes. You won't be faster than me, so don't shout. Let's go, we need to enter the auction house. The 3 entered the auction house, and the waiter led them straight to their previous private box. Jichen plopped down on the sofa. So many people at this auction today, it's truly spectacular, but ultimately, they won't be able to escape. But those celestial dragons haven't arrived yet. Zoro, you don't get it, those of higher status usually arrive last, just wait. Jichen then pulled out a snail from the system space and handed it to Zoro. Zoro, hold on to this for now. At this moment, the auction house was unusually dark, and suddenly the door opened, revealing 3 rotund figures with thick lips and bubble heads. The arrogant celestial dragons walked in. My targets have finally arrived. The moment the celestial dragons entered the auction house, everyone, whether in the private boxes or the main hall, lowered their heads. As the celestial dragons directly walked into the hall, the organizers arranged exclusive seats for them. The host on the stage held a microphone and gently inquired, esteemed sirs, may we begin the auction for the upcoming items? Jiangchen glanced at the 2 beside him and declared, get ready to act. With that, he drew his fiery blade and cleaved through the glass in front of him. The commotion from Jiangchen's side quickly drew the attention of the entire venue. Zoro, start the live broadcast. System, connect me to the entire world. Jiangchen proclaimed loudly. I regret to inform you all that you have been kidnapped. Just as this voice fell, his mask was swiftly removed. Jiangchen smiled at everyone present and introduced himself. I am Jiangchen, captain of the Thunder God pirate crew, and I have also been given a rather silly title by the Navy, Thunder Flame Jiangchen. The crowd below gasped in disbelief. What? He is the notorious pirate with a bounty of 500 million. This is the end. Look at your lack of ambition. I don't believe there are celestial dragons here, and he dares to cause trouble. Jiangchen frowned at the noisy crowd below and immediately unleashed his conqueror's haki, causing half of the audience to faint. May I ask for silence now? Meanwhile, across the globe on the Moby Dick, the crew stared in disbelief at the suddenly appeared screen. Gururara, Marco, what is this thing? Dad, it seems someone is live streaming. I recognize that face. Before Marco could finish, Ace, watching from a distance, rushed over to look at the person on the screen. What? Why is Jiangchen there? Ace, do you know him? Dad, the captain of the Thunder God pirate crew on this screen is my sworn brother. Marco interjected. I think I just saw a celestial dragon. Could he be planning to kill them? Gururara. Interesting little brat, sons, come over and take a look at this interesting little brat. On Whole Cake Island, the system's projection appeared before Charlotte Linlen. What is this thing? This is Sabaody, right? And there's a little brat. What's going on interrupting my cake time? Perispero, come and get rid of this thing in front of me. Yes, Mom. But when Perispero approached, his hand passed right through the screen. Perispero looked at Linlin with some difficulty and said, "Mom, this screen seems impossible to remove, and the person inside appears to be that newcomer Thunderflame Jiang Chun, and he seems to be planning to kill the celestial dragons." "Oh, this little brat is quite bold. Well, if it can't be removed, then let it be. I can enjoy my cake while watching." In a cave on 8 Island of the New World, Shanks was holding a banquet to celebrate Mihawk's arrival when suddenly a screen appeared before them. Everyone looked curiously at the screen. What is this screen?" Ben Beckman spoke up. "The captain of the Thunder God pirate crew inside is Jiang Chun, who fought evenly with Akiji with a bounty of 510 million berries. But I don't understand how he managed to make a screen appear here out of nowhere." At this point, Jesus Burgess added, "I think I just saw a celestial dragon. Oh, could he be planning to execute them?" Shanks pondered, "Let's keep watching. This screen will give us the answers, and watching the live stream while holding a banquet is quite entertaining." Wah. At the Navy headquarters in the central square, numerous sailors were training when a huge screen suddenly appeared, leaving them dumbfounded. The sailors chatted excitedly. Soon someone reported the news to Admiral Sengoku. While reviewing documents, Sengoku slammed the table, exclaiming, "What? You say there's a huge screen in the center of the Navy square with Jiang Chun and the celestial dragons inside? Bastard." After learning the cause of the incident, Sengoku immediately dispatched Kizuru to Sabaody. "What exactly does Jiang Chun want to do?" The scene shifted back to the human auction venue. Jiang Chun looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. "It seems my conqueror's haki isn't strong enough, though otherwise they would have all fainted." He then directed his gaze towards the 3 fat pigs in the center. "Oh, 3 fat pigs. Silence. Dead silence. You dare to call us fat pigs? You want to die? Quick, catch him. I want him as my slave. Hurry." Jiang Chun cleared his ears and looked at Zoro and Brooks, saying, "Most of the people who come here are scoundrels. I feel no guilt in killing them. Why don't you two go warm up? Kill everyone here except the celestial dragons. They'll hold on to the live broadcast snail for now. You guys go." Brooke grinned viciously and flew to the crowd, taking 1 life, with each swing swiftly slaughtering everyone present. Zoro followed suit and began his killing spree. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun covered the camera snail's eyes, and the screen went black. 10 minutes later, the two returned to Jiang Chun's side, brimming with bloodlust. "These people are dead, and they were never good people anyway." Ji-Chun looked at the 3 stunned fat pigs and sneered, "You can feel fear too. Now you feel afraid." One of the fat pigs trembled and scolded Ji-Chun, "Damn slave, you better let us go, or when the general arrives you can wait for your death." Another fat pig roared angrily, "Despicable human, I suggest you let us go. We are the descendants of the creator." Growing impatient, Ji-Chun used his finger to dig at his ear and directly manifested a lightning blade using his fruit ability. With a swift motion, he severed one of the pig's palms. "Hiss, ah, it hurts. Please don't kill me." Ji-Chun looked at the 3 fat pigs with a cold smile and asked, "Can you be quiet for a moment now?" Seeing Ji-Chun's cruel smile, the 3 celestial dragons couldn't help but swallow hard. "Yes, we can." "Good, then you will do whatever I say from now on, or I will chop your bodies into pieces." "Let's start with a self-introduction. You first." Ji-Chun looked directly at the one in the middle. "All right, I will start." Immediately, the celestial dragon knelt on the ground. "I am a celestial dragon, the descendant of the creator of the world. I will pay you any amount you want to. Please spare my life." At this moment in the live stream, "What? That pig-like thing is a celestial dragon. Is he not afraid of the world government for doing this?" Ji-Chun then looked at the celestial dragon on his left and asked, "What are you doing here?" "A few days ago that despicable host said there would be mermaids for sale today, so I came to buy slaves with my father." "Oh, there are mermaids too." Ji-Chun turned to Zoro and said, "Zoro, you have a sword. Go backstage and release all the slaves. By the way, remember to carry the mermaid to the beach before coming back. This is not a good job." "All right, next we will have some fun. Everyone knows I'm a swordsman, so I have some knowledge of the human body. I will slice your flesh piece by piece without taking your life." Ji-Chun glanced at the 3 of them and then fixed his gaze on the youngest celestial dragon. Ji-Chun smiled cruelly. "You must enjoy tormenting your slaves, right? Since you are a girl. Therefore, I will try to keep it under 10,000 cuts before ending your life." After saying this, Ji-Chun swiftly cut the waist of the female celestial dragon. "Ah, it hurts. Please spare me. I will give you a lot of money. 1 billion, 1 billion. Just let me go and I'll give you 1 billion. Ji-Chun sneered and spat a thick phlegm on the celestial dragon's face. "I don't want your money, so enjoy this process slowly." 10 minutes later, Ji-Chun finally stopped his assault. Old Sha couldn't help but shiver. "You doing this is really not a good thing. This celestial dragon has had all the flesh cut off except for the organs. It seems I can't provoke you easily in the future." "Oh, Old Sha, you flatter me. I'm embarrassed. Kill me. Please kill me." Zoro happened to return and was horrified by this scene. Hey Zoro, you're back. I just disconnected all the bomb collars of the slaves, so I took a bit longer to come back. But you still haven't killed him, you're incredible boss. Oh, it's nothing, but it's time to end her life now. After saying this, Ji-chun crushed his heart with one hand. At the moment Ji-chun ended his life, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the first kill of a celestial dragon. Reward: the level of Conqueror's Haki increases to advanced comprehension of Conqueror's Haki envelopment. Reward 50 merit points. As the reward was issued, Old Shah and Zoro sensed danger. Relax, it's fine. Ji-chun was secretly alarmed. If the first reward is so generous, what about the second and third? Now Ji-chun looked at the two celestial dragons as if they were money trees. This made the two celestial dragons even more frightened. While the two celestial dragons were lost in thought, Ji-chun suddenly spoke. Don't worry, I'm not that crazy, so you can die now. Oh, I think the general is coming soon. Ji-chun placed his hands on the heads of the two, and electric arcs gathered above their heads, causing the celestial dragons to fall stiffly to the ground. I wonder who the arriving general is. Kizaru, Akainu, Akiji. Ji-chun turned to face the live stream camera and laughed. Haha, everyone has seen the fate of the celestial dragons, right? Oh, by the way, the celestial dragons of the world government should be careful of from now on. Whenever I see a celestial dragon, I will kill one. If there are any celestial dragons not afraid of death, feel free to step out. After finishing his statement, Ji-chun directly closed the live stream. Alright, I think the general will arrive soon. Let's go outside for a walk. The three of them went outside and sat under a tree. Ji-chun's consciousness immersed in the system. Let's check the rewards just received. He then opened the system backpack, and as soon as he opened it, Ji-chun was stunned. Because two items had appeared in his backpack, 2 billion berries and 100 bottles of liquor in its mouth eye. Ji-chun chuckled, then took out 3 bottles of liquor, handing 2 to Old Shah and Zoro. Seeing Ji-chun handing over the liquor, Old Shah and Zoro casually accepted it. As Zoro received the liquor, his eyes lit up. Boss, where did this liquor come from? It looks good. Oh, this. I brewed it myself in Windmill Village. I just didn't take it out before. You drunkard, just so you know, if you get drunk, I won't take any responsibility. This liquor is quite strong. What a joke, Zoro have never been drunk. Zoro finished speaking and took a hefty swig. Cough, 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 this liquor is refreshing. Ji-chun watched as Zoro's face turned red and smiled without speaking. Ji-chun saw Zoro still gulping down the wine and couldn't help but advise, foolish Zoro, you should drink this wine in small sips. At the same time, a warship approached across the sea. Soldiers over there fire a cannon at the position of the number 1 red tree. After Huang Yuan finished speaking, he didn't look at the soldier anymore. Soon the cannonball was fired and Huang Yuan transformed into light, stepping onto the cannonball. Stop drinking, someone is coming, and they're very strong. As the cannonball drew closer, Huang Yuan also arrived in front of everyone. How terrifying, Your Excellency Ji-chun, you killed a celestial dragon at the auction. So have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Ji-chun grinned as he approached. Oh, is that you, General Huang Yuan? I thought it would be the red dog coming. Zoro, old sand, you are no match for him. Just stay back and watch. Let's see how your captain will thrash the renowned General Huang Yuan. Oh my, how terrifying. Huang Yuan said as he directly elementalized and kicked towards Ji-chun, but someone was faster than him. In an instant, as Huang Yuan elementalized, Ji-chun transformed into lightning and flew towards Huang Yuan. With a kick, Ji-chun struck Huang Yuan, sending him crashing down to the ground. Ji-chun secretly laughed. My current strength is not something a general can contend with. Seeing that Huang Yuan hadn't gotten up, Ji-chun shouted. Hey Huang Yuan, stop pretending. You can't be this weak, so hurry up and get up, or he'll kick you again. Huang Yuan slowly sat up, saying, how terrifying. I can't defeat you, however I must still fight back, or those 5 old geezers will definitely keep bothering me. Huang Yuan stood up, conjuring a sword of light in his hands. Sky from Cloud's sword. Watch closely, kid, I'm going to get serious now. Oh my, how terrifying, Huang Yuan. Ji-chun pulled out the blazing fire from his waist. Do you think I can cut you in half? After the two engaged in battle, an hour passed. Huang Yuan's once pristine clothing was now tattered, while Ji-chun also had some minor damage. After the fight, Ji-chun looked at his clothes, and his expression turned sour. Damn, Huang Yuan, this was a new outfit I changed into just a few days ago. You bastard, pay with your life. Ji-chun immediately used the Conqueror's Haki, and in a few flashes appeared right in front of Huang Yuan, his fist landing directly on Huang Yuan's face. Today you will leave your life here. I didn't want to get serious. Huang Yuan's pupils widened to the size of copper bells at the moment of impact. What? Conqueror's Haki, how old is this guy? Ji-chun stood in place looking at Huang Yuan, who was sprawled on the ground, unable to help but exclaim, the highest combat power in the Navy is like this. PFF. Speak, how do you want to die? Huang Yuan seemed resigned. Oh, how terrifying, little brat. Ji-chun, how old are you to already know the techniques of those four bastards from the New World? But for the peace of the New World in the future, I won't let you live. The two elementalized and directly began to collide in the air. After a long while, Huang Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood, which was mixed with internal organs. Huang Yuan gasped for breath, staring hard at Ji-chun. This is against the natural order. How old are you, and your devil fruit ability is even stronger than mine. Your swordsmanship is exceptional, and you even possess the three-color haki. In the distance, Akainu arrived at the shore of the number 1 red tree, watching the two. It turned out that Akainu had been heading towards Sabaody since Ji-chun started his live stream, but Huang Yuan arrived first. Akainu's pupils widened in disbelief. He couldn't believe that Huang Yuan was beaten so badly by a rookie who had just set sail for less than 2.5 years. Angrily, Akainu approached Huang Yuan. On the other side, Ji-chun cursed. Damn Navy, you have no sense of honor, sending 2 generals to catch me, a mere rookie pirate. You should be ashamed. While Ji-chun was focused on cursing, he quietly used the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, silently activating Kimui. By the time Akainu reacted, it was already too late. His left arm had been severed by Ji-chun's Kimui. "Ah, damn pirate, what have you done?" Huang Yuan's eyes widened in shock. Oh my, how terrifying. Such a power exists. Immediately, Huang Yuan whispered to Akainu, "Hey Akainu, let's run." This statement infuriated Akainu. "Get lost. If you want to escape, do it on your own. Today either he dies, or I die." After finishing, he transformed into magma and charged towards Ji-chun. Seeing that Akainu was really furious, Ji-chun couldn't help but shout to Zoro and Old Sand in the distance. "Hey Zoro, Old Sand, come quickly, I'm out of stamina." Had I known 2 generals would come, I would have saved some energy. Seeing his captain in danger, Zoro quickly arrived in front of Ji-chun to block Akainu's attack. "Hey, you're called Red Dog, right? Show some respect for our captain. Next, until our captain recovers, he'll be your opponent. He'll use the head of a Navy admiral to sharpen my sword." Akainu's face turned terrifyingly dark. "You little brat, Roronoa." Zoro, stop boasting. "They'll kill you first, then he'll wipe out everyone on your ship." "Hellhound." Zoro calmly watched the Red Dog charging at him, leisurely tying his bandana and assuming an attacking stance with 3 swords. "Hellhound." Demon Fire Slash. Soon Akainu realized he had a slight advantage, but it was only a slight one. The two were locked in a stalemate. I didn't expect that every member of the Thunder God pirate crew would be so strong, though I had underestimated this pirate crew in the past. I must say, as a dog of the Celestial Dragons, you are quite competent, but the name Red Dog was given to you by your master, the Celestial Dragons, wasn't it? Zoro's sharp tongue today was all thanks to Ji-chun's usual teaching. However, Red Dog only focused on Zoro in front of him, completely unaware of Crocodile behind him. Crocodile's hook was aimed directly at Akainu's lower regions, heading straight for him. In that instant, Akainu elementalized and distanced himself from the two. Damn Crocodile, using such a treacherous move. Keek. Too bad the famous Admiral Akainu didn't fall for it. Zoro couldn't help but laugh. He had seen everything, including Old Sand's attack, just now. Ha, well done, Old Sand. Keek. If I were you, I wouldn't stay here. Once our captain recovers, you won't be able to escape, so you might as well run now. Red Dog instantly erupted in anger upon hearing Lao Sha's scornful words. You are courting death. Getting anxious, are we? As Red Dog drew near, the two of them took defensive stances. Great fire. Lao Sha directly infused his sand with armed color, forming a shield to block Red Dog's attack. Red Dog's eyes widened as he stared at the pitch-black shield before him. The natural type ability can be used this way. Damn Crocodile. Seeing that his shield completely blocked Red Dog's attack, Lao Sha burst into wild laughter. Although this isn't what I expected, you one-armed old dog, just wait. Your head will be mine. Suddenly a voice rang out from afar, booming like thunder in everyone's hearts. Hey, I say, Red Dog General, isn't it a bit inappropriate to bully my crew like this? Ji-chun walked towards Red Dog and the others with an easy demeanor. He stood before Red Dog, his expression cold, while unleashing his conqueror's haki. In that moment, Red Dog felt panic and astonishment. You? Shut up. If you hadn't harmed my crew, you would have been dead already. Let me give you one last piece of advice, Red Dog. If you don't leave now, I'll have to call out Uncle Roger. I believe you've heard the news of Roger's revival in Sabaody Archipelago, right? Yes, that was my doing. You don't want to die, do you, Red Dog? Red Dog, with a sullen face, remained silent for a long time before finally allowing Kizaru to pull him away from Ji-chun's line of sight. Watching the two retreating figures, Ji-chun couldn't help but exclaim, I never thought I would have such a face-saving day. On the way, Red Dog was being dragged away by Kizaru. Red Dog shouted angrily, Borsellino, let go of me, or I won't go easy on you. Sakazuki, now you understand how terrifying this crew is, right? So while we are not strong enough, it's better not to clash with them directly. And about your arm. Kizaru sighed as he sat on the ground. If you still want to go, I won't stop you, but if you die, I'll collect your corpse. Red Dog snorted, flicked his sleeve, and returned to the ship. Hey, wait for me. Meanwhile, Ji-chun and his companions who had just finished the battle returned to the tavern. Nami excitedly looked at her captain, recounting the miserable state of the two generals. Haha, the two generals fled in disgrace. Are they really generals? Ji-chun smiled faintly. However, I didn't expect Zoro and Lao Sha to be so strong. They gave me a pleasant surprise. Ji-chun turned serious, and seeing this, everyone stopped laughing. Ji-chun surveyed the room, looking at everyone. Let's be real, if everything goes according to plan, we should set sail for the new world in a few days, but... Seeing Ji-chun's conflicted expression, everyone prepared themselves. However, your strengths are too weak. Currently, only Zoro, Lao Sha, and I have the strength to protect ourselves in the new world. The rest of you will find it difficult. Everyone felt a bit disheartened, not expecting Ji-chun to say that. Suddenly, Rayleigh, who was drinking from a distance, spoke up. What the kid Ji-chun said is correct. Besides Zoro, Crocodile, and your captain, the rest will find it difficult to survive in the new world. So it's time for you to train, but you need to find a suitable place to do so. Old man Rayleigh is right. You indeed need to train, including Zoro. So wait a couple of days. He'll go find someone who I believe he will know where you should train. 2 days later, after the battle between Ji-chun and the Marine Admiral had passed, this incident had been kept secret by the Navy, and even that foolish bird couldn't report it. However, the four emperors had their own channels of information, and they had already found out. At this moment, Ji-chun was taking Bartholomew Kuma to Shaki's bar. Coincidentally, Ji-chun had been wandering around all day and found Bartholomew Kuma using the power of the Heart Network at the Red Tree on the 16th. Kuma agreed to help his companions. At Shaki's bar, Ji-chun brought Kuma before everyone. Robin's pupils contracted slightly. You are Bartholomew Kuma, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Ji-chun hurriedly said to everyone, don't worry, Kuma is here to help us. Captain, how can a warlord help us? Are you trying to send us all to impel down? Upon hearing the crocodile's words, Ji-chun's forehead twitched with veins popping out. You stupid crocodile, what nonsense are you saying? Do you want to get beaten? Seeing Ji-chun place his hand on his waist, the crocodile instantly pretended to be invisible. Kuma, don't hit them yet. Let me explain something to them. Ahem, Kuma is a Paramecia-type devil fruit user with the ability of the pawpaw fruit. He can send anyone to a place they wish to go. Therefore, I've arranged an island for your training, and I can only ask him to help. Let's talk about Zoro first. Upon seeing this, Zoro immediately perked up. Zoro, the place you are going to is naturally where you will train in swordsmanship and hockey. That place is called Kana Island. There is a castle on the island where the world's greatest swordsman Mihawk resides. If you want to improve your swordsmanship, only the world's greatest swordsman can teach you. By the way, there are also a bunch of gorillas on the island that have pretty good swordsmanship. See you in Sabaody 2 years later, and don't die. As soon as Ji-chun finished speaking, Kuma's palm came down and Zoro vanished in an instant. Everyone was taken aback by this scene. Ji-chun grinned at the smallest member, Chopper. Tony Chopper, next is you. You will go to the treasure island in the South Sea, the Torino Kingdom, where there are abundant medical resources and various herbal knowledge. So as the ship's doctor, farewell. Next is Nami. You will be going to a place known as the Little Sky Island, Visalia. There you will learn meteorology, geography, and oceanography. So our beautiful navigators, see you in 2 years. Zuki, you will go to Peach Blossom Island, where there is a special type of cooking, attack cuisine. I don't know what this attack cuisine is, but once you arrive, you can mention Bartholomew Kuma's name, and they won't harm you. Oh, by the way, that's a transgender country, so as a girl you must be careful. So farewell, and see you in 2 years. Robin, you know about the Revolutionary Army, so I won't say much. Kuma, take our beautiful Robin away. By the way, remember to say hi to Sabo for me. A gust of wind blew, and Robin disappeared. As Ji-chun looked around, he locked eyes with Brook. Yo-ho-ho-ho, Captain, where am I going? Ahem, you will go to Haura Haitani Island. Remember to showcase your musical talent there, and create soul music as well as develop your fruit abilities and swordsmanship. Alright, time to send you off, Kuma. Next is Lao Sha. There's no need for him to go. Thank you so much, Kuma. We'll contact you later. Then goodbye, Captain Ji-chun. After Kuma left, Ji-chun looked at the bewildered Lao Sha. The reason you don't need to train is that I am going to train with you. What do you mean? It means I'm going to train you, got it. TCH. Ji-chun, with a black line on his forehead, looked at the disdainful crocodile. You rascal. It seems you are quite competent as a captain, having arranged plans for them all. Old man Rayleigh, I haven't finished arranging everything yet. There's still one more thing. I will need your help with something later. I wonder if old man Rayleigh knows of any islands nearby with unpredictable weather, preferably uninhabited. Let me think for a moment. After a while, Rayleigh's eyes lit up. There is indeed such an island, though it may be a bit troublesome. That island falls under the category of Women's Island. We may need to pay a visit, and coincidentally, I have an old friend there. Ji-chun smiled as he thanked Rayleigh while pulling Crocodile along. Upon arriving at the seaside, Ji-chun unleashed his lightning, and a massive ship soon appeared before the three. Rayleigh's eyes widened in shock. Your ability development is quite impressive being able to store such a large ship. Haha, old man Rayleigh, you flatter me. The three boarded the ship, and Rayleigh looked at Jichin with curiosity. Just the three of us. You can really manage this ship. You don't expect this old bone of mine to help, do you? Jichin facebombed. This ship can navigate itself. Oh, as long as I say a word, it will take us to our destination. This ship is one of a kind, but it can't go underwater without a coating. After explaining, Jichin directly spoke to the ship to Daughter Island. Once he finished speaking, Rayleigh, who was lounging on a deck chair, noticed the ship slowly moving. This ship is indeed magical. An hour later, in the calm zone at the periphery of Amazon Lily. Is this Daughter Island? Where is everyone? Just as Jichin and Old Sand were puzzled, a ship slowly emerged from the city gates of Daughter Island. A ship from Daughter Island. The two ships quickly converged. Men, why have you come here? There is no reason you shall die here. Prepare fire. Countless arrows shot toward Jichin and his companions. Jichin's expression darkened, and with a gentle wave of overwhelming lightning power, he knocked down all the arrows aimed at them. Jichin said grimly, "What do these women want? Do they seek death?" Seeing that the women remained silent only fueled Jichin's anger. Suddenly, he heard the sound of high heels approaching, and upon looking up, Jichin saw a stunning woman standing before him. "Humph, man, I command you to state your reason for being here, or I shall feed you to the fish." This thoroughly infuriated Jichin. Being attacked without a word the first time was one thing, but now she spoke to him so arrogantly. Even clay figures have their limits. Ignoring Rayleigh's presence, Jichin unleashed his Conqueror's Haki with all his might. Instantly, the Conqueror's Haki surged toward the women like a tsunami. The women on the opposite side immediately fainted. By the time Rayleigh noticed, it was already too late. Seeing Hancock still struggling, Rayleigh quickly intervened, causing Jichin to stop. Rayleigh stared incredulously at Jichin, as if trying to see through him. "Humph, Boa Hancock, is it? You dare speak to me so arrogantly? How many lives can you afford to pay?" Meanwhile, Granny Nyan was stunned when she recognized Jichin. She hurriedly stood in front of Hancock. "Lord Jichin, please forgive us." Hancock did not mean it. Hancock, seeing Granny Nyan blocking her, immediately pushed her aside. "I do not need you to save me." "Hancock, what do you understand? Do you know who this person is?" "He is Rayan Jichin. Did you not see the previous live broadcast? He killed 3 celestial dragons live. Only he would dare to do such a thing, and you are no match for him at all." "What? It's actually him." Hancock's face turned red at a visible speed. Lord Jichin, I sincerely apologize for my previous attitude, and if I have offended you in any way, please forgive me." The three were also bewildered by Hancock's sudden change in attitude. Finally, Rayleigh spoke first. "Well, Hancock, don't take it to heart. This kid Jichin is just like that." Hancock looked up at Rayleigh, surprised. "Rayleigh, you're here too. Just now you were so focused on that kid Jichin that you didn't notice me." Granny Nyan approached Rayleigh. "So Rayleigh, why have you come here so ostentatiously?" "Ahem, let Jichin explain. We came here to ask the Queen of Daughter Island to lend us an island. I believe it's called Rithkana Island, right, old man Rayleigh?" "That's right, as they need a place to cultivate. I thought of this place." Jichin quickly interjected. "So Queen, I wonder if you could lend us the island. We can pay rent and promise not to destroy it." Hancock looked into Jichin's eyes, trying to feign calm. That's no problem. You don't even need to pay rent. Feel free to use it." Jichin looked at Hancock with joy. "Thank you, Queen. I truly appreciate it. I apologize for what happened earlier. If there's anything I can do for you, please let me know. I owe you a favor." Hancock quickly waved her hand. No need. Lending you the island is my choice." Hancock, his favor is quite valuable right now, so don't be polite with this kid. Just accept it. Moreover, with such top-notch Conqueror's Haki, not to mention becoming the Pirate King, he will surely have a place among the 4 emperors in the future, so you should definitely accept a favor from a future emperor. "Well, if that's the case, I sincerely thank you, Lord Jichin. You can just call me Hancock. No need to call me Queen." Jichin glanced at Rayleigh. "Old man, it's the first time I've seen you talk so much. I wonder if it's convenient for Lord Jichin to visit our daughter island. I will certainly host you grandly." Jichin rubbed his stomach. "Indeed, I haven't eaten in a long time. If there's meat, I'd be willing to go." Old Sand stared in amazement. "Are you really that easy to appease, Hancock? She is the world's #1 beauty, and this guy just showcased his Conqueror's Haki and got the Empress to treat him like this. It's truly unbelievable." The Empress shouted, "Set sail, welcome our honored guest." After some time, everyone finally arrived at the Empress Palace. The Empress slightly bowed and said, "Lord Jichin, these are the special delicacies of our daughter island. I hope they suit your taste." "They look quite good, thank you, Your Majesty." After the meal, Jichin approached the Empress and said, "I wonder if Your Majesty could lend me the island of Rithkana. By the way, here are 200 million Bailey, which can serve as the rental fee for this island for the next 2 years. Jichin tossed the money directly behind the Empress without waiting for a response. The Empress hurriedly waved her hand. "No need for that, Lord Jichin. Ji-chan replied, just accept it. I will not take back what I have given away. By the way, I need to rest for a bit. Please excuse me, Your Majesty. With that, Ji-chan walked to a corner of the palace and sat down. Ji-chan's consciousness sank into the system. System sign-in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for arriving at Daughter Island for the first time, obtaining 10 healing potions, a shape-shifting mask, and an observation card. Distribution complete. Not bad, but what exactly is this shape-shifting mask? And is this healing potion the one I am thinking of? System come out and explain. Ding. The shape-shifting mask allows the host to transform into any person from the pirate world when worn. The healing potion can heal all scars and birthmarks. Ji-chan then walked over to Old Shah and Rayleigh saying, Old man Old Shah, we should leave. I don't want to stay in a country filled with so many women or it makes me feel a bit uncomfortable. Rayleigh nodded. All right then, let's say our goodbyes. The three approached the Empress and said, Your Majesty, we shall take our leave now. Thank you for preparing so much food. Seeing the reluctant look in the Empress' eyes, Ji-chan turned and left. After taking a couple of steps, he seemed to remember something and casually tossed something in Hancock's direction. The Empress waved her hand and caught it. What is this? Ji-chan replied, What I just gave you is a healing liquid that can make that thing on your back disappear. There are 3 bottles in total. All right, may we meet again. After saying this, Ji-chan returned to the Thunder God ship with Rayleigh. On the way, Rayleigh, unable to contain his curiosity, asked, Ji-chan, was what you just gave them effective? Ji-chan rolled his eyes. Old man, have you ever seen me give something that wasn't useful? True enough. Soon the three reached an island with a prominent rock in the center. Seeing that Ji-chan was unfamiliar with the place, Rayleigh began to explain, this island is called Ruskaikaina, and it has 48 seasons in a year. So that means the seasons change here roughly once a week. Exactly, and this island is home to many fierce beasts. The only safe place on this island is this prominent rock. If you have something very important that isn't convenient to store, you can put it here. Old man, you really don't know me, do you? Rayleigh paused for a moment, and then burst into laughter. True, your abilities are quite practical. All right, mister. Rayleigh, for the next 2 years I will trouble you to train Old Shah. What? The two exclaimed in unison. As Ji-chan took out 100 bottles of Moutai from the system space, he said, If old man Rayleigh helps me train Old Shah, I will make sure you can drink this wine every day. This wine doesn't seem special, but the bottle does look quite unique. Ji-chan urged, Old man, give it a try. All right, I want to see what's so special about this wine. Rayleigh immediately picked up a bottle, opened it, and tilted his head back to drink. Gulp, gulp. Phew. This wine. Not bad. You just said to let me train Crocodile. That's completely fine, but you must ensure I can drink this wine every day. Ji-chan smiled and looked at Rayleigh. Don't worry, old man, my credibility is impeccable. Old Shah and Rayleigh enjoyed their drinks, unaware that Ji-chan had already taken out a wish candy and was holding it in his mouth. Suddenly a golden light appeared before the three and a familiar voice reached their ears. Ha ha ha, Ji-chan, it's you who has revived me again. Senior Roger, we thought the 3 of us drinking alone was too boring, so we invited you to join us. Ha ha ha, that's great. I haven't had a drink in ages. Where's the wine? Ji-chan pointed to the 100 bottles of wine neatly lined up on the ground. Wine? And Rayleigh, you're here too. Ha ha ha. It's been so long since we drank together. Indeed. Suddenly Roger's gaze shifted, noticing the aura around Ji-chan. Kid, your aura seems even stronger than Rayleigh's. But how long has it been? You've grown too fast. Ji-chan awkwardly coughed a couple of times, completely surprised that Roger could perceive this. Senior Roger, let's drink. But I might often trouble you in the future. I want you to teach me swordsmanship. Ji-chan said this, and then stood up to bow deeply to Roger. Roger scratched his head. Ji-chan, you revived me, so teaching you swordsmanship is no problem at all, a piece of cake. Then the 3 of them celebrated with much joy. Soon 20 minutes passed just like that, and Ji-chan watched Roger and Rayleigh drinking joyfully, not wanting to disturb them as he walked off on his own. This action of Ji-chan was quickly noticed by Crocodile, who was quietly drinking. What is this guy up to? Once he reached a secluded corner, Ji-chan confirmed that no one was coming and directly opened the system. System check-in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for arriving at Ruskaina Island for the first time, obtaining the Supreme Great Blade Ace. Upon hearing the reward, Ji-chan's eyes widened in disbelief as he listened to the system's voice. System, what did you say? The Supreme Great Blade Ace. Isn't that Roger's sword? What a coincidence. Ding. The system kindly reminded him that this was not a coincidence, as Roger had just been revived nearby, and thus the reward was something he possessed in life. Ji-chan finally decrypted the situation. He directly took out Ace from the system's space. Oh, it's golden, somewhat resembling a Western sword. However, it's still Roger's matching sword. I want lend my blaze to Roger in the future, otherwise my blaze won't be able to withstand the sword energy he emits. Soon Ji-chan returned to the trio drinking. Seeing that Roger was still there, he directly checked the remaining time. Roger had 4 minutes and 58 seconds left. There's still so much time, so why not? Ji-chan called out to Roger, who was drinking. Hey, Uncle Roger. Roger responded drunkenly, what's up? Ji-chan, kid. I want to see your swordsmanship. Roger stood up, pretending to draw the blaze from Ji-chan's waist. Ji-chan hurriedly stopped him. Uncle Roger, this island is rented by me. I can't take a hit from you. Let's go to the seaside. Just swing your sword into the sea. Rayleigh, noticing this, became interested and followed him to the seaside. Hey, Ji-chan, can I borrow your sword now? Ahem, you should use your own sword. Before Roger could react, Ji-chan directly threw a sword at him. The moment Roger caught the sword, he felt a familiar sensation. This is Ace, my sword from before. This snapped Roger's drunkenness at least halfway. How did you get this sword, Ji-chan, kid? Ji-chan awkwardly yet politely smiled. I found it by chance. I thought it resembled Uncle Roger's sword, so I took it. So this sword really is. Roger and Rayleigh nodded in agreement. Ji-chan smiled with surprise. Looks like I'm quite lucky. All right, Uncle Roger, quickly show me your swordsmanship. Time is running out. Roger noticed the time was almost up and immediately swung a sword towards the sea, instantly unleashing a terrifying haki that split the ocean surface. Ji-chan's expression was one of great excitement. If that sword strike hit Old Sand, it should be able to kill him instantly. Old Sand, thank you. Indeed, it's my sword. It's really nice. It's been a long time since I've done this. Don't worry, Uncle Roger, you'll always be here with me. After all, you promised me to teach me swordsmanship. Ha ha ha, don't worry. Roger laughed, his body gradually turning into white light and disappearing. Looks like Roger's time is up. But why do you call me old man and refer to Roger as uncle? Is he younger than me? Ji-chan looked at Rayleigh as if he were a fool, isn't he? Rayleigh's expression darkened as he defended himself. Hee. Never mind. Ji-chan picked up Ace, which had fallen to the ground. This is the supreme great blade, but I can't unleash its full power. What a pity. All right, old man Rayleigh, I'll leave 200 bottles of wine in the center of the island. That should be enough for you to drink for a while. I'm going out to play for a bit after all my haki has been well trained. 200 bottles. You go ahead, or I'll take care of that guy. Then, under the watchful eyes of Rayleigh and Crocodile, Ji-chan steered the Thunder God towards the distant horizon. At this moment, Ji-chan was on the Thunder God. Where should I go first? Suddenly, Ji-chan's eyes lit up as a pirate crew's name quickly came to his mind. Let's go there. Ji-chan arrived at the islands of the Sabo archipelago after sailing for a while. As soon as he reached the port, he immediately stored the Thunder God. Let's find a secluded place first. He then found a hotel and checked into a room, taking out the anywhere door from his system space. System, can I reach a place I have never been to directly? Ding. Friendly reminder, the host can consume 2 usage opportunities. I see, even if I use up 2 opportunities, I still have 8 left. This isn't a loss. Ji-chan then silently thought of the location of the red-haired pirates. Meanwhile, on 8-Man Island, the members of the red-haired pirates were bewildered by the sudden appearance of the door. Beckman immediately drew his gun and aimed at the door, asking, what is this? How could a door appear? In an instant, the members of the red-haired pirates all picked up their weapons, aiming at the door. The anywhere door slowly opened, and Ji-chan poked his head out to look. What? Ji-chan stepped out from behind the door, saying, this is all a misunderstanding with the red-haired pirates. Lei Yin, Ji-chan. How could this guy appear here? Cough, cough. You all put down your weapons first. I'm not here to fight you. At Beckman's gesture, everyone lowered their weapons. Beckman stepped forward and said, Lei Yin, Ji-chan, you severely injured Admiral Kazuru in Sabo, severed a kindness arm, and then your pirate crew disappeared without a trace. Even our intelligence department couldn't find anything. I didn't expect that a pirate with a bounty of 500 million would come here. But what is that thing behind you? Ji-chan awkwardly smiled and said, I just sent my companions for training, and I can't improve my own strength in a short time, so I thought I'd just wander around. At that moment, Shanks stood up and said, Ji-chan, what do you intend to do by coming to our pirate crew? If you dare to harm my companions, don't blame me for being rude. Ji-chan was not angry. Shanks, we don't need to do this. We can drink and chat instead. Saying this, Ji-chan tossed him a bottle of liquor. Give it a try. Besides, I am Luffy's sworn brother. I came here to have Roger teach me swordsmanship. Shanks was preparing to drink when he heard Ji-chan's words and became puzzled. You mean Roger, the one I know? Yes, but there's no point in saying too much. Ji-chan popped a candy into his mouth, and a light curtain appeared before the pirates. As the light dissipated, a familiar figure appeared before their eyes. Shanks and the other pirates widened their eyes, filled with disbelief. A hearty voice rang out. Ha ha, isn't this Red Taro? Ha ha ha, I never thought I'd see you again after death. Shanks stared at this figure, speechless for a long time. You are Captain Roger. Ji-chan sighed. Uncle Roger, please explain quickly. The red-haired pirates think I'm an enemy. Ha ha ha. Then Roger's explanation finally made everyone understand. After hearing Roger's explanation, the members of the red-haired pirates looked at Ji-chan with eager eyes. Cough, cough, don't look at me like that. Oh, I'm not some beauty. Ji-chin said, and immediately a pirate chimed in. But brother Ji-chin, you can revive people. I've never seen anyone who can bring the dead back to life. That's really amazing. At this moment, the smartest member of the red-haired pirates asked, I wonder, brother Ji-chun, is your resurrection ability a devil fruit? Or, it's a type of candy I developed, eat it, and silently think of that person's name, and the dead will be revived for 30 minutes. You all saw Uncle Roger as the one I revived, and he promised to teach me swordsmanship. The door was also created by me. But don't think about killing or looting. Uncle Roger is still here. Ji-chin's words left them feeling awkward. Don't joke around. Just because you are Luffy's brother, we can't do such things. Beckman chuckled. I wonder if brother Ji-chin can sell us that door you just mentioned. We really need such strategic resources. Name your price. We the red-haired pirates have plenty of money. Shanks timely interjected. Beckman, it's impolite to say such things now. Brother Ji-chun has just arrived in our territory and hasn't eaten, yet not to mention Uncle Roger is also here. Haha, Red Taro, it's fine, but I am a bit hungry. Shanks called out, everyone. The banquet is starting. Upon hearing the captain's command, the chef Riki quickly prepared food with numerous companions. Since we are having a banquet, I'll take care of the drinks. Ji-chun waved his hand and summoned 300 bottles of Maodai. Roger looked at Ji-chun and smiled. During the time they prepare the food, I'll teach you swordsmanship first, little Ji-chun. Then the two walked towards the sea and Roger turned to Shanks saying, Red Taro, you come too. Let me see how much you've progressed since I left. Coming, Captain. The three arrived at the seaside and Ji-chun directly threw Ace to Roger. Roger drew Ace and a domineering aura radiated from him as he looked at Shanks. Red Taro, let me see if you practiced the swordsmanship I taught you well after I left. Shanks, filled with excitement, immediately drew his griffin sword. At the moment he drew his sword, Shanks' conqueror's haki burst out. Come on, Captain Roger. Ji-chin instantly teleported to a distance, watching the duel between the two. The two seemed to have a tacit understanding, simultaneously swinging their swords forward, and the dark red sword aura clashed fiercely. However, battles between strong fighters are over in an instant. In the end, Shanks was defeated with Roger having the slight upper hand. Ha ha ha. Very good, Red Taro. The two sheathed their swords after their duel. The red-haired one scratched his head and said, You're flattering me, Captain Roger. I'm still far behind you. Ha ha ha, don't be modest. Ji-chin walked over and said, To be honest, both of your sword skills are truly impressive. I'm really looking forward to learning all of Uncle Roger's sword techniques. The red-haired one came over and patted Ji-chun on the shoulder, saying, Then you better be prepared. He then called out to Lucky Lu in the distance, Hey boss, the food is ready. You guys better hurry over. The three of them exchanged smiles and headed straight for the banquet location. The red-haired one lifted a bottle of Maodai and exclaimed, Today I'm very happy to have met the late Captain Roger and to have gotten to know brother Ji-chun. Now let's all raise our glasses to them. Oh, the crowd raised their glasses of Maodai sponsored by Ji-chun and began to drink. Cheers erupted among them. Everyone was chattering excitedly, What kind of wine is this? It's really delicious. At this moment, the core members of the red-haired pirates were also astonished. The red-haired one was at a loss for words. As he looked at Ji-chun, his eyes sparkled. Ji-chun in turn looked at the red-haired one and his crew with eyes gleaming like a cat spotting a mouse. Ji-chun cleared his throat awkwardly. The crowd immediately reacted and the red-haired one laughed and scolded. Look at you all, your eyes are sparkling at brother Ji-chun. Just drink quietly. Other members protested, What? Boss, you're just as good and you dare say anything to us. Of course the red-haired one wouldn't be angry at such remarks, as this was how he usually interacted with his partners. By the way, brother Ji-chun, where did you buy this wine? Can you tell us the location? We want to buy some too. Ji-chun chuckled awkwardly, This I brewed it myself. You won't find it in other seas. Beckman looked at Ji-chun appreciatively and remarked, I didn't expect brother Ji-chun not only to have those incredible gadgets, but also to brew wine. It would be great if you didn't have a pirate crew. Ha ha ha, I formed a pirate crew with a purpose. Ji-chun's words sparked the interest of everyone present. Roger looked at Ji-chun and asked, So what is your goal, Ji-chun? Well, it might be impossible, but everyone needs a dream, right? My goal is to eliminate all celestial dragons. These beasts harm civilians while looking down from above. It's really disgusting. In the future, I will kill one whenever I see one. That's why I want to learn swordsmanship from Uncle Roger. Otherwise, how can I have the strength to deal with the admirals and the world government? After hearing Ji-chun's words, everyone looked at him with admiration. Aha, aha, that's great, Ji-chun. Something even rocks couldn't accomplish might just be possible for you. Roger patted his chest loudly, saying, Don't worry, as long as you ask me to, I will teach you swordsmanship well. As he finished speaking, his body began to emit glowing specks of light. Roger suddenly covered his head and shouted in panic, Oh no, what do I do? There's so much fine wine, and I haven't finished eating yet. Ji-chun calmly watched this amusing scene and bought 100 candies from the system shop tossing one to the red-haired one. Red-haired, eat it, and just think of Roger in your heart. The red-haired one quickly threw the wish-granting candy into his mouth, and instantly Roger's body returned to normal. Phew, well done, Red Taro. Ji-chan couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Ha ha, I didn't expect the Pirate King to have such childish moments too." Roger, hearing this, was fuming and playfully punched Ji-chan. Ji-chan turned to the red-haired one and said, "Red-haired, you can think in your heart for your left arm to regenerate. Although it only lasts 30 minutes, it's still good for you to feel what it's like to have your left arm back." The red-haired one was overjoyed and immediately began to think. Soon his left arm visibly grew back. The members of the red-haired pirates were left speechless in astonishment. Even Beckman, the vice-captain, reached out to touch it. "Hey Beckman, what are you doing? We're both real men." "You idiot, I just want to confirm it." "Don't worry, what I Ji-chan produce is definitely high quality." Suddenly Ji-chan had an idea. He then looked at Roger. Roger felt a bit uncomfortable under Ji-chan's gaze, and Ji-chan spoke up. "Uncle Roger, do you want to truly come back to life?" "What?" The crew members were also confused by Ji-chan's words. Ji-chan smiled lightly and said, "I might have a way for you to truly come back to life, but this method has never been implemented before, ha." Everyone looked at Ji-chan, eager for him to share his thoughts, especially the red-haired one. "Uncle Roger, using my candy can bring you back for 30 minutes, and I know of a fruit that can reverse aging." As the smartest person in the red-haired pirates, Beckman immediately explained, "Brother Ji-chan is talking about the reverse fruit, right? It can reverse the age of anything it touches by 12 years, and if touched multiple times, it can erase enemies completely." Beckman is correct, as long as we have its ability, we can simply revert Uncle Roger back to before he was 50 years old to completely revive him. At that point, my candy won't be very useful anymore. The crowd grew more excited as they listened. "Then I'll have our intelligence department look into the user of this reverse fruit." Ji-chan waved his hand, saying, "There's no need because the user of the reverse fruit is in the Navy. Her name is Ain. I remember she's a disciple of Zifa, so it might be a bit tricky." At this moment, the red-haired one stood up and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely capture Ain. As one of the 4 emperors, I have that much confidence." After the banquet ended, everyone lay still on the ground, perhaps because the wine Ji-chan brought out was really delicious. Burp. Tomorrow, I'll learn swordsmanship from Uncle Roger. The next morning, Ji-chan rose as the others did. Hardly had he opened his eyes when Hongfa's signature boisterous laughter rang in his ears. "Wah! Good morning, brother Ji-chan." "Good morning to you too, Hongfa." Beekman approached the two and turned to Ji-chan. "May I ask, brother Ji-chan, what are your plans going forward?" What plans could I possibly have? Still, I'd like to train my swordsmanship here on this island, if that's permissible." "Wahaha. Of course it is. We're friends after all." Ji-chan gratefully replied. "Then many thanks, brother Hongfa." As soon as he spoke, he summoned Roger. Young Ji-chan, you've summoned me already. So early." Roger wore an expression of genuine surprise. "Because I'm eager to learn your sword techniques, Uncle Roger." Roger studied Ji-chan for a moment, then nodded. "Very well, let us begin now. First to the shore." Ji-chan followed Roger straight to the shore and immediately commenced his training. Meanwhile, at Marine headquarters in Marineford. Just one day earlier, Akainu and Kizaru had returned to Marine headquarters, and both now wore crisp new suits. They knocked once on Fleet Admiral Sengoku's door before stepping directly inside. Sengoku glanced at them as they entered. "The word has reached us, I scarcely believed it true. Sakazuki, your left arm was truly severed by that man Ji-chan." Before Sengoku could finish, Sakazuki's face darkened. He strode silently to a nearby sofa and sat down. "That wretched brat. I'll sever his head myself sooner or later." Sakazuki roared. Turning back, Sengoku noticed Kizaru still standing there and gave him an appraising look. "My, Kizaru, you seem even more lethargic than usual." That Ji-chan, I am no match for him, neither in speed nor destructive power. Perhaps it's time for this old man to retire." Sengoku glared at Kizaru's slouched posture, exasperation rising. "Damn it, both of you, describe Ji-chan's abilities and traits clearly and concisely." "Kizaru, you go first." Kizaru glanced at Sengoku. "Very well, since I fought him the longest. Ji-chan, the devil fruit he possesses is almost certainly the long-lost Goro Goro no Mi. His mastery of its powers surpasses even mine. Moreover, he can summon the dead to fight alongside him. He commands all 3 types of haki, armament, observation, and conquerors, and his conqueror's haki has already advanced to the level of conqueror's aura envelopment. As for the rest, Sakazuki may elaborate." Having spoken, Kizaru sank into his seat. Sakazuki fixed Sengoku with a stern gaze. "He possesses another unique ability, akin to spatial annihilation." He touched the empty sleeve where his left arm had been. "My arm was utterly obliterated by that very ability. Thus, this calamity of the era of extreme evil must be eradicated, without delay, without mercy." Sengoku nodded in agreement, then turned to them both. Then tell me, what bounty would you set for him? Kizaru glanced at Sakazuki, gesturing for him to decide. The calamity of the era of extreme evil, 1834 million berries. Also Rorinoa Zoro and Crocodile warrant revised bounties. Sengoku nodded again. Understood, I'll consider it. Both of you sustained grave injuries, you're granted 7 days leave to recover fully. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, does this 7-day leave include pay? Get out. The instant the door slammed shut, Vice Admiral Garp, seated beside Sengoku, burst into unrestrained laughter. Ha! Garp, why didn't you laugh just now? His laughter died mid-breath. While I was watching those two flounder against my grandson. What if their morale shattered completely? What then? Sengoku suddenly seemed to recall something. Garp, how shall I put this? You've raised several grandsons who've become pirates. Your parenting leaves much to be desired. And yet your grandsons command formidable reputations across the Grand Line. Were they to join the Marines, our forces would grow immeasurably stronger. At Sengoku's anguished expression, Garp burst into laughter once more. But it's not as though I sought this path. Rest assured, no matter how grievous my grandson's transgressions, I shall never intervene. It is their chosen road, and should they be captured, so be it. Garp opened a drawer and pulled out a senbei, beginning to eat. Damn you, Garp, that's my senbei. Later in the Grand Marine Conference Hall, admirals, rear admirals, and admiral candidates gathered in full assembly. Gentlemen, Ji-Chin's Reiku pirates advance with unstoppable momentum. Let us hear your proposals. Sengoku's words were met with utter silence. Just as he began to frown, Akainu rose. If 2 admirals cannot subdue this wretch, then 3 shall. Or 4. Akainu sat back down. What Sakazuki says holds merit, yet our headquarters currently lacks sufficient manpower. Akiji remains deployed on assignment. And tell me, do any of you know where the Reiku pirates are now? All eyes darted from one face to another, blank, bewildered, uncertain. According to Intelligence Division reports following the battle at Sabedi Archipelago, the Reiku pirates vanished without trace. No sightings, no leads. Thus we issued the bounty poster first. Now all Marine branches are ordered to remain vigilant. Should Ji-Chin appear, report immediately to headquarters, which will dispatch an admiral for decisive elimination. Meeting adjourned. At that very moment, Ji-Chin's bounty poster raced across the seas, spreading swiftly to every corner of the world. 3 months later, a loud sound erupted from the 8-man island. Ji-Chun was fiercely wielding flames, striking down heavily towards Roger, indeed, using Roger's signature move, the divine avoidance. Clang. The sword energies released by the two collided violently, but in an instant Ji-Chin's sword energy was overwhelmed and Roger's sword energy directly struck towards Ji-Chun. It's over. Ji-Chin instantly teleported away, narrowly dodging the sword energy by hundreds of meters. Roger and the crew of the red-haired pirates approached laughing. Ji-Chin smiled wryly, saying, although I learned Uncle Roger's sword technique, I rarely use a sword. It seems I need to practice more. Haha, brother, Ji-Chun is right. I was the same back then. Swordsmanship requires constant practice. Only by strengthening oneself can one have the means to deal with strong enemies. Haha, Red Taro has not made any mistakes. However, I am somewhat surprised that you learned all my skills in just 3 months. Ji-Chin lightly coughed. It's mostly luck. He continued, it has been 3 months here, and I truly appreciate your hospitality, red-haired brothers. I plan to set sail soon. Then Ji-Chin spread his palm, and several items appeared, 5 wishful candies, and a Chinese cigarette. These are for the red-haired pirates as a reward for these 3 months. Oh right, this long object is a cigarette. I believe Beckman will like it very much. Ji-Chun went to the shore and casually threw out the Thunder God pirate ship, and instantly a water-blue sailboat appeared before everyone. Just as Ji-Chun was about to fly onto the ship, red-haired called out to him, Hey, wait, brother Ji-Chun. Ji-Chun turned back, looking at him in confusion. What's wrong? Red-haired brothers. This. Ji-Chun looked at red-haired's fidgeting demeanor and suddenly felt an uneasy sensation. Hey, red-haired, if you have something to say, just say it quickly. You're not in a hurry, but I am. Brother Ji-Chun, about that door of yours, I don't know if you have any left. Our pirate crew wants to buy a door. Ji-Chun nodded. I see, no wonder you were hesitating just now. Let me think. He then turned around and sat down, his consciousness sinking into the system. System. What command do you have for me, host? If I want to sell the door of any to the red-haired pirates, what would be an appropriate price? Ding. This system suggests a starting price of 500 million berries. Ji-Chun showed a thoughtful expression. Isn't that a bit too expensive? That's something for the host to consider. Ji-Chun then directly purchased a door of any from the system shop. He turned to the red-haired crew. I wonder if the red-haired pirates can afford it. Red-haired smiled confidently. I don't know how much you intend to price it. If it's reasonable, we will buy it. Moreover, our pirate crew is quite wealthy. Joking aside, the red-haired pirates usually do not scramble for territory like the other 3 emperors, so their funds are indeed incredibly abundant. 500 million berries usable 10 times. Is this price acceptable? Ji-chun looked at everyone again, and their gazes showed no signs of evasion. Then Ji-chun waved his hand, and a pink door appeared before everyone. According to the price, red-haired chief financial officer handed 500 million berries to Ji-chun. Ji-chun laughed happily. Transaction completed, no returns accepted. Alright, let me explain the usage method. As long as you hold the handle and silently think of the place you want to go when you open the door, it will lead you to the place you have in mind. And one more thing to note, the place known as Raftel, which Uncle Roger has visited, cannot be accessed. The permission is insufficient. Haha. Everyone burst into laughter. Then under the grateful gazes of the red-haired pirates, the Thunder God slowly sailed towards the distance. So where should we go now? Let's first check out the items we signed for on 8-Man Island. Ji-chun directly opened the system backpack, where a shimmering purple card lay quietly. He took it out, which also had an explanation: exclusive strength technique of the great fat sheep from Konoha Village. Haha, I must say the system's description is quite fitting. Next was Ji-chun's gaze shifted to a small bottle quietly lying in the corner. 10 sins of beans from the Dragon Ball world. I really didn't pay attention earlier, and I actually signed for such 2 items. Ji-chun immediately crushed the great fat sheep strength technique, and instantly a tremendous power slowly flowed into Ji-chun's body. Phew. He could clearly feel an increase in strength. System, where is this place? Ding. Friendly reminder, you are very close to the Whitebeard pirates. Please be cautious of danger and don't get yourself killed. Ji-chun's pupils constricted. Goodness, Whitebeard is nearby. How did I not notice? Ji-chun looked around anxiously, but he did not see their ship. Thunder God, obey orders. Full speed ahead. Head towards Whitebeard's Moby Dick. Indeed, upon receiving the order, the Thunder God increased its speed. Before long, Ji-chun spotted a pirate ship belonging to a group of pirates. That is Spider. Could it be Skuyard? Soon the opposing pirate ship discovered Ji-chun's Thunder God. Meanwhile, the lookout on the ship also spotted Ji-chun. The lookout shouted, Captain Skuyard, a pirate ship has been spotted ahead. It seems to be Ji-chun of the Thunder God pirates. Skuyard smiled slightly. Oh. So it's the Thunder God pirates, Ji-chun, the notorious disaster source of the recent chaotic era at sea. As Skuyard pondered, Ji-chun's Thunder God sailed directly towards him. Hey, you are Skuyard of the Whitebeard pirates, right? You should know where Whitebeard is. Such an arrogant little brat. Indeed, the Thunder God pirates are the most prominent recently. Ji-chun curled his lips. Enough with the nonsense. Hey, just tell me if you'll take me there. Ji-chun's words directly infuriated Skuyard. Old man, you can't just see him whenever you want. If you want to see him, defeat me first. Since you put it that way, prepare to be beaten. The 200 million berries bounty. Skuyard, the great whirlpool spider. A newcomer truly fears nothing, so let my great whirlpool spider satisfy you. Ji-chun mocked as he looked at Skuyard. Today I shall show you this move that can instill fear in you. Ji-chun drew the blazing sword from his waist and raised it high, executing a familiar move for Skuyard. Divine avoidance. In an instant, an extreme slash headed towards Skuyard. What? Skuyard's eyes widened, and before he could be shocked, he drew his filial sword to defend. Boom. Skuyard was directly blasted into the sea. Captain. Immediately a crew member reacted quickly and jumped into the water to rescue Skuyard. However, Skuyard, who was rescued, remained silent for a long time with a sword wound on his chest. Finally, after a long silence, Skuyard spoke. Who did you learn this move from? The hatred in Skuyard's eyes was unabashedly revealed, leaving Ji-chun very puzzled. Ji-chun angrily said, Damn it, I only used one sword, and you harbor such animosity towards me. If you weren't Whitebeard's son, I would have cut you down long ago. As for why I can do it, I believe I have no obligation to tell you. So, Skuyard of the great whirlpool spider pirate crew, can you take me to find Whitebeard? Ji-chun looked at Skuyard coldly. Skuyard, meeting Ji-chun's icy gaze, thought to himself, this guy cannot be taken to Dad. Damn it, why can't I be stronger? No, I cannot take you to Dad. Just as Skuyard's words fell, Ji-chun instantly appeared behind him and delivered a chop to the back of Skuyard's neck, causing him to faint immediately. Damn it, if you weren't Whitebeard's son, and I didn't want to cause trouble, I would have cut you down long ago. Damn it. Do you really think I don't know where Whitebeard is? Ji-chun then looked at the stiff pirates around. Are you the crew of this bastard? Why do you all look the same, needing prosthetic jaws? Ji-chun took Skuyard directly back to the Thunder God ship. Don't worry, I won't easily kill Skuyard. I'm going to find Whitebeard. If you're uneasy, just follow me. As for why Ji-chun didn't use Conqueror's Haki to knock out these crew members, the reason is naturally that Ji-chun didn't want to waste Conqueror's Haki on this group of small fries. Ji-chun soon covered a distance with his heart net and easily located the Moby Dick of Whitebeard. Ji-chun ordered the Thunder God ship to proceed along the route. After sailing for about 2 hours, Ji-chun spotted a pirate ship resembling a whale on the distant sea. At the same time, Marco on the Whitebeard ship suddenly stood up. Not good, someone is coming. Marco's words immediately alerted everyone. All eyes turned towards the sea as a water blue pirate ship approached the Moby Dick. Meanwhile, Whitebeard, who was on a drip, laughed. Goro, even if Kaido comes, it's no problem. I am Whitebeard. So there's no need to worry, my sons. Ji-chun directly confronted the members of the Whitebeard pirate crew at the front of the Moby Dick. Ji-chun gave a wicked smile and then threw Squard over. In an instant, everyone in the Whitebeard pirate crew recognized who was coming. Marco was shocked. Squard. Quick, call the doctor. Smack. Marco slapped himself. Damn it, in the ship's doctor. Marco squatted down and healing fire emerged from his palm. The light blue flames directly covered the sword wound on Squard's chest. When everyone saw that Squard was fine, they all glared angrily. Whitebeard also rarely showed anger. At this moment, some people on the Whitebeard ship had already recognized Ji-chun. Isn't that the notorious calamity of the era with a bounty of 1.834 billion? Ji-chun. I never expected he would come to our Whitebeard's territory. If you ask me, he's just too arrogant, too reckless. This time, he will surely die. People had all sorts of opinions. After Marco finished treating Squard, he directly told Whitebeard about Ji-chun's information, which they had also discussed privately. Ji-chun instantly teleported to the bow of the Moby Dick. The moment he arrived at the bow, he activated his Conqueror's Haki and began to walk down step by step. Ji-chun expressionlessly looked at the fallen crew members. Just as Ji-chun was about to speak, a clumsy man wearing an orange hat and adorned with a string of beads around his neck stepped forward from the crowd. You aren't you, Ji-chun? It's our first time meeting after being out at sea for so long. Ji-chun turned to look and a smile appeared on his face. Ace, long time no see. This exchange between the two left the crew on board puzzled. Ace suddenly felt a bit embarrassed and quickly introduced, Dad, everyone, this is my brother Ji-chun. Ace's words left everyone shocked. Ji-chun smiled lightly. I apologize, Whitebeard and all members. Because my original purpose was to find Ace and I just happened to encounter Squard. He thought I was dangerous, so I had to defeat him to come here. As for the earlier Conqueror's Haki, that was intentional. If I didn't show some strength, your sons would probably tear me apart. Ji-chun said while glancing around. If you insist on fighting, then let it be. All the captains fixated their eyes on Whitebeard. As soon as Whitebeard gave the order, they would likely launch an attack. However, Whitebeard, seated on his throne, laughed heartily. Goro, a very interesting little brat. Whitebeard glanced at the surrounding captains, who immediately understood and put down their weapons. Seeing all the captains had put down their weapons, Whitebeard continued. Besides, it was Squard's lack of skill. This is not your fault. Ji-chun, seeing this, directly sat face to face with Whitebeard. Ha ha, truly the world's strongest man, even your presence is impressive. Then for our first meeting, I should present a gift to Captain Whitebeard. Ji-chun flipped his hand and produced 3 bottles of Moutai, tossing one to Whitebeard and one to Ace. Ji-chun signaled for both to taste. Goro, such a small bottle, what could be so good? Whitebeard, give it a try, you'll find this liquor better than any you've ever had. Whitebeard opened the bottle with a skeptical attitude. Instantly, a rich fragrance of liquor spread across the Moby Dick. What is this liquor? It has such a rich aroma. The smell made everyone salivate. The captains nearby also looked at Whitebeard. Dad, didn't you say this liquor isn't as good as yours? Can we have a taste? When did I ever say that? Want to drink the one in my hand? Dream on, Whitebeard said and gulped it down. Ah! Whitebeard let out a deep sigh and then burst into hearty laughter. Gulalala, this wine is better than any I've ever tasted. Marco and the others looked at their old man suspiciously, thinking, could it really be that good? If it is, then don't blame me. After saying that, Marco stealthily reached out and grabbed the wine bottle. Just as Whitebeard was about to pick up the bottle beside him, he suddenly found nothing. Turning to look, Marco saw the captain pouring wine into his mouth. Whitebeard, being the notorious drunkard he was, immediately shouted, Marco, do you want to practice with me? You little brat, dare to snatch good wine from my hands. Marco wasn't angry, as they were always like this. Marco grinned. Who wouldn't want good wine when it comes to their old man? The other captains chimed in as well. Ji-chun smiled at Whitebeard's expression and casually tossed him another bottle. Whitebeard caught it directly. Seeing that his old man had another bottle, Marco said, Old man, have you forgotten your health? You can't drink too much wine. Gulalala, if a pirate doesn't drink, are they still a pirate? Besides, I feel like drinking this wine is making my body feel better. Marco smiled helplessly. Don't worry, Marco, Whitebeard can drink this wine without harming his body, so feel free to drink. Gulalala, Ji-chun has said so you can rest assured. Ji-chun then took out 10 bottles and threw them directly to each captain. The captains looked at him gratefully. Ji-chun was chatting with Whitebeard casually when suddenly his peripheral vision caught sight of Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach eating a cherry pie in the corner. Ji-chun suddenly had a bad idea. The fact that Blackbeard had been on the ship for so long meant that Sachi hadn't found the dark fruit yet. Ji-chun then turned to Ace and asked, Ace, where's the head chef on your ship? You mean Sachi? He went out to complete a mission a few days ago and hasn't come back yet. What's wrong? Ji-chun, are you hungry? Haha, a little, I haven't eaten much all day. Suddenly Ji-Chin shifted his wrist and revealed a pineapple-shaped fruit, its surface dark purple with spiral patterns. Ace exclaimed, Ji-Chun, is that a Logia type? Instantly everyone on the ship turned their gaze to the fruit in Ji-Chin's hand, including Whitebeard. Ji-Chun toyed with the dark fruit and said to Whitebeard, so Whitebeard, how about I sell you this fruit for 3 billion? I've never seen this fruit before, what is it? Blackbeard, sitting in the corner, immediately noticed, and his eyes revealed unabashed greed. Oh, this. I found it in the East Blue. This is known as the most vicious fruit in history. Logia type, dark fruit. Ji-Chin shook the fruit temptingly. The others stared in amazement at the fruit in Ji-Chin's hand. Marco was the first to react, quickly walking up to Whitebeard. Old man, we don't have that much belly on our ship. Oh, it's fine, I didn't really want it anyway. Ace, let me tell you, this devil fruit is very special, it can't elementalize. What? If it can't elementalize, then how is it a Logia? Ji-Chun turned to Whitebeard. Since you don't have it on your ship, then I'll take it back. I was originally planning to sell it for 3 billion. Then this fruit can only be used by my next partner. Ji-Chin looked at Marco. So Marco, how about joining my ship? Marco glanced at Ji-Chin calmly. No, but you're just like that bastard red-haired. Haha, you mentioned red-haired, I just came from their place. I thought so. Seeing Marco looking at him with disdain, Ji-Chin chuckled twice. Gulalala, you little brat, you dug your own grave. Don't get excited, I'm just joking around. But Whitebeard, I wonder if I can spar with you. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard looked at Ji-Chun with interest. Gulalala, kid, why do you want to challenge me? Ji-Chun without hesitation replied, because I want to see where the gap lies between me and the 4 emperors now. Gulalala, I accept your challenge. Ji-Chin shrugged. Then let's find an island to fight on, I'm afraid my attacks might destroy your ship. You little brat, your mouth is quite slick. Ji-Chun transformed into lightning and flew towards a nearby deserted island. Come on, kid. Wait a moment. Whitebeard looked at Ji-Chun with confusion. Ji-Chun, under the watchful eyes of the Whitebeard pirates, ate a piece of candy. What? Kid, you mean waiting just means eating a piece of candy? Ji-Chun shot a disdainful glance at Whitebeard. Whitebeard, with so many of you, I naturally need to find a bodyguard. Just as Ji-Chin finished speaking, a flash of golden light appeared, and Roger's figure appeared before everyone. When Roger first appeared, Whitebeard rubbed his eyes to confirm. Then everyone looked at the person in front of them in shock. Roger. Ha, Ji-Chin, what brings you here? I thought you were being chased. Ji-Chin rolled his eyes at Roger. Look at who's in front of you before you speak. If he was chasing me, I would have been gone long ago, why would I call you here? Then Ji-Chin tossed the flame of wrath at Roger. Today you'll protect me with this, and he'll also use the supreme great knife. Oh, by the way, if Whitebeard tries to kill me, uncle, remember to save me. Roger listened to Ji-Chin's words in a daze. Kill you? Whitebeard angrily shouted. You little brat, would I, Whitebeard, ever kill you? Just wait to get beaten. Cough, cough, that Roger, don't forget what I just said. Ji-Chin whispered something in Roger's ear, and Roger instantly became excited. Roger thumped his chest. Don't worry, Ji-Chun. Come on, Whitebeard. Ji-Chun said before directly elementalizing and drilling into the clouds. Thunder disaster, 400 million thunder dragons. Instantly, a giant dragon approximately 100 meters long plunged straight down towards Whitebeard. Boom. Whitebeard directly utilized the power of his fruit to strike the thunder dragon. After 5 minutes, the attacks from both sides directly canceled each other out. Gulalala, little brat. Whitebeard swung the giant sword Songyun Xie in his hand, imbued with Conqueror's Haki, and chopped down fiercely towards Ji-Chun. Songyun slash. Ji-Chun was alarmed. This strike is formidable, damn at this Whitebeard. Without hesitation, Ji-Chun drew the sword ace from his waist and charged forward. Clang. The 2 supreme swords clashed, producing a crisp sound. Gulalala, I didn't expect Roger's sword to also be in your hands. Haha, Whitebeard, this is not Roger's sword. Oh, I found it in the East Sea. The 2 quickly separated by hundreds of meters. Oh, Whitebeard, you really are getting old. To think you could fight me like this. Ji-Chin smiled calmly. Next, let me show you this move. Ji-Chin's Conqueror's Haki erupted with full force as he charged down a heavy strike towards Whitebeard. Divine avoidance. Whitebeard's eyes widened. To think this little brat knows even Roger's moves, impressive. After speaking, Whitebeard also gathered strength for a counterattack, meeting the descending strike. At the moment when the 2 blades collided, clang, Whitebeard seemed to have the upper hand. Ji-Chin thought to himself, oh, it seems like I've exposed too much, there's still a troublemaker on the ship. Should I hold back? This thought was quickly dismissed by Ji-Chun. If he held back, Ji-Chun would definitely be heavily injured. With a glance, Ji-Chun saw Roger standing in the middle doing nothing. He stared unblinkingly at Roger, who turned his head and met Ji-Chin's fixed gaze. Although he appeared dull-witted, he still understood. Roger drew out the flame sword and struck down between Ji-Chun and Whitebeard. Instantly, the 2 separated. Ji-Chun was shaking, his palms trembling. This Whitebeard is truly annoying. Ji-chin saw that Whitebeard was about to strike again, and quickly stopped him. Hey, Whitebeard, I'm not fighting anymore. This is a spar, not a life-and-death battle. Gulalala, not bad, your strength is impressive. No wonder you're the scourge of the worst generation, Gulalala. You bastard Whitebeard, how dare you mock me? That title was just given by those bastard Marines. Damn, I want to know which bastard Marine it was. If I find out, I'll take his head off. Haha, Ji-chin, you're doing well. Roger gave him a knowing glance, and then laughed heartily. Ji-chin forced a smile. Hiding one's strength is indeed a good thing. Ji-chin thought to himself, if I showed all my moves, I might not necessarily be unable to defeat this Whitebeard, but there's no need for that. Whitebeard's crew was already stunned into silence. Meanwhile, Blackbeard's face had turned as dark as coal. How could this guy be so strong? The thing I've been yearning for is right in front of me, yet I can't reach it. Damn that little brat, I should have just gone to the EC earlier. Blackbeard thought to himself. Unbeknownst to him, what he had just thought had already been heard by Ji-chin. This was all thanks to the skill Ji-chin had just signed in. This skill could pinpoint a person's inner thoughts, and while eavesdropping, the other party would not notice. Ji-chin felt secretly pleased this skill came at just the right time. That bastard Blackbeard, I really want to kill him right now, but with Whitebeard around I can't act openly. But the eavesdropping skill I just signed in. Isn't this just a weakened version of listening to all things? Meanwhile, half an hour had passed since Ji-chin and Whitebeard's battle. Everyone had long since returned to the ship, and Ji-chin sat face to face with Roger in front of Whitebeard. Half an hour had passed, and Ji-chin took out a fruit and consumed it. Roger looked at his son Ace with a complex expression, and the atmosphere was silent. Only the sound of Ji-chin drinking could be heard. Drinking after a fight feels great. Ji-chin looked around and noticed no one was speaking. Hey, why aren't you guys talking? Come on, Ace and Roger, you two are father and son. Oh, what's there to resolve? Seeing that the two remained silent, Ji-chin simply picked up a bottle of alcohol and sat down next to Blackbeard. Blackbeard showed a hint of joy on his face when Ji-chin came to sit in front of him. Ji-chin, slightly drunk, raised his head and saw a rogue's face. Oh my, you scared me. You're so ugly. This is the first time I've seen someone like this. Blackbeard revealed a hint of murderous intent, but quickly suppressed it. Brother Ji-chin, I've looked like this since I was young. I'm truly sorry to have scared you. Ji-chin remained expressionless. Don't say that, Blackbeard. Marshal D. Teach. The others didn't pay attention to Ji-chin's little episode. Instead, many were looking forward to what Roger would say. Finally, under everyone's watchful eyes, Roger couldn't help but speak. Ace, I'm very sorry for the bad memories I've caused you during your childhood, and it was because of me that Roja died. I'm truly sorry. Just as Ace was about to speak, Ji-chin walked over and sat down. What are you apologizing for? Does the world think Gold? Roger is bad. Did you kill Roju? Moreover, Roger, I think you are a very good-natured and cheerful person. Even if Ace were to hate someone, it should be the Marines. It's the Marines who have placed various crimes onto you, Roger. The Marines and the world government are that shameless. Ji-chin finished speaking in one breath and looked at Ace. Do you know what Roger's famed sword is called, Ace? Ace looked up at him. Ji-chin brought the sword in front of him. This sword is called Ace, one of the supreme swords. Roger is a swordsman. He named his son after his favorite sword, which shows how much he loves you. Ace trembled all over and looked at Roger, who was smiling broadly at Ace. Ji-chin, on the other hand, was drinking, and as he drank, he leaned into Ace's embrace. This was, of course, to avoid making it awkward for him. That guy Ji-chin, he just gets drunk like that. The next day, Ji-chin woke up early in the morning. He immediately spotted Ace sitting by the side of the ship. The two sat across from each other, momentarily at a loss for words, until Ji-chin finally spoke. He looked seriously at Ace and said, Ace, let me give you a piece of advice. Ji-chin deliberately looked around before lowering his voice to speak to Ace. There's a guy on your ship named Blackbeard, right? Be careful of him. Ace looked at him with confusion. Cough. The reason is that when I took out the dark fruit yesterday, he showed a greedy expression and even a hint of malice. Ace's concern grew as he listened, and he resolved to be more vigilant in the future. They then began to talk about Luffy. Haha, it seems like Luffy just set sail. Ooh, I hope he doesn't get eaten by a sea king. However, I haven't seen his bounty notice recently. He just set sail, and I dealt with some troublesome pirates when I left. As their conversation on the deck became more animated, they eventually began to drink while chatting. Meanwhile, in the office of Admiral Sengoku at the Navy headquarters. At this moment, a lieutenant knocked and entered. Report, Admiral, we have located the pirate Ji-chin with a bounty of 1,834 billion berries. Upon hearing this, Vice Admiral Tsuru and Admiral Sengoku all became interested and looked at the lieutenant. Report, Admiral Ji-chin stayed on the island of the red-haired pirates for 3 months, and during that time, there were frequent powerful conquerors' hockey fluctuations and lightning strikes on the island. The three exchanged glances and confirmed the information. Continue. Where is he now? The lieutenant paused for a second before continuing. Admiral Ji-chin is currently with the Whitebeard pirates. Recently, he fought against Whitebeard and according to our analysis, Ji-chun did not even unleash half of his power. The Admiral pondered with his head down. This guy is in Whitebeard's territory. It wouldn't be wise to launch an attack on him now. Carp chuckled and started munching on some snacks. Ha ha ha. If you ask me, there's no need to go after him. Unless we send more than 3 admirals, we won't be able to capture my grandson, so it's better not to pursue him at all. Sengoku shot Carp a glare, but said nothing further. The scene shifted back to the Moby Dick. At this moment, Ji-chun was standing on the Thunder God ship bidding farewell. Whitebeard, I've been out for so many days, I need to go back, otherwise how can I pull you down from your position as a Yonko? Ace, make sure to train your haki, well don't focus all your attention on the fruit. Then it's time to say goodbye. Ji-chun unleashed lightning to envelop the entire Thunder God ship, and with a few teleportations, he was already over 1,000 meters away from the Whitebeard pirates. Let's head back to Ruska Aina Island. After saying this, Ji-chun directly stored the entire pirate ship and pulled out a portal, diving right in. Upon landing, he found Rayleigh staring wide-eyed at him. Cough, cough. Really, you're still here, ha? Rayleigh chuckled. The liquor you gave me is almost gone. I suggest you bring out a bit more. Ji-chun wore a helpless expression and took out all the liquor in one go. He shrugged. What I just took out is all I have. Don't complain about it being too little. But do swordsmen really love drinking this much? Like a bunch of drunks. What are you talking about, Ji-chun? I'm not wrong. Whitebeard wields a sword like a drunkard, and Shanks too. Oh, and Zoro on my ship is just the same. Rayleigh scratched his head. You have a point. By the way, where's old Sand? Rayleigh pointed to a figure deeper in the forest. That guy with his back to you drinking is him. Do you want to test his strength? Ji-chun waved his hand. Forget it. I need to improve my fruit development ability right now. I don't have time for him. Ji-chun then directly teleported rapidly in one direction. Soon he arrived at an open area. He looked around and noticed there were few trees and the ground was quite flat. Ji-chun opened the system store and purchased a spirit time training room. Soon he took out a circular roof. Hey, this thing cost me 300 million berries. However, upon seeing its effects, Ji-chun understood why it was so expensive. Spirit time training room can adjust gravity with a maximum of 800 times. 1 day outside equals 1 month inside the training room. That aspect is indeed weakened. Then he'll set it to 600 times for now. Ji-chun advanced and adjusted it to 600 times. Ji-chun entered, and in an instant it felt as if he was carrying a mountain on his back. Phew. Goodness, this 600 times is indeed quite something. Inside, Ji-chun struggled immensely to practice his fruit abilities, and finally, after persevering for 5 hours, he finally collapsed out. Phew. No way, I can't continue with 600 times. Let's go with 500 times this time. After adjusting, Ji-chun stepped inside again. This time it's not so difficult. Great. Although my fruit abilities did progress under the 600 times gravity, my current strength isn't suited for that level. Thus, Ji-chun began his training in the time room, unknowingly spending 2 years there. During this time, Rayleigh brought Crocodile over, and when Ji-chun finally emerged after a long while, Crocodile was startled. 2 years later, this day marked the reunion of the Thunder God pirate crew. Rayleigh had returned to Sabiti Island a year ago as suggested by Ji-chun because Ji-chun had captured Old Shah and brought him to the spirit time room. Old Shah was forced to become the training partner for Ji-chun's new techniques. After 2 years, Old Shah and Ji-chun had developed their abilities, and their haki had significantly improved. Meanwhile, Ji-chun had created many powerful techniques, the number of which only Old Shah was aware of. Only Old Shah truly understood how terrifying Ji-chun had become. Ji-chun patted Old Shah on the shoulder and said, "Let's go. I believe others have already arrived, and it's time for us to head to Sabaody." With that, Ji-chun summoned the Thunder God ship. "Let's go, Old Shah." After a while, the Thunder God ship docked at Port 13. Ding ding ding. Ji-chun and Old Shah stepped into Shaki's bar. "A little Ji-chun and Crocodile, you are the second and third to arrive." "Rayleigh, it's been a year since we last met." Rayleigh turned around and smiled. "Your strength must be quite terrifying now." "Oh, come on." Ji-chun replied. "By the way, who was the first to arrive?" "It was Roronoa Zoro." Ji-chun slapped his forehead. "It's this guy again, or I hope he isn't lost." Ji-chun glanced at Old Shah and said, "Let's go take a look around." The two walked down the street chatting casually. "I heard there are 11 supernovas on this island, and each one has a bounty over 100 million. Be careful not to get beaten up, Crocodile." Crocodile shot a glance at Ji-chun. "What are you talking about? Just a bunch of little brats." Ji-chun continued, "It's been a long time since we last ate. Let's find a place to fill our stomachs." "All right, how about that place up ahead?" The two entered the restaurant and quickly found a table. Just as Ji-chun was about to order, he noticed a man in a suit with a cigar in his mouth pointing a gun at his head. "Hey kid, that's my seat. How dare you steal it?" Crocodile couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Ji-chun looked up and recognized him. "Capone Beach, they call you the Godfather, right? User of the stronghold fruit." Ji-chun then raised his hand and said, "Gravity." The lightning in Ji-chun's hand seemed to have magnetic properties, instantly drawing Capone Beg's head towards him. You bastard." Before Capone Beach could react, Ji-chun struck down with a palm-shattering Capone Beg's head. Ji-chun tossed the body aside. How dare you point a gun at me without any strength? This batch of supernovas is nothing special. At the next table, Jewelry Bonnie looked on in shock, unable to even enjoy her favorite food. The suit-wearing lackeys around Ji-chun exclaimed, "Bastard! You just killed our godfather with a single strike. You're going to die." Bang! Ji-chun glanced at Crocodile, who immediately understood and used sand to block the bullets, while forming countless sand spikes to attack all the suited men present. Ji-chun frowned. So many people ended up dead. I'm not interested in eating anymore, let's keep exploring. After saying that, the two instantly teleported a few hundred meters away. Let's find Zoro first to avoid him getting lost. Ji-chun opened his mental network, which now covered the entire Sabati archipelago, so he was not worried about getting lost. Hee, so this is where you are? Ji-chun grabbed Crocodile and flew towards Zoro's location. After a while, the two finally landed. In the moment of landing, Ji-chun recognized him. That green hair can only belong to Zoro. Ji-chun stepped forward and wrapped his arms around Zoro's neck. Who do you want to die? Upon seeing it was Ji-chun, Zoro relaxed and allowed Ji-chun to embrace him. You came here earlier than I expected. Ji-chun looked Zoro up and down. In just 2 years you've transformed yourself like this, and one of your eyes looks quite cool. This was from my battle with Dracula Mihawk. Zoro replied. How's my swordsmanship now? Zoro smiled. You'll find out in the battles to come. Currently it's just the 3 of us here, and while we were eating, a clueless supernova interrupted me, and I crushed his skull with a single strike. So this voyage might not be peaceful. Zoro's pupils constricted. It's you again, Captain. Alright, let's move. Ji-chun then pulled out 3 masks from his pocket and distributed them to the two. The two looked at him puzzled. These are magic masks. Once you wear them, you won't be recognized. Ji-chun had bought these from the system store. Let's go to the auction house first. I have a fruit to auction off to make some money. It would be great if there were celestial dragons around. It would be fun to kill one. Ji-chun's lips curled into a wicked smile. Zoro and Crocodile couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. The 3 wandered through Shangwu D, and after a long while they arrived at the backstage of the No. 1 Red Tree auction house. Jiang Chun waved his hand, and the two followed closely behind as they entered the backstage. Soon a servant approached them. Jiang Chun directly waved his hand, and a devil fruit appeared out of thin air. The servant's eyes lit up instantly, and Jiang Chun chuckled at his reaction. Clearing his throat, the servant quickly apologized. I'm sorry, my lord, for such a precious item. I must consult my superior. Then the servant returned with a fat man wearing sunglasses. Jiang Chun couldn't help but think, is it enough to wear sunglasses to become the boss of this auction house? Hello, my lord, I heard you wish to auction a devil fruit. Jiang Chun threw the fruit to him, saying, take a look, it's a Zoan type. As for which type, I don't know. Also, I want the money immediately. A lower price is fine. Hello, sir, let me introduce myself again. I am Masnuo, the auctioneer of this house. I won't tell you my name, but how much can you offer for this devil fruit? Masnuo hesitated for a moment before revealing a price. How about 200 million? Jiang Chun pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. After the money was transferred, the 3 of them left the place. I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. I thought he would drive the price down to 100 million. Jiang Chun looked at the two. Now that we have money, have you two eaten? Are you hungry? Not really hungry, but I do want to drink some alcohol. Zoro licked his lips and said. Jiang Chun glanced at Crocodile, and seeing both agreed to drink, he directly grabbed Zoro and elementalized him. Crocodile followed closely behind. Soon the 3 stopped in front of a tavern called Bubble Bar. Let's go here. The 3 walked in directly, and as soon as they entered the bar, the noisy shouts nearly filled the entire place. They headed straight to the bar counter. The bar owner warmly greeted them. What would you like to drink, gentlemen? Then I'll have rum. I've only been drinking that guy's red wine for the past 2 years. They'll have the same. Ew, I've only been drinking that guy's special brew for the past 2 years. Instantly Zoro glared at Old Sand. You brat, you've been living well these past 2 years. Jiang Chun looked at the two and whispered, you two be discreet. Ew, I don't want to draw attention. Jiang Chun then smiled at the bar owner. I wonder if you serve food here. The bar owner looked at Jiang Chun in surprise. Most guests here only drank, yet today someone asked for food, but they did have some available. Yes, we do. What would you like, customer? Before the owner finished speaking, Jiang Chun said, Owner, bring me all the food you have. Don't worry, I can pay for it. After a while, all the food and drinks they ordered arrived, and Jiang Chun began to feast, while Zoro and Old Sand started a drinking contest. After the meal, the 3 stood at the entrance. Goodness, this meal cost me over 2 million berries. Zoro couldn't help but roll his eyes. Captain, you should see how much food you ordered. Alright, I got it anyway. I have money, so it's no problem. Where to next? Jiang Chun suddenly caught sight of a bright figure out of the corner of his eye. Jiang Chun patted the two. Isn't that Nami? Captain, you're right, it's that woman. But it seems she hasn't noticed us yet. Jiang Chun suddenly smiled mischievously. Haha, I just thought of something fun. You two stay here. After speaking, Jiang Chun ran towards Nami. Jiang Chun stood right in front of Nami. Hey, where are you going? Nami looked at the person in front of her, feeling somewhat familiar, and soon compared his figure and face in her mind, quickly solving the mystery. Jiang Chun noticed Nami's smirk and thought, could it be that Nami has discovered me? But before he could finish his thought, Nami directly gave him a face wash. Damn, so big. When they finished facing each other, Nami pulled off Jiang Chun's mask. Hee, it's really the captain. I knew it was you with that figure and your usual dressing style. Oh, I could recognize you even if you turned to ash. Jiang Chun awkwardly smiled. You really are the smartest navigator on our ship. You recognized me at a glance much better than that, Zoro. But you've been eating well these past 2 years. Jiang Chun began to size up Nami, causing her to blush. He then looked towards Zoro and Crocodile and waved his hand. The two leisurely walked up to Jiang Chun. At this moment, Nami smiled and said, Zoro has become handsome, and Old Sand looks even scarier now. Just now when I saw Nami, she recognized me at a glance, but our first swordsman thought I was an assassin and wanted to cut me. Damn, Captain, that's because you hugged me from behind. All right. At this time, Nami asked, by the way, Captain, how many people are still missing? Let me think. Our chef Ziching hasn't arrived, nor has our historian and musician Brook Chopper hasn't come either. That's all. Don't worry, everyone will arrive in a few days. By the way, I've parked the ship near Dock 13. Oh right, Captain, I found this on the way. Nami picked up a poster and handed it to Jiang Chun. Soul King Brook. Is he going to hold a concert? Ha, that's great, Brook. But we can't miss our musician on the ship, and there will definitely be Navy present on the concert day, so it's a perfect time to pick up Brook and try out my new skills. Old Sand couldn't help but shiver. Don't worry, this time it's aimed at Brook, but I hope it won't scatter his bones. A few days later in Summer Cheese Bar. Little Ji-chan, you haven't gone out for 3 days. Aren't you going to find the remaining companions? Ji-chan turned to look at me, realizing that it was Summer Cheese speaking to him. Oh, Aunt Summer, it's fine. My heart network has already locked onto the entire Chambord archipelago, and Choba, Ziching, and Robin have already arrived. I just sent Old Shaw to pick them up. As for Brook, I'll go get him myself. Regarding our Zoro, just drink quietly, and we'll go pick up Brook together later. By the way, little Ji-chan, aren't you going to check out the auction house? I just got news that there's a large auction today. Ji-chan instantly became interested. Oh, are there devil fruits, or even more precious items? I heard that this auction has a union fruit and a mermaid. It seems the celestial dragons will come by, and they may have already arrived at the venue. As soon as Summer Chi finished speaking, a surge of immense killing intent erupted from Ji-chan's body, albeit for just an instant. Haha, action time, Zoro. Then Ji-chan flew out of the tavern with Zoro. Woohoo, great, there are celestial dragons too. However, if Aunt Summer is right, the auction house is just beginning, so let's go pick up Brook first. In an instant, Ji-chan teleported over 1,000 meters and arrived right above Brook's concert. Come on, Brook. Ji-chan then pressed his hand against the rooftop. Gravity. Ji-chan applied a tremendous pulling force directly onto Brook. Meanwhile, Brook, who was singing, felt an immense pulling force. What is this? Brook was then directly pulled into Ji-chan's grasp. Hi, Brook, Captain. Ha, my new developed ability is quite impressive, isn't it? Alright, no more talk. Ji-chan swiftly took Brook back to the tavern with several rapid teleports. Alright, Brook, you stay here for now. I have important matters to attend to. You can go to the ship, they are all on the ship. After Ji-chan finished speaking, he vanished. Brook sighed, the captain's strength is indeed becoming more terrifying. Just back to where Zoro was, without resting for a second, Ji-chan directly pulled Zoro toward the number 1 red tree. Upon arriving at the human auction house, as soon as Ji-chan stepped inside, he found that it was nearly full, with only the last row having seats. Ji-chan patted Zoro, signaling him to sit down. I didn't expect so many this time. Even through his mask, Zoro could sense Ji-chan's excitement. This reminded Zoro of the days spent in the auction house. Ji-chan glanced around and spotted a few familiar faces: Eustace Kid and Trafalgar Law, the Surgeon of Death. And there's this guy holding a sword in his arms. I think his name is Kenshin from the Straw Hat Pirates, with a bounty of 210 million berries. It seems this auction indeed has good items. So many supernovas have come. Zoro smiled. I'm quite interested in that guy named Kenshin. Soon the auction was nearing its end, and the attendants pushed a large fish tank slowly toward the stage, accompanied by the sound of drums. Just as the host on stage was about to introduce, a loud rumble came from the back. This startled Ji-chan. As he turned to look, a kid wearing a straw hat was quickly running toward the stage. Ji-chan looked at the boy with a smile. Zoro stared at the boy in surprise. He had never seen such a genuine smile on Ji-chan's face. Curiously, he asked, "Boss, who is that boy?" "My brother, Monkey D. Luffy." On the stairs, Luffy was running and laughing. "Finally found you, Cammy." At the same time, a celestial dragon stood up, spending 500 million to buy the mermaid. Ji-chun patted Zoro's shoulder and then swiftly removed their masks. This game should come to an end. Hey, three-headed pig over there, don't harm Straw Hat Kid. In an instant the auction house fell silent. The sound of a pin drop could be heard. St. Charlos looked at Ji-chun and Zoro in shock, then suddenly shouted in rage, "Bastard, bastard! How dare you say the creator is a pig? You die for me." St. Charlos shot his golden gun directly at Ji-chun. However, just as Ji-chun was about to be hit, Zoro intervened, blocking the shot with the back of his sword. Ji-chun looked at Zoro with a beaming smile. "I think it's time to make these scum quiet for a while. I'll take care of this." In an instant, a wave of Conqueror's haki was released from Zoro's body. Everyone present except for the 3 celestial dragons and a few pirates fainted. Ji-chun looked at Zoro in astonishment, his surprise openly displayed in his eyes. "Goodness, are you hiding your strength from me? We'll settle this later, but for now let's deal with these 3 pigs first." Ji-chun walked step by step toward them. The closer Ji-chun got, the more uneasy St. Roswald felt sitting in the main seat. The pirates watched Ji-chun approach the celestial dragons in amazement. Isn't this the Ji-chun with a bounty of 1,834 billion, labeled by Akainu as the source of disaster for the worst generation? Kid showed a look of interest. "Ha ha, this is getting interesting. What will happen to these 3 celestial dragons?" Meanwhile, Luffy on the stairs stared blankly at Ji-chun, who was walking over with a smile. Finally, he swallowed hard and said, You are Ji-chun, right? Yo, Luffy, you finally recognized me. But now there's something going on. You should keep your distance from your companions. And your choice of companions is great, you have a good eye." Then Ji-chun turned his gaze with killing intent toward the 3 celestial dragons. "Ha ha, how do you 3 want to die, fatty pigs?" The 3 celestial dragons before Ji-chun wore expressions of terror. Ji-chun looked at them with great interest. "I must commend you celestial dragons for your audacity. I already slaughtered 3 of your kind 2 years ago, and yet you still dare to appear here." As he spoke, Ji-chun glanced at the water tank in the center of the stage. "It's for that mermaid, isn't it?" He then subtly signaled Zoro, who understood, and launched a slash towards the fish tank. Crack! In an instant the fish tank was cut open. "Luffy, go bring your friend over here. I'll help her remove the collar." "Oh!" Luffy exclaimed, immediately rushing towards the stage. "Cammy, I'm coming to rescue you." Cammy looked at Luffy with tears in her eyes and said, "Thank you, Luffy." Hold on tight." In just a few seconds, Luffy brought Cammy in front of Ji-chun. "You 3 pigs, behave yourselves. This technique is one I've spent a long time researching. If you move even a little, you'll feel a shocking and delightful sensation." Ji-chun turned his head and saw Cammy. With a smile, he said to her, "You must be Cammy, Luffy's friend. I'm his brother. I suppose it's this guy's fault that you got captured. No, Luffy is very good to me. He even took me to the amusement park." Ji-chun smiled as he listened to Cammy. "All right, now I'm going to help you take off that collar. You can close your eyes for a moment." Ji-chun reached out his hand towards the collar from a distance, using the power of Haki's internal destruction. In an instant, he threw the collar into the air. Boom! The collar exploded with a deafening sound. Everyone present, including the supernovas, stared at Ji-chun in shock. When Cammy opened her eyes again, she found the collar around her neck had disappeared, leaving her overjoyed. "Thank you, Luffy." "No problem." Luffy exclaimed in awe of Ji-chun's actions. "Wow! Ji-chun, I want to learn that move too. It looks so cool." At that moment, Luffy imagined how cool it would be if he could do it. Ji-chun's expression darkened. "You little brat, have you been slacking off these years? With your talent, you could have done it too." Luffy loudly retorted, "TCH stinky, Ji-chun, I haven't been slacking." He added, "Forget it, let me deal with these scumbags first." Ji-chun then looked menacingly at the kneeling celestial dragons. "Hey, how do you want to die? Roasted, electrocuted, or boiled?" The celestial dragons felt increasingly horrified by the man before them, wishing they could flay him alive. At that moment, a foul smell wafted through the air. It was the doing of St. Charlos. "Hurry and let us go, or we'll kill you and your family. If you know what's good for you, release us." Ji-chun retorted, "Oh, Zoro, is he threatening me?" Zoro, not one to hold back, immediately severed St. Charlos' left arm. Ji-chun looked at Zoro with approval. "Well done, you have half my style." As Ji-chun finished speaking, a commotion erupted outside the auction house. "Listen up inside, I am a major from the Navy branch of Sabo Archipelago. You are surrounded. If you release the celestial dragons, I can guarantee you a complete corpse." Ji-chun glanced at the 3 scumbags. "Hey, your lackeys have come to rescue you. Do you really think they can save you? You bastard, I advise you to let us go, or when the Admiral arrives you won't be able to leave. At that time I'll—" A head flew off. Ji-chun spat, "Pah! Useless scum. You haven't even been saved yet, and you dare to be so arrogant. Damn it, I can't stand people like you. Next you shall die too." In an instant 2 more heads flew off, just like the first. "Let's go, Zoro, let's see which Admiral has come this time. If it's Kizaru, then I'll make sure he stays in Sabo Archipelago forever." The two walked towards the entrance, and as the door swung open, all the Navy guns were aimed directly at them. Zoro stepped back. 4 weaklings like these, just using Conqueror's Haki to stun them will suffice. Instantly, Ji-Chen's Conqueror's Haki expanded outward from him. Buzz! Soon, all the soldiers nearby except for the Major were stunned by Ji-Chun. It's you, the one who just said you would leave me a complete corpse, right? Then I'll make sure to treat you well. Attraction. The Navy Major who had just been standing still was pulled towards Ji-Chun. Repulsion. He was then blasted away. Attraction. This time Ji-Chun grabbed him by the throat. Since you have the courage to threaten me, then you shall die. Throughout the process, the Navy Major didn't utter a single word before Ji-Chun dealt with him. Zoro looked at Ji-Chun with curiosity. Boss, have you eaten another devil fruit? Ji-Chun glanced at Zoro. Oh, you mean this? This is a new ability. I developed attraction and repulsion. I also have a natural type fruit here. Do you want to eat it? No. All right, then directionally challenged swordsman. The supernovas standing behind looked at Zoro in surprise. They couldn't understand why he wouldn't eat even a natural type fruit. Meanwhile, Eustace Kid looked at Ji-Chen's ability and then at himself. Their powers were somewhat similar, except his could only attract metals. Ji-Chen looked into the distance. Here they come. A cannonball landed, and soon a man dressed in a yellow suit with a lewd appearance appeared before everyone. Yo, Kizaru, I didn't expect it to be you this time. Kizaru frowned as he looked at Ji-Chun. Oh, truly frightening, it's you again, the notorious Ji-Chun. This time there was no trace of mockery in Kizaru's words. I sense an ominous aura from you. Haha, Admiral Kizaru, do you still believe in such things? Ji-Chun excitedly looked at Kizaru. Come on, Kizaru, it's been a long time since I fought. Let's have a good fight. Ji-Chun turned to Zoro and said, Zoro, help me protect Luffy, and also go find some fruits. Ji-Chun struck first, teleporting right in front of Kizaru, and his right hand wrapped in Haki struck hard at Kizaru. Boom. Kizaru flew backward, crashing through 10 Richmond trees before finally stopping. Just as Huang Yuan sat up, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, saying, What a bastard. How could he be so powerful? Am I going to fall here today? After a long absence of Huang Yuan being beaten, Ji-Chun quickly teleported above Huang Yuan. Hey Huang Yuan, what are you doing here? Trying to die. Gravity. Huang Yuan's body involuntarily flew towards Ji-Chun, which panicked him. He quickly activated his elemental transformation and evaded the attack. Bastard, what kind of move is that? I almost didn't dodge it. Haha, now you know, today you will leave your life behind. Just in time, I can also get a shining fruit for free. That's terrifying. Ji-Chun, little brat. Looks like you're still quite relaxed, huh? You even have time to mock others. Thunderball. This time, Ji-Chun's Thunderball was different. 12 highly compressed Thunderballs formed directly behind him. What is that terrifying thing behind you? I sense immense power there. No need for more words, try it for yourself. With that, the 12 Thunderballs flew towards Huang Yuan. Huang Yuan used his utmost speed to dodge the Thunderballs, but let's not forget Ji-Chen's fruit ability is no weaker than Huang Yuan's. In the end, only 2 of the 12 Thunderballs hit Huang Yuan. But those 2 were enough to leave Huang Yuan in serious trouble. Looks like General Huang Yuan's right leg is done for, and so is his left hand. I'm not really trying to kill you. How about you join my Thunder God pirate crew? Huang Yuan was taken aback. What did he just say? Ji-Chen actually wanted to invite him to join the pirate crew. Damn it, are you insulting me? It seemed that words alone wouldn't suffice. 8-foot Cheongoyu. Countless orbs of light surged towards Ji-Chun. Ji-Chun drew a circle with his arms, and soon a shield made of lightning enveloped him. Huang Yuan's 8-foot Cheongoyu was absorbed entirely upon contact with the shield. Huang Yuan in midair widened his eyes. This guy. In 2 years, Ji-Chun not only developed an incredibly powerful attack method, but also a shield capable of absorbing attacks. 8-foot mirror. Huang Yuan tried to teleport in front of Ji-Chun, but compared to Huang Yuan's need for refraction to teleport, Ji-Chun could teleport without waiting, making him far superior. In an instant, Ji-Chun appeared in front of Huang Yuan and struck him down with a punch. Hey, how's that? Feels good, right? Alright, I'm done playing. It saves me from having to deal with another general. Let's finish this. Ji-Chun closed his eyes and opened them again, transforming into the form of a kaleidoscope Sharingan. Susanoo. In an instant, a giant hundreds of meters tall rose from the ground. This scene left the watching supernovas and Huang Yuan dumbfounded. Is this the power of a devil fruit? Huang Yuan thought, if only I could have a giant like that. Ji-Chun roared at Huang Yuan. Hey Huang Yuan, I'm done playing with you. Once I kill you, I still have to find Luffy. A cloud of smoke spread out, and a weapon appeared in Susanoo's hand. Ji-Chun threw it directly at Huang Yuan. The enormous shuriken flew straight towards him. Everything the shuriken passed by vanished without a trace. Huang Yuan's heart surged with dread. This is terrifying. I'm finished you, I might not escape this time. Thus he ran even faster. Ji-Chun watched the shuriken that hadn't caught up with Huang Yuan and grew anxious. Damn, I can't even catch up with Huang Yuan. Ji Chun withdrew the shuriken. Huang Yuan, seeing the shuriken that was chasing him disappear, finally breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, he understood just how terrifying Ji Chun was. Huang Yuan attempted to activate his ability to return to the Navy headquarters, but as soon as he started, he was instantly crushed under the arriving Gao Day. Trying to run. Have you asked me? This strike forced Huang Yuan to spit out blood. Next, let's just knock him out. Bang, bang, bang. Ji Chun directly controlled Susanoo to punch Huang Yuan repeatedly. Soon 30 minutes passed, and Huang Yuan was no longer crying out in pain. Ji Chun released Susanoo and jumped down. Ji Chun looked at Huang Yuan's face. Looks like he's not dead yet. Well, now you can die. Ji Chun drew out the Supreme Great Blade, one of the 12 tools ace. To die under my move is also your honor. After saying this, Ji Chun brought his blade down heavily. Huang Yuan was cleaved in half by the sword energy, without any sign of life. Ji Chun teleported to where Zoro found various fruits. He saw a pineapple undergoing a transformation. The fruit shrank in size, its skin becoming spiraled and turning yellow. Ji Chun picked up the shining fruit and played with it casually. Meanwhile, Zoro had also dealt with the pacifist who intercepted numerous supernovas and was currently fighting with War Peach. Ji Chun appeared behind the two, saying, "Hey Zoro, stop playing, we should retreat." Zoro also appropriately sent War Peach flying. "Oh, by the way, you better go take a look. Your old man Huang Yuan has been sliced in half by me." With that, Ji Chun waved the shining fruit in his hand. This made War Peach furious. "Bastard, how could someone as strong as old man Huang Yuan be killed by you? TCH, believe it or not, we're leaving Zoro." Ji Chun directly took Zoro and teleported back to Shaki's bar to meet up with the Straw Hats and the Thunder God pirate crew. "Yo, Ji Chun." Luffy rushed over to Ji Chun as soon as he saw him. After a while, Ji Chun grabbed him down with one foot and pinned him to the chair. "Damn, Luffy, be careful, you almost suffocated me." "Hee, aren't you just too happy?" Xiaoqi, standing by, exclaimed in surprise at the fruit in Ji Chun's hand. "Little Ji Chun, is that the Gomu Gomu no Mi in your hand?" Instantly, all eyes were on Ji Chun. Ji Chun scratched his head and smiled. "It should be that guy Kizaru got addicted to fighting me, so I casually killed him and then found this fruit nearby." Everyone's hearts surged with shock. "What do you mean casually killed? Do you think killing an admiral is that easy?" "Ha, don't talk about me, Luffy, aren't you going to introduce your companions?" Ji Chun said with a smile, looking at the people present. However, Luffy's companions didn't hesitate and immediately introduced themselves. "Big brother, hello, I'm Kenshin, the combatant on Luffy's ship." Ji Chun looked at Kenshin, who wore two swords, clearly a swordsman, and directly took out a sword from the system space. "Hello, Kenshin, since you are my brother's companion and have taken care of him all the way, please accept this sword. By the way, although this sword is not the supreme great sword, it is indeed one of the 21 great swords called Raijin, which has attributes similar to my fruit, both bearing lightning. This sword is indeed the reward revealed after Ji Chun killed 3 celestial dragons, so it shouldn't be lacking in quality." Kenshin looked surprised and accepted the sword with both hands. "Thank you so much, brother Ji Chun. I was worried about where to exchange swords. Haha, if you ever lack swords, just ask this green algae head behind me. He has 3 at his waist." Kenshin instinctively looked at Zoro and saw him glaring fiercely at him, making Kenshin immediately run to Luffy's side. "Hello, Ji Chun, we've met before. I'm Frankie, the shipwright of the Straw Hat crew." Ji Chun chuckled. "I didn't expect you to be on my brother's ship, that's great." Ji Chun ordered various kinds of cola from the system store and waved his hand, causing endless cola to pour out from his sleeves. This made Frankie's eyes light up. "I heard you like cola, so feel free to drink these various flavors." After that, Ji Chun didn't pay attention to Frankie, who was drinking cola. Ji Chun looked at the long-nosed guy in the crowd. "That long-nosed guy, it's your turn." I am Usopp, and I want to become a warrior of the sea, and I am the ship's sniper." "Oh, the son of Yasopp. What? You know my father, Yasopp. A few years ago we were drinking together. He is a very excellent sniper. However, this is for you, called the Dodo." Usopp looked at the black weapon in front of him, instantly enamored. "I heard you use a slingshot, so I prepared this for you. Oh, just get used to it." Usopp clearly loved this weapon, his face flushed with excitement. "Thank you, brother Ji Chun." Ji Chun's eyes glanced over to see that one rolled eyebrow. "Oh, you must be Sanji." Sanji, holding a cigarette, immediately stepped out from the crowd. "Hello, brother Ji Chun, I'm Sanji, the cook on the ship. I know the cook of Bartai on the sea. Your family is very powerful. Why would you sail with my brother?" Sanji's eyes widened as he looked at him. You know? Haha, that kind of crazy family must have everyone escaping from it." Ji Chun's gaze sharpened. "But I have a question for you. Will you betray Luffy in the future?" "Of course not, you can rest assured. Then if there's danger, you can use the Den Den Mushi to contact me for rescue." Saying this, Ji Chun directly took out a Den Den Mushi that represents him and handed it to Sanji. Sanji took it over smoothly. Luffy shouted from the side. Bastard Sanji, I am very strong and don't need it. Ji Chin's anger surged, and he directly punched Luffy on the head with armament hockey. Ouch, it hurts. Ji Chin, you even use armament hockey to hit people. Damn, Luffy, could you show some respect to your elder brother? How dare you call me a bastard, and you are rubber. If you don't use armament hockey, what else can you use? Everyone looked at this scene and felt it was very warm. Alright, back to the point, this is something for you. Ji Chin took out a book documenting the training method for moonwalk. As long as you learn this thing, you can walk in the air, very convenient, right? Sanji looked at Ji Chin in shock. Isn't this from the Navy? Why do you have it? Ahaha, you mean this? Because the Navy I fought with before used it, I understood it and wrote it out casually. However, I remember your lifelong wish is to become transparent, right? Zoro looked at Sanji's rolled eyebrow, feeling a bit uncomfortable, and laughed when he heard Ji Chin's words, preparing to hit Sanji a little. I said, boss, didn't we sell that transparent fruit? Sanji turned red with anxiety when he heard this, grabbing Zoro by the collar. What did you say? Sold it. Alright Sanji, when you have time, go look for it again. It shouldn't be a very strong person. Let go of my crew. Sanji immediately reacted, oh sorry. Zoro looked at Sanji's gloomy face and couldn't help but laugh. Hello brother Ji Chin, I am Luo, she the navigator on the ship. Oh, I can't believe I haven't seen you. Luffy laughed. Haha, Ji Chin, you don't know yet. Luo, she is someone I fished out from the sea. So you, this silly guy, fished out a navigator from the sea, and she's so beautiful. Ji Chin sighed. You really are the child of fortune. I can't argue with that. Luffy laughed. However, I'll give you Luo's Zai's gift later. Because Ji Chin discovered someone at the door. Ji Chin directly teleported to Kuma's side. Hey, I said as a warlord you can come to find me so casually. But Kuma's response was, this time I'm not here to find you, I'm here to find that straw hat guy. Oh, does your leader think Luffy is too weak? Want you to knock them away? Seeing Kuma's silence, Ji Chin felt he had tacitly agreed. Hey, I said you don't just go in and start knocking, otherwise I will directly beat you. Kuma replied calmly, I understand. Ji Chin instantly teleported back to the tavern with Bear. The Straw Hat crew, upon seeing Bear's arrival, looked alarmed. Ji Chin noticed the vigilance on everyone's faces and turned to Bear. What did you do to them? The Warring States sent me to capture them, and I had a fight with them. I see. Ahem, you don't have to be so tense. This is my friend, he means no harm, and he is a subordinate of Old Man Luffy, so don't worry. Hearing Ji Chin's words, everyone relaxed. Alright, next, Miss Ship's Doctor, would you like to introduce yourself? The girl called upon blushed and looked at Ji Chin. Big brother Ji Chin, hello. I am Tasia, the ship's doctor. She's really beautiful. Tasia's head lowered even further. Here, this is some clothing for you. Ji Chin handed Tasia a beautiful outfit. Thank you, big brother Ji Chin. Now let's move on. Ji Chin turned to the cold-eyed girl. Hello, Lung Yin, I am a historian currently studying. You also know ancient texts. I know a little. Ji Chin called Robin over. Robin, in a bit, please provide her with the materials on ancient texts. After all, my brother wants to become the pirate king, and a historian is essential. What? Ji Chin, aren't you going to compete with me for the title of pirate king? Fool, you blockhead. Ji Chin stared at Luffy. Listen well, Luffy, I set out to eliminate all the celestial dragons. Whoever dares to stop me from killing celestial dragons will meet the same fate as Kizaru. But so far I've already killed 6. It would be great if a group of celestial dragons gathered together, then I could enjoy a good slaughter. Ji Chin clapped his hands. Alright, now I need you all to cooperate a bit. Next I will send you to various places around the world, to different islands, so please cooperate. Everyone looked puzzled, and Luffy directly protested. Hey Ji Chin, why? We still want to go to Fishman Island. It's all for your own good, and you are too weak. Alright, train well after you get there, and find a way to come back in 2 years. Alright, this is Shachi's life paper. Tear off a small piece, and in 2 years you can return via the direction indicated by the life paper. Ji Chin patted Bear's shoulder. Leave Kenshiro and Luffy to me, and take everyone else away. Just as Bear's hand was about to land on Usopp, Ji Chin called a halt. Hey, race, a piece of advice, Usopp. On the island you're going to, I advise you not to eat too much, but it's better to exercise because the island is full of delicious food. Just control yourself. Instantly, Usopp, Anna, Tashimi, Lung, Yen, Sanji, and Frankie were sent to their respective places. Ji Chin looked at the remaining 2 with satisfaction. Let's ask Kenshiro first. Kenshiro, as a swordsman, do you want to learn swordsmanship from Roger Rayleigh or Mihawk? Ji Chin's question stunned everyone present. They had actually heard Roger's name. This? Kenshiro scratched his head, thinking he couldn't possibly learn from Roger. Ji Chin chuckled. Of course there is a way, it depends on whether you want to learn. Then I want to learn from Brother Zoro. Kenshiro's statement left everyone speechless. No one could have imagined that Kenshiro actually wanted to learn swordsmanship from Zoro. Ji Chin looked at Zoro and asked, so will you teach him? Sai, maybe not. I really don't have the time, and our captain's swordsmanship isn't much inferior to mine. Ji Chin glared at Zoro. Ahem, then let him learn from Roger. He'll find a way to manage it. Ji-chan glanced at the dazed Luffy. Now it's your turn, Luffy. So how about it, old man? Can you do me a favor and teach him? Sure, but you have to give me 200 bottles of that wine. Ji-chan's expression darkened. Old man, you fine. Alright then, Aunt Shachi, see you next time. Ji-chan instantly teleported everyone to the Thousand Sunny. Okay, get ready, we're heading to Ruska Island. About an hour later, Ji-chan and the others arrived at a deserted island. Rayleigh also began to casually share information about the island. Ji-chan clapped his hands. Alright, let's first resolve Kenshiro's master issue. He popped a candy into his mouth. In an instant, a golden light appeared before everyone, and Roger made a dazzling entrance. The crew was left utterly stunned by Roger's appearance. Only Ji-chan, Old Sand, and Rayleigh were unfazed, clearly accustomed to such sights. Luffy, however, had his jaw dropped to the ground. The Pirate King Gold. Roger. Ji-chan laughed heartily. Don't be shocked, Kenshiro. This will be your master from now on. My swordsmanship was also taught by this old man. At this moment, Roger, who had been silent, turned to Ji-chan. Ji-chan, does your statement imply that you found me a disciple? Ji-chan awkwardly smiled, of course. And this is my brother's companion. Ji-chan pointed directly at the guy who looked a lot like Roger. That guy is Luffy. After a while. Ha, you junior, why do you feel like my son? Ha ha ha. Ji-chan was speechless. Hey, you two old men, hey, race 400 bottles of my special wine, so please teach them well. Oh, and Ji-chan directly took out a large amount of candy and set it aside. You both remember to keep an eye on my brother, and don't let him eat any. Once he does, Uncle Roger won't be able to come back to life, so make sure to keep an eye on him. After Ji-chan finished speaking, he directly took his partners back to the shore where the Thousand Sunny was located. Ji-chan looked at his companions and couldn't help but smile. Alright, it's time for us to set sail, but before we do, we need to coat the ship. After Ji-chan finished speaking, he instantly teleported around the Thunder God ship and checked it. By the time he returned to his companions, they had already noticed that the ship was fully coated. How did you do that, boss? Oh, this is something I researched over the past 2 years. Ji-chan turned to Nami. The coating is done, we can set sail again now. Set sail for Fishman Island. The Thunder God ship surged directly towards the depths of the sea. Ji-chan called everyone to gather around. Let's share what improvements we've made over the past 2 years. The usually silent crocodile spoke up. I'll go first. Over the past 2 years, I've awakened my fruit's powers, but am still getting beat up every day. After Old Sand finished speaking, Ji-chan smiled at him. With one person starting, everyone else began eagerly sharing their strengths and experiences. Immediately, the Thunder God ship became lively. Nami had learned advanced climate knowledge and navigation skills. She was not only familiar with the bizarre climate of the New World, but had also made progress in developing her fruit's powers. Under the guidance of Hawkeye, Zoro's swordsmanship had become sharper, and he had also learned the 3 types of haki. This also pleased Ji-chan. Brook had been captured upon arrival and began his exhibition. He wrote his soul song every day and awakened his fruit's powers. Ziching was taken to the transvestite country of Kamabaka Kingdom, where he learned attack, cooking, and moonwalk, as well as haki. Robin had lived with the Revolutionary Army for 2 years at their base, significantly enhancing her strength. Chopper arrived at Torino Kingdom and nearly ended up in a pot, almost being made in a hot pot. Hearing this, Ji-chan and the others laughed. You guys are such bastards, let me finish. I also learned pharmacology and medicine in Torino Kingdom, enhancing my 7 transformation points and my Nasadific Rumba Ball. Ji-chan looked at his companions with emotion. You all have really worked hard over the past 2 years. Now let me share how I spent my time. Over the past 2 years, I learned swordsmanship from Old Roger, and my fruit abilities developed quite well. Old Sand, sitting on the ground, rolled his eyes. Hey, don't listen to him. He acts like he isn't strong at all. I know how strong you are, capable of taking down a general solo. TSK, TSK, TSK. Ji-chan glared at Old Sand. But speaking of which, Ji-chan took out the Goro Goro no Mi fruit. Who wants to eat it? This is the fruit that dropped after killing Kazuru. Ji-chan glanced at Zoro. Huh, you want me to eat this fruit? Ji-chan shot a glare at Zoro. If you don't eat it, who will? Plus, this is the Goro Goro no Mi, which can rival my speed. Ji-chan persuaded, but Zoro, think about it. If you eat this fruit, your speed issue will be resolved, and this Goro Goro no Mi can also enable flight. Zoro hesitated, looking into Ji-chan's sincere eyes. Nami directly punched Zoro on the head. Bastard Zoro, such a top-tier Logia fruit, what's there to worry about? Fine, let me clarify. The reason I want to eat a fruit is because all of you are devil fruit users. What if no one on the ship can swim? Then you all would be in trouble. Ji-chan looked at Zoro, realizing that he was actually quite thoughtful. Haha, you really don't need to worry about that. Ji-chan said as he directly dove through a bubble and into the sea. Everyone watched their captain dive into the sea, panic-stricken. It's over, the captain fell into the water. Brook ran around in a frenzy. However, the next second, Ji-chan was back on the ship. My ability development has made me unafraid of seawater, so don't worry. Ji-chan patted Zoro on the shoulder and directly handed the fruit to him. Seeing Ji-Chin's demeanor, Zoro took a bite without hesitation. At the moment he took a bite, Zoro's whole demeanor changed. Ugh, this is really disgusting. Hey Zoro, don't spit it out. Zoro endured the discomfort and swallowed it down. Ji-Chin laughed as he walked over to Zoro. No wonder you're the bravest man in our Thunder God pirates. Even eating something disgusting looks so cool. Instantly, everyone burst into laughter. Bastard. At the same time, a light orb appeared in Zoro's hand and shot directly at Ji-Chin. Oh, that won't do. Ji-Chin caught it with one hand and threw it into the sea. Oops, Zoro, it seems you still haven't learned how to control your powers. Go to the training room first and check out the secret manuals I left behind. Just learn how to use the ability to run away and do your best with the rest. Ji-Chun watched as Solon walked into the training room grumbling to himself and couldn't help but smile. Hey, isn't it a good thing to get you a running fruit? By the way, Fishman Island is about 10,000 meters underwater. How deep are we now? Captain, we are currently about 5,000 meters underwater, but we better not encounter any giant sea kings or our ship might easily get destroyed. Don't worry, it should be fine. With that, the Thunder God began its descent to around 8,000 meters. My. Everyone turned to look at Ji-Chun. Seeing everyone looking at him, Ji-Chun revealed what he had just sensed through his heart net. What? A giant monster. Yes, I just detected it with my heart net, but I don't know when it will appear. Oh, just be cautious. At that moment, Chopper and Nami grew restless. Especially Nami, who directly wrapped her arms around Ji-Chin's, perhaps feeling a bit safer. Hiss. Nami, what are you doing? Staying close to the captain feels safer. At the same time, the giant monster revealed its true form, its massive tentacles lunging at the Thunder God. In this critical moment, Old Sha wrapped the entire ship in sand. Ji-Chin suddenly stood up. This bastard, if it destroys my ship, it'll chop it into pieces. Well done, Old Sha, Ji-Chun said before instantly teleporting out of the ship. Oh, so it's an octopus, you're finished. Ji-Chun transformed his lightning into a long sword and directly severed one of the octopus tentacles. He looked at the still defiant octopus and smirked. Let's have another one. With that, he swung his sword again, causing the octopus to cry out in pain. Ji-Chun shouted at the weeping octopus. Hey, stop crying. Damn it, guide us properly, or he'll chop you into pieces. Before the octopus could respond, Ji-Chun swiftly returned to the ship. Phew, out of breath. Wow, the captain is so strong. As a fruit user, he could stay underwater for so long. Even the crocodile stared at him in shock. Before, he had only briefly entered the water, but this time, he had fought underwater for a long time. I cut off 2 of its tentacles, but I wonder if it will agree to my terms. Just as Ji-Chun was speaking, the ship suddenly shook as if something had grabbed hold of it. When everyone went to check, they found that the octopus was lifting the entire ship and moving slowly. Hey, you, I'm going to Fishman Island. Don't take me to some random place. Ji-Chun said, then ignored it. Seeing Nami and Chopper still watching, Ji-Chun couldn't help but say, Nami, Chopper, it already knows the destination, so there's no need to keep watching it. I'll hope. Soon the Thunder God, being carried by the giant octopus, moved quickly. Hey, finding a transportation like this isn't bad. Thus the octopus carried them to just below Fishman Island, but at that moment they were stopped by Fishman Street's guards. Ji-Chun frowned as he looked ahead at several fishmen blocking the Thunder God. Captain, what should we do? Nami came over to ask. Don't worry, they'll leave. Meanwhile, outside, the fishmen were talking. These land pirates came here, and we can just take control of them, haha. In a moment, we'll rob their ship of treasures, kill the men, and keep the women. Ji-Chun coldly smiled and unleashed countless bolts of lightning, wrapping around their necks and turning them into grilled fish. Ji-Chun looked at everyone. What to do? The entrance to Fishman Island requires a pass, and we don't have one. How about we just charge in? But after charging in, you are all ability users. That's going to be a problem. While Ji-Chun was in a dilemma, a soldier came out from Fishman Island's interior. When the soldier saw Ji-Chun's face, he immediately panicked. He had heard of Ji-Chun's notorious reputation, the one who killed Admiral Kazuru at Sabati Archipelago, the nemesis of the Celestial Dragons. The soldier quickly called Neptune's phone worm to inform him of the situation. Neptune immediately ordered the soldiers to let Ji-Chun and his group pass. Ji-Chun smiled as he watched this scene. This Neptune is quite sensible. The soldiers soon arrived in front of Ji-Chun. Honorable Ji-Chun, please follow us with your ship. Fishman Island welcomes your arrival. Everyone was stunned, not knowing what was happening. Ji-Chun explained the situation to them. Just because your captain killed 6 celestial dragons, Neptune had to let me pass, not to mention I have so many powerful partners with me. Upon hearing this, Nami and Chopper blushed, feeling embarrassed. Bastard, even if you compliment me, I won't thank you. Let's go enter Fishman Island first. After a while, Ji-Chun arrived at Fishman Island, and the Thunder God was also taken in by Ji-Chun. Wow, there's air in Fishman Island, and there's even sunlight. Surprising for a navigator, huh? Alright, let's go explore. After Ji-chun and the others arrived at Fishman Island, Neptune immediately summoned Shark Star, Emperor Star, and Flip Star to the palace. What do you all think? What is Ji-chun here for? In an instant the palace fell silent, and the three remained speechless. At this moment Shark Star spoke up. Father, I believe the members of the Thunder God pirate crew will not pose a threat to Fishman Island. Moreover, do not forget we are protected by the Whitebeard pirate crew. Neptune's worry eased slightly. You are right, Shark Star, but his strength is too formidable. I hope our people have not acted disrespectfully towards him. Meanwhile, as Ji-chun's group walked down the street, a group of people suddenly rushed out in front of him. The leader looked dazed and had an arrogant expression. Ha ha, I finally found you, the notorious criminal Ji-chun. Did you ever expect this? Here to cause trouble, are you? Ji-chun frowned. What? He is the infamous Ji-chun who disappeared for 2 years. I heard he has slain Marine Admiral Kazuru. I can't believe I get to meet such a significant figure. Ji-chun frowned and looked at Robin. Robin slowly revealed his identity. Wolfman Himanli, bounty of 290 million berries. What? Does this Himanli want to die? How dare he provoke Lord Ji-chun? The Wolfman Himanli sneered at Ji-chun. Ha ha ha, I never expected the infamous criminal with a bounty of over 1.8 billion berries would be such a puny figure. Turns out he's just a pretty boy. Ha ha ha. I really didn't expect to be called a pretty boy. Lao Sha looked at the person with indifference as if looking at a dead man. Well, you are the first to dare call me a pretty boy, so you shall die. With a wave of his hand, Ji-chun conjured a massive gravitational force that drew Himanli in. In mere moments, Himanli was dead. The onlookers were no longer at ease, all trembling as they knelt before Ji-chun. Lord, Ji-chun, please spare us. I have an elderly parent and... The man's words were cut off abruptly by Ji-chun. Hey, you worthless fools. I'm in a good mood today, so just hand over everything valuable you have, and you can leave. This statement from Ji-chun felt like a pardon to everyone, and they hurriedly took out all the valuables on them. Ji-chun waved his hand and collected everything from the ground into his system space. Ji-chun could not help but exclaim, the speed of making money is really fast. The crowd rolled their eyes. Don't you know how you got this money? All right, I am also an open-minded captain. Ji-chun waved his hand, and suddenly each crew member had a bag of berries in their hands. Spend it as you like. Today the captain is treating. Just as everyone was preparing to wander around, a voice reached their ears. Honorable Lord Ji-chun, King Neptune has heard of your long journey and has specially prepared a lavish banquet in the palace, hoping you can grace us with your presence. A fishman guard in armor approached slowly, bowing respectfully to Ji-chun and the others. Ji-chun glanced at everyone. What do you think? Shall we go? Seeing no objections, Ji-chun agreed. However, we are all capable of abilities, and the Dragon Palace City is filled with seawater, making us easy targets. But I doubt they would dare to do so. Soon the Thunder God pirate crew followed the fishmen to the entrance of the passage. The guard then took out a pink object. Ji-chun asked in confusion, what is this? This is bubble coral. With it, if you press the top, bubbles will be produced, allowing you to enter Dragon Palace City. Transparent bubbles separated from the coral, wrapping Ji-chun and the others within as they traversed the connection corridor. As they walked, Nami and the others couldn't help but exclaim at the beautiful scenery of Dragon Palace City. Wow, so beautiful. It really is, Nami. The accompanying fishman explained with a smile. Our scenery has always been like this. First-time visitors always say so. As everyone admired the scenery, they unknowingly arrived. There stood a line of fishmen at the entrance. I didn't expect the captain to have such a big face, Nami said with a smile. Wow. Chopper's eyes sparkled with gold. The captain is so mighty. Soon a figure with a crown larger than half the fishman, with thick tousled orange-haired hair and beard, fiery tattoos on his arms, and holding a trident, appeared. This person was none other than the king of Fishman Island, Neptune. Neptune approached Ji-chun respectfully and said, Greetings, Lord Ji-chun. I am Neptune, the king of Fishman Island. Welcome to Dragon Palace City. Seeing Neptune's low posture, Ji-chun joked, Then I must trouble you, King Neptune. We are all devil fruit users, so I hope you won't capture us all. Neptune looked awkward, not knowing what to say. He then led them to the banquet location. At the dining table, Neptune asked, I wonder how you perceive Fishman Island, Lord Ji-chun. Well, how should I put it? Fishman Island is great, the environment is nice, and the scenery is beautiful. However, some fishmen can be quite dishonest. Just make sure not to set your sights on me, or don't blame me for what happens. But don't worry, Neptune, I won't destroy Fishman Island, as I am also a capable user. As the drinks flowed and dishes changed, Ji-chun looked at Neptune. I want to ask a question. Is Jinbei here on this island? Lord Ji-chun, Jinbei was recently summoned by the Navy, but I am not sure for what matter. Oh, I see. After a hearty meal and drinks, Ji-chun wandered alone in Longgong City, ignoring the lively chatter of others, but no one dared to stop him. As Ji-chun walked, he came upon a house made of steel. From within, he could faintly hear the sound of crying. Curiosity piqued Ji-chin pulled open the iron door, and what he witnessed next was astonishing. 3 days earlier, at the Navy headquarters in Admiral Sengoku's office, Sengoku had just hung up the phone and stood there in a daze speechless, as if he had turned into a statue. Noticing this, Garp found it strange, and immediately shouted Sengoku. Sengoku jolted awake. What is it? I was about to ask you the same thing. You've been standing there like a statue since you finished that call, so what's going on? A flicker of guilt flashed in Sengoku's eyes, but then his gaze turned resolute. He directly ordered the nearby sailors. Notify all vice admirals, admirals, and staff to gather in the conference room for a meeting. Tell them that anyone who dares to be absent will have to face my wrath. 10 minutes later in the conference room, nearly every officer was panting as they took their seats. Some had rushed from the cafeteria while others had to sprint from afar, knowing well that Sengoku's fist was no laughing matter. The atmosphere in the conference room was unusually serious and quiet. Sengoku sat at the head of the table, sternly looking at everyone. Very well, it seems my words still carry some weight. Now let's discuss the agenda for today's meeting. First and foremost, the notorious Ji-chun has recently killed 3 celestial dragons on the Sabo archipelago, and I had dispatched Admiral Kazuru to capture him, but unfortunately. At this point, everyone present felt a chill run down their spines, their expressions serious as they looked at Sengoku, hoping he would say something different, but they were mistaken. Unfortunately, Admiral Kazuru was killed by Ji-chun Rorinoa Zoro and Crocodile on the Sabo archipelago. However, it can also be said that the notorious Ji-chun single-handedly killed Admiral Kazuru. At this point, Sengoku fell silent while the Navy personnel below displayed a range of emotions, some pale, others enraged, and many shocked. A trembling figure asked Sengoku, Admiral, is what you said true? In an instant, all eyes turned to Sengoku, hoping for a definitive answer. Yes, indeed. The body has been retrieved by the sailors, and it was cut in half. However, the Goro Goro no Mi may have already fallen into the hands of the Thunder God pirates. Akainu slammed his fist on the table, venting his frustration. That damn kid, the notorious one, we should have killed him long ago, damn it. Quiet. At this critical juncture, we should refrain from pursuing the notorious Ji-chun. Moreover, the world government has issued orders for us to publicly execute Portgas D. Ace. Hearing this, Garp's hair seemed to turn even grayer. Alright, from now on, if the Navy encounters the notorious Ji-chun, take a detour. But if it's 2 admirals, and you're confident, you may attempt to kill him. Alright, meeting dismissed. I need to think about how to set a bounty on Ji-chun, that rascal. Back in Sengoku's office, after much thought, he finally devised a plan. He picked up the Den Mushi and made a call. Meanwhile, on another island, a feathered figure was holding a Den Mushi. Indeed, this figure was Morgans. Hello, Morgans, I need you to print a report like this. What? Are you serious? Morgans exclaimed in shock. Stop the nonsense. Sengoku finished and hung up the Den Mushi. In contrast to Sengoku's frustration, Morgans was overjoyed. Morgans flapped his wings and shouted, everyone get ready for tomorrow's headline. Work faster, and there will be bonuses. While Sengoku was seething with anger and Morgans was ecstatic, Ji-chun was jumping around on something soft. I can't believe I found something so soft. Although Ji-chun was aware who wouldn't want to experience the joy Luffy had back then. As Ji-chun was jumping, he suddenly noticed a pair of tear-filled big eyes looking at him. Who are you? Father. Something is jumping on me. Seeing Shirahoshi in this state was like watching an anime, but with different dialogue. Ji-chun quickly reacted and shouted for her to be quiet. Hey, timid girl, stop shouting, I won't bully you. You then what are you doing on my body? Ji-chun awkwardly glanced at where he was standing, realizing it was indeed a certain part, and he felt embarrassed enough to shuffle back slightly. That timid girl, I am a guest invited by your father, and I am quite powerful, I am a pirate. In contrast, Shirahoshi looked at him curiously. Why do you look so silly? What does silly mean? It means cute. By the way, my name is Ji-chun, captain of the Thunder God Pirates. What's your name? I am Shirahoshi. Shirahoshi extended a finger and shook hands with Ji-chun. Your name's Shirahoshi, so I'll call you Silly Star from now on. Shirahoshi accepted the nickname, happily thinking Ji-chun was complimenting her cuteness. Okay, then Ji-chun-sama will call me Silly Star from now on. Ji-chun shook his head. This girl is truly adorably naive. Ji-chun-sama, you said you are a pirate. Have you gone on adventures? When Shirahoshi brought up this topic, Ji-chun began to recount his past adventures, and Shirahoshi listened with great interest. Ji-chun lay directly on Shirahoshi, who occasionally popped a grape into Ji-chun's mouth. The two chatted harmoniously about their amusing stories, and Ji-chun hadn't relaxed like this in a long time. When Neptune and Ji-chun's companions found Ji-chun, everyone was astonished, their mouths agape. This was because Ji-chun was sitting atop a gigantic mermaid munching on grapes that were the same size as him. Ji-chun turned his head and saw a group of people at the door. Oh, you all came. I just discovered this place, and Bai Xing is quite interesting. Ji-chun complimented Bai Xing, making her blush as she hurriedly said, "No, no. Lord Ji-chun shared many adventure stories with me. He is a wonderful person." Neptune quickly reacted saying, "Well, this is my daughter. Due to special circumstances, she has to live here. Is it because of a guy named Vanderdecken?" Neptune's eyes widened as he looked at Ji-chun asking, "How do you know?" Ji-chun calmly gazed into the distance. "Look, that guy's axe is coming." A giant axe as long as an arm was swinging toward Zoro's direction as Zoro was standing right where it would strike. Ji-chun teased Zoro, "Hey Zoro, if you don't make a move you'll get chopped." Meanwhile, Bai Xing had already shut her eyes, too afraid to look. As Zoro looked at the approaching axe, he suddenly reached out, throwing a ball of light at the axe that was about to hit him, causing it to shatter. Everyone's eyes lit up at this sight. "Hey, not bad, Zoro. Just got you the Goro Goro no Mi, and you can do this. Not bad, not bad." Zoro, hearing Ji-chun's praise, nodded proudly. Ji-chun looked at everyone still at the door. "Why don't you come in?" Nami looked at Ji-chun as if he were a fool. "Captain, there isn't enough space for so many people in this tower." "Oh, I think it's fine for girls to jump into my arms, and the guys can come in too. Besides, Bai Xing won't mind." Seeing Ji-chun say this, Nami, Robin, and Zicheng leaped into Ji-chun's embrace, while Zicheng walked up gracefully. Ji-chun glanced at Zicheng saying, "I must say Zicheng's moon step is truly impressive. Since everyone is here now, let's." Ji-chun then looked at Bai Xing behind him. "I remember it should be Vanderdecken 9, the user of the Goro Goro no Mi, who wants you the king to marry Bai Xing, but you refused, angering Vanderdecken. Thus, Bai Xing suffers these attacks daily." Neptune looked at Ji-chun in shock, wondering how Ji-chun knew about this. "Oh, don't worry. I have a bit of interest in the Goro Goro no Mi, so I did some research. But since I have some connection with Bai Xing, I'll take care of this trouble for her later." Neptune looked at Ji-chun gratefully saying, "Thank you so much, Lord Ji-chun. This matter has troubled us for a long time. I am truly grateful." "Oh, it's nothing. Just give me some gold later, as I'm a bit short on cash right now, ha." Neptune was stunned for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Bai Xing looked at Ji-chun with grateful eyes. "Lord Ji-chun." Ji-chun, however, did not look at her, and quickly vanished. Ji-chun arrived at a corner and chose to sign in. System sign in. Ding. "Congratulations, host, you have received 5 cards to remove side effects, and 1 piece of information on the celestial dragons. Rewards issued." Ji-chun stared at the cards in the system space, lost in thought. Cards to remove side effects. Celestial dragon location information, I will deal with it after leaving Fishman Island. Alright, now I can finally search for Vanderdecken 9. A cold smile crept across Ji-chun's lips. He closed his eyes, and his spiritual network instantly spread toward the direction of the swinging axe. "Hey, found you. You Blackheart bastard, wait to die." Ji-chun immediately accelerated to his fastest speed, appearing 10 kilometers away in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Ji-chun stood before Vanderdecken, who was utterly bewildered. "Who are you?" Ji-chun did not respond, but directly grabbed Vanderdecken and teleported back to Fishman Island, throwing him to the ground. "You bastard, damn it, you were so easy to find in the sea." Vanderdecken was so frightened he couldn't speak. He knew someone with such speed and strength was not someone he could provoke. Seeing Vanderdecken still silent, Ji-chun slapped his face. Slap. A crisp sound echoed. "Ouch. Oh, I thought you wouldn't talk. Now tell me, you bastard, why do you want Bai Xing dead?" Vanderdecken quickly realized why he had been captured. "Oh, it's because Princess Bai Xing is too beautiful, so I want to marry her." Ji-chun scoffed at this. "You really haven't been beaten up before, huh? Even at death's door you still want tell the truth." Ji-chun sneered, "Then go die." Ji-chun enveloped his arm in Busashoko Haki and directly seized Vanderdecken by the neck. "You desire Bai Xing merely to summon the Sea Kings, isn't that right? Alright, you can go die now." A flicker of electricity danced in Ji-chun's hand. 100 million thunder disaster thunder mouse. Ji-chun unleashed a large thunder mouse that fried Vanderdecken thoroughly. Ji-chun took out a bag of fruits from behind and glanced at it. "Looks like I wasn't reborn in this pile of fruits, oh what a pity." He shook his head and transformed into a bolt of lightning, returning to the palace. Meanwhile, a fishman hiding in the shadows quietly left. Clearly he had witnessed the scene earlier. As Ji-chun landed while biting into an apple, everyone surrounded him. "I just dealt with it, but the Goro Goro no Mi didn't reincarnate in this bag of fruits, ha." Hearing Ji-chun's words, Neptune was overjoyed and ordered his men to bring a large bag of gold to Ji-chun. Ji-chun looked at the gold somewhat in disbelief. Meanwhile, Nami's eyes sparkled with dollar signs. "This is a bit too much, isn't it, Neptune?" In contrast, Neptune's wrinkled face was beaming as he looked at Ji-chun. "Not too much at all. Vanderdecken is dead, my little daughter is free, and I still have to thank you, Lord Ji-chun." "You really believe I killed Vanderdecken?" Neptune paused for a moment and then laughed, saying, "I believe Lord Ji-chun wouldn't lie to me." "Haha, that's true. For killing an ant, I wouldn't lie to you about anything." After concluding his conversation with Neptune, Ji-chun returned to his companions. He couldn't help but chuckle at Nami's greedy expression. Captain, you're back? Hurry and collect all this treasure from the ground. Ji-chun sighed with a smile. I really have no way with you. With that, Ji-chun unleashed a surge of lightning which spread over the treasure like a web, and in an instant he gathered it all in. Old Sha shot Ji-chun a deep glance. What's wrong? Old Sha, are you envious? Boring. Now the trouble is resolved. Ji-chun turned to Neptune. Neptune, we want to go to the Sea of Forest. I remember there should be historical text there. Could you send someone to guide us? That's no problem at all. I'll have Sharkstar take you there shortly. Ji-chun looked at everyone. Are you all ready? Not long after they arrived at the Sea of Forest. Wow, is this the Sea of Forest? It's so beautiful here. Ji-chun glanced at Chopper and Nami. Haha, it really is quite lovely here. Sharkstar, who was leading the way, spoke up. Lord Ji-chun, shall we head to the location of the historical texts now? Then let's go. All right then, please follow me, Lord Ji-chun and everyone. Soon Sharkstar led the group to a historical text. Upon seeing the historical text, Robin evidently felt some anticipation and quickly stepped forward to decipher it. Ji-chun sighed. This is wonderful. For Robin, the historical text was her treasure. And for Zoro, becoming the world's greatest swordsman is his treasure, and alcohol could be as well. Ha. Zoro snorted and fell silent. Ha ha, don't be angry now. Here, this bottle of wine is for you. It's the last bottle I have left. Zoro's eyes lit up at the sight of the wine. Gulp, gulp. This is refreshing. I haven't had this wine in ages. A few minutes later, Robin stood up and returned to Ji-chun's side. So Robin, what does it say? Robin paused for a moment before slowly speaking. This historical text does not record any landmarks. It contains an apology letter written by someone named Joy Boy 800 years ago, documenting an unfulfilled agreement with Fishman Island. Joy Boy. What an interesting name. Well, since it's just an apology letter, it's clearly of no use. Let's enjoy ourselves here for a while, and we can deal with another matter later. The group returned outside and Ji-chun took out a barbecue grill, ingredients and drinks from the system space. Ziching directly activated her cooking fruit ability and began preparing the ingredients. Everyone sat in a circle enjoying the delicious food. Ziching's cooking has indeed improved. It's so tasty. It really is good. Ziching smiled shyly and said nothing. After the meal, Ji-chun stood up, and as he walked forward, he put away the barbecue grill. All right, since that's the case, it's time to implement my plan. Sharkstar looked at Ji-chun, who seemed to want to say something, but couldn't, which made Ji-chun want to laugh. Hey, Neptune's eldest son, if you want to say something, just say it. Ji-chun smiled helplessly at Sharkstar's timid demeanor. Forget it, I never said I wanted to destroy Fishman Island. And you should know about the special power your sister possesses. Sharkstar suddenly looked up at Ji-chun, surprised that he knew about this. Do you think I wanted to kill Vanderdeckin? I'm a pirate, not a good person. Moreover, there are many places in the world that are ocean regions. With your sister's power in this sea, she would be invincible, and I don't want anyone threatening my life or my companions. Vanderdeckin has been dealt with, but there's still another force. I believe they're called Hody, right? Although they don't know about the power Shirahoshi possesses, I just find him unpleasant. Alright, I won't waste my breath. Neptune's son, take us to Fishman Street. I'm going to take those guys down. Meanwhile, at Fishman Street, where Hody was located. Boss, when will that big pirate leave? If he doesn't leave, our plan can't be executed at all. Wait. I don't believe he won't leave in a few days. Right now, we can't possibly take on such a big pirate. As Sharkstar led Ji-chun and the others toward Fishman Street, Ji-chun watched the group move step by step. Hey, don't you all think this is really slow? Hey, Neptune's son, just give me a direction, and I'll go directly, alright. Under Ji-chun's pressure, Sharkstar told him the location. After receiving the position, Ji-chun turned to look at Zoro, who was drinking. Zoro, do you want to race? You, how long have you been developing your fruit ability? Well, let's race. The Thunder God pirates were also eagerly watching the two. Ji-chun focused on Zoro's eyes and couldn't help but remind him. Hey Zoro, keep pace with me, otherwise you might get lost. After Ji-chun finished speaking, he flew off in a direction and Zoro transformed into a straight beam of light chasing after him. After they left, Nami remarked, those two really have a lot of energy, and they're quite childish. Haha, that's more like Ji-chun. In the blink of an eye, the two arrived inside Fishman Street. However, the two fishmen responsible for opening the door looked somewhat flustered at the sudden appearance of the two lights. What is this? Hey, you two little minions, hurry inside and tell your boss Hody that Ji-chun is here to kill him, and tell him to come out to greet me. Ji-chun's words made the two fishmen burst into laughter. Ji-chun furrowed his brows, and in an instant the fishman on the left was pierced through the chest by Ji-chun's lightning and died. Ji-chun glanced at the fishman on the right, who was so frightened that he lost control and crawled in to report. Ji-chun signaled for Zoro to sit down, then delivered a heavy palm that struck something into Zoro's body. Indeed, it was the card to remove the side effects. The card disappeared as it struck Zoro's body, transforming into a gentle light that entered Zoro's body. Huh. Zoro looked at Ji-chun with a beaming smile, realizing that Ji-chun must have done something. After feeling his body, he instantly understood. Boss, what did you do to me? Oh, about that I used my own power to eliminate your weakness of being afraid of seawater with the Goro Goro no Mi. This means that even if you swim in the sea now you won't drown. Zoro stared at Ji-chun in shock, speechless for a long time. Ji-chun had anticipated Zoro's reaction. Alright, let's wait for Hody to come out. Not long after, Ji-chun and Zoro saw a figure approaching clad in a wolfskin scarf with a head of black curly hair, wearing a trident flat cap, and cursing under his breath. Ji-chun looked at Hody, his gaze gradually turning colder. The surrounding air seemed to freeze. When Hody saw Ji-chun's face, he immediately trembled in fear. Hody directly collapsed to the ground, his legs giving way. Ji-chun chuckled. Ha, Hody Jones, I didn't expect you to be so cowardly, even trembling at the sight of a mere pirate like me. Hody immediately began to plead. Lord Ji-chun, is there something you need from me? Well, I just killed a general on land, and fearing the Navy's pursuit, I hid in Fishman Island. Ji-chun smacked his forehead. You see, because your new Fishman pirate crew offended me, I now have to kill all of you. Hody's heart sank further. Lord Ji-chun, may I ask who offended you? I will surely kill him. That's unnecessary. The one who offended me has already been killed on the spot. Now it's just you left. Ji-chun glanced at Zoro and said, Alright Zoro, get ready to work. There are no good people in this Fishman Street, and I've already dealt with the slightly stronger ones, so please clean up the remaining fishmen here. TCH. Boring. Zoro said, transforming into a flash of light as he flew directly into Fishman Street. Alright Hody Jones, are you ready to die? No, you can't do this to me. You're just a human. Ji-chun scoffed. You still hate humans so much, but don't worry, I guarantee you won't anymore. Ji-chun instantly teleported in front of Hody, his fist already piercing through Hody's heart. Hody died on the spot, lifeless. After finishing, Ji-chun wiped his hands, saying, I hope Jinbei won't blame me, otherwise I won't be polite to him either. 5 minutes later, Ji-chun saw a flash of light suddenly appear before him, his sword still unsheathed. Hey Zoro, you're back. Pretty quick. By the way, I just knocked out some of the small fry who surrendered. That's nothing, they're just a bunch of ants. Once Zoro sheathed his sword, Shark Star and the companions from the Thunder God pirate crew arrived here. Shark Star was utterly shocked at the scene before him. This is too exaggerated. Ji-chun glanced at Shark Star. Hey son of Neptune, you can go in and take a look. I remember there's a drug in Hody Jones' lair that can enhance combat power. You can check it out. After Shark Star went inside, the Thunder God crew surrounded Ji-chun. Captain, did you do all this? Ji-chun was taken aback and quickly replied, Hey, that wasn't me. Nami, don't say such things. Ji-chun then playfully pointed at Zoro, saying, It was done by the Azura beside me. Everyone was momentarily confused about who Azura was. Azura? That's Zoro. He's pretty strong now. Meanwhile, Zoro sat nearby, sipping his drink, completely unconcerned about Ji-chun's antics. After a while, Shark Star called the kingdom guards, who began moving boxes onto the Dragon Palace ship. Ji-chun stood up and said, Let's go everyone. It seems Shark Star has resolved the issues here, so let's head back to the big ship. Without waiting for everyone, Ji-chun took Nami and instantly teleported onto the ship. What the heck, you idiot captain. You scared me to death. Haha, our navigator Nami is quite impressive. This made Nami blush deeply. Soon everyone had boarded the ship, which quickly headed towards the Dragon Palace. Upon returning to Dragon Palace City, Shark Star recounted the events to Neptune. After hearing it, Neptune was extraordinarily furious. These bastards. I was wondering where the deadly poison I had hidden, when it turns out it's all in their hands. Neptune, enough with the nonsense. Our Thunder God pirate crew plans to leave Fishman Island tomorrow. Isn't that a bit too soon, Lord Ji-chun? We have stayed long enough, so it's time to go. Ji-chun waved his hand, and all the members of the Thunder God pirate crew followed him out of Dragon Palace City. Once outside Dragon Palace City, Ji-chun found an empty space and summoned the ship. Ji-chun gathered his hands to create a large bubble directly covering the Thunder God ship, instantly forming a membrane. The crew members were already accustomed to such sights. Now we just need something to float up, and we can leave here. Ji-chun felt a wave of excitement. Then Ji-chun spent 100 berries to purchase what he needed directly from the system store. He looked at everyone on the ship and said, Alright, prepare to set sail and leave Fishman Island. Zoro and Chopper dropped the ropes, the sails were raised, and the Thunder God ship slowly began to ascend. Alright, now we just need to wait. Ji-chun called Nami over, saying, Nami, come here. What's the next island? I can only know once we reach the surface, but I have some understanding over the past 2 years. Tell me. There are 3 islands: Mistrelia Island, Riskwold Island, and the most powerful magnet island, Thunder God Island. Ji-chun's eyes lit up at the mention of Thunder God Island. Thunder God Island. That's right, but you need an umbrella to land there. If the captain hadn't eaten the thunder fruit, I would have been the first to oppose going to that island. Haha, let's go there. I expect to gain significant improvement once I set foot on that island. Ji-chun felt a hint of anticipation. Nami looked at Ji-chun with resignation and turned to head towards the bathroom. As time gradually flowed, the thunder god began to rise back to the surface of the sea. Who finally out? Nami frowned. However, the New World Sea is truly strange but sunny here, while ahead there's a thunderstorm. How isn't that just a characteristic of the New World? Besides, we have you, a genius navigator, with us. What do we have to fear? Right, Nami has been training for 2 years and must have a good understanding of various sea areas. Nami blushed. What? If you keep praising me, I'm going to float away. Ji-chun quickly intervened. All right, let's move forward first. As the thunder god sailed slowly, it entered the stormy weather with lightning occasionally striking down from the sky. Coincidentally, Ji-chun was struck by a purple lightning bolt. Just as Lao Sha was about to laugh, he realized that Ji-chun was a user of the lightning fruit, which instantly wiped the smile off his face. Lao Sha, were you just about to laugh? Lao Sha suddenly found it hard to smile. Soon after, the thunder god circled around an island. Indeed, it was Thunder God Island. Hey, this island is quite strange. Moreover, the captain boarding this island feels like going home. It's not fair. Haha, I remember this Thunder God Island was transformed by a user of the thunder fruit who awakened long ago. Alright, if you guys are scared, I'll go alone. A moment of silence fell. Everyone was speechless. Are you going or not? Nami shot a glare at Ji-chun and then said, You foolish captain, as members of the Thunder God pirate crew, we must go together. Alright, I got it. Then grab my arm, and he'll teleport you all to the island. Immediately, everyone gathered around, and Ji-chun teleported them to the island while the Thunder God was conveniently stored in the system space. Just as Ji-chun landed, a bolt of lightning as thick as an arm struck toward him. The others quickly ran far away while Zoro attempted to chop the bolt apart. Ji-chun knocked Zoro on the head. Idiot Zoro, did you forget what I am? The thick bolt of lightning struck Ji-chun directly, and he felt a wave of comfort in his body. Oh, that feels great. The Thunder God pirate crew looked on in shock, unable to hold back their questions. Is it really possible to do that? Ji-chun grinned and looked at everyone. Hey Zoro, do you want to try it? It feels amazing. After Ji-chun finished speaking, he activated gravity, pulling Zoro toward him. Hey bastard, I'm not lightning. At the moment Zoro reached Ji-chun, he transformed into a beam of light and dashed away. Everyone burst into laughter. Alright, no more jokes. Let's look around for any villages and ask about this island situation. The group began walking northeast, with the falling lightning being absorbed by Ji-chun along the way. While the captain is still strong, we don't know how many bolts of lightning have fallen, but luckily we have the captain. Ha, that's right. After walking for a while, Ji-chun and the others spotted a wooden hut. Hey, there's a wooden hut over there. Let's go check it out. As they approached the wooden hut, they saw a figure with fiery red spiky hair and a scarred face, looking fierce and missing an arm. Ji-chun stepped forward. I remember your name. You're Eustace Kid, right? A bounty of over 300 million. Well, what? A notorious criminal. Ji-chun frowned slightly. What a trash title given by the bastard Marines. You new guys can still say it. What? Is he the one who killed Kizuru? He wouldn't kill Captain Kid directly, would he? Kid looked cautiously at Ji-chun, while Ji-chun appeared quite innocent. Oh, come on, don't worry, I won't kill you. Seriously, do you think I enjoy killing? Ji-chun's gaze shifted to Kid's arm, which had been replaced by a mechanical one. Oh, did that red-haired guy cut off your arm? Kid's mouth twitched slightly, but he remained silent. Forget it, it's pointless. Before you leave, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't think about defeating the red-haired guy. He's not that simple, and even I can't guarantee defeating him. Let's go, everyone. On the way, everyone asked Ji-chun questions, and Ji-chun explained, this Eustace has immense talent, and indeed the red-haired guy is unbeatable. As for me, give me a few more years, and I might be able to defeat him, but we probably won't clash. Those are matters for the future, so don't worry about it. Ji-chun was leading the way, and midway, he vaguely felt something in the system space was heating up, so he took it out. It was the treasure map obtained from the previous sign-in. So, does this mean the treasure is hidden on this island? Ji-chun sighed. No wonder the system warned me that I didn't have enough strength to search for it. Since that's the case, let's find this thing. Ji-chun then introduced it to everyone. Nami exclaimed in delight. Could it be that the treasure is on this island? Wow, I wonder what it could be. Robin chuckled softly. It should be very interesting. The treasure map I obtained by chance before has come in handy, so let's go find it. Ji-chun and his group had been following him for a long time. Come on, I mean, how come we haven't arrived yet? Lao Sha said impatiently. Ji-chun looked innocently at everyone. I can't help it, that's just how the map marks it. Alright, let's go quickly, we need to be patient. Everyone reluctantly continued to follow Ji-chun, and just then Ji-chun arrived at a certain spot. This is the place. Everyone looked around. Apart from dead trees, it was just a flat piece of ground. What the hell, Captain? Where's the treasure here? Zoro frowned as well. This must be some bastard's random drawing. Jichin also found it strange. The system's output should not be wrong. No, there must be something wrong. Jichin squatted down directly, then raised his fist and struck the ground, causing the land he stood on to collapse, revealing a hole. Wow, I didn't expect it to be underground. No wonder the treasure hasn't been found yet. Jichin looked at everyone. Let's go everyone, let's check it out. Ji-chun took the lead and walked down the stairs, and everyone followed closely. As Ji-chun reached the bottom, the candles on the wall lit up. I wonder what material these candles are made of that they can ignite themselves. It seems that the room ahead is where the treasure is located. Everyone arrived at the room. Ji-chun pushed the door open directly and saw a knife at the top. He'll go in first to avoid any traps. Without waiting for everyone to respond, Ji-chun released lightning and directly retrieved the knife on the wall and the box on the ground into the system space. As the knife left the wall, the surroundings began to shake. Damn, I didn't expect it to be real. Let's go. Ji-chun directly grabbed several women and with a few teleports returned outside. Zoro also grabbed Brook and Chopper and with a few teleports came out. As soon as Zoro came out, he heard Ji-chun's laughter. Haha, Zoro, you came out too, not bad. Bastard, why didn't you take everything? I couldn't take that much, so I could only pick the nice-looking ones to escape. Zoro's face darkened. I don't mind the details, let's see what we have here. Ji-chun directly sat cross-legged and took out the knife he had just obtained. Zoro licked his lips, looking at the knife with interest. Ji-chun looked at Zoro. Do you know what this knife is? I've never seen it, but its quality should be similar to the one at your waist. Ji-chun looked at the knife in his hand in surprise. This knife is actually the supreme great blade. Ji-chun weighed the knife in his hand and looked at Zoro. What do you think? Are you interested? Although I really want it, I currently don't have the ability to wield 4 knives at the same time. Ji-chun then turned to Brook. Brook, do you want it? Brook was stunned. He didn't expect Ji-chun to want to give him the knife. Yo-ho-ho, this knife I have now is pretty good and suits me, so I want change knives. Ji-chun smiled helplessly. When did the supreme great blade have no one wanting it? Ji-chun glanced at Lao Sha and then shook his head. You can forget it, you only deserve to play with sand. Lao Sha was instantly furious. Bastard, who are you saying only deserves to play with sand? Ji-chun dug at his ear. Bastard, it was just a joke between the captain and the crew, and isn't your fruit sand? Ji-chun looked at Lao Sha with a grin. Lao Sha felt something was off because during the 2 years of training, Ji-chun had often shown this expression, and the result was always him suffering. Cold sweat instantly dripped down Lao Sha's face. Lao Sha, sit down first, they'll let you off this time, ha. Ji-chun looked at everyone a bit embarrassed. Then this knife will belong to me. After all, the one at my waist still has to return to its original owner. The moment Ji-chun pulled out the knife, countless bolts of lightning converged towards Ji-chun. Zoro and the others immediately scattered. Oh. Ji-chun looked at the knife in his hand with interest. An interesting knife. Countless bolts of lightning converged, forming a pillar of lightning that struck down heavily on Ji-chun's body. Everyone who had retreated 200 meters away watched Ji-chun being struck by lightning, and Nami couldn't help but feel worried. Do you think the captain will be all right? Zoro looked seriously at Ji-chun in the lightning. Don't worry, the captain is lightning itself. This little lightning is just like a tickle to him. After a long time, as the lightning dissipated, Ji-chun lay on the ground. Everyone thought something had happened to Ji-chun and quickly ran towards him. As everyone arrived, they saw Ji-chun smiling brightly. You've come, huh? The lightning just now felt so good, you don't know. Everyone's faces darkened. It was this knife that attracted the lightning. Since that's the case, since I don't know your name, I'll call you Thunder Disaster. The supreme great blade of Thunder Disaster. This knife isn't bad, it suits me well. Alright, let's see what's in the treasure chest next. Ji-chun opened the treasure chest, and a dazzling golden light almost blinded Ji-chun's eyes. What is this? Before Ji-chun could finish his sentence, Nami beside him exclaimed with shining eyes, a chest of gold. Oh, it seems there's also a piece of paper. Ji-chun picked it up and looked. This is the breathing technique of lightning. It seems to be another form of swordsmanship training. Ji-chun had no interest and directly tossed it to Zoro, asking him and Brook to see if they could practice it. Yo-ho-ho, thank you, Captain Ji-chun. Zoro looked at it with interest. Let's stay here for 3 more days, and after 3 days we'll head to the next island. How about that? Navigator Nami. In 3 days the magnetic force will fill up. That works. But I didn't expect that in such a deserted place there would be such treasures. It really surprised me. Nami smiled brightly at the chest of gold. Yes. Money addict.